Ajay sir,
Tell me.
Sonali is one you can make me as an panelist, sir, because I have joined under Sonali's name.
It's okay. It's okay, ma'am. Ma'am, you have already logged with your main IDA. Okay.
Yeah, I will log out, sir.
I'll log out from there.
He's giving us the host as co-host. Yes, we did that. Then you can enable the
I request all the participants to kindly wait. The conference will start in another few minutes.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, students, faculty members, and research scholars who are present here. Knowledge is not a product of schooling, but a lifelong attempt to acquire it. I, Sai Janush, student coordinator of Uttunga, the Student Research Forum, Jain University, welcome you all to ICRD-STEM 2022 to share knowledge and ideas. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Menaka, Associate Professor, Department of BCA, School of CS and IT, to welcome all the delegates and guests. Over to you, ma'am.
Imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited and imagination encircles the world. A very gracious morning to one and all present here. I, Dr. Menaka, feel immense pleasure and take a privilege in welcoming all the delegates and the distinguished guests to our first International Student Conference, ICRD-STEM 2022 Day 1. Now I request Arpita to take over.
Our ancestors always held the thought that a ray of light is a ray of hope.
Our ancestors always held the thought that a ray of light is a ray of hope. Now I call upon Ramya M to begin the program with an invocation song.
Mushikavahana Modakahasta Chamarkarna
Recording in progress.
Vamanarupa Maheshwaraputra Vignavinashakapada Namaste, 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 Namaha. ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ ನಿನ್ನ ನಂಬಿದ ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಹುದಯ್ಯ ಎಲ್ಲ ಸುಖ ತಂದೆ ಕಾಯೋ ನಮ್ಮ ಕರಿಮುಖ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನಮಿಸಿ ನಲಿಯೋದು ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನ ಎಲ್ಲಾರು ಒಂದಾಗಿ ನಿನ್ನ ನಮಿಸಿ ನಲಿಯೋದು ನೋಡೋಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನ ಗರಿಕೆ ತಂದರೆ ನೀನು ಕೊಡುವೆ ವರವನ್ನ ಗತಿ ನೀನೆ ಗಣಪನೆ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿಯು ಮುನ್ನ ಶರಣು ಶರಣಯ್ಯ ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ ನೀಡಯ್ಯ ಬಾಳೆಲ್ಲ ಬೆಳಗುವ ಬೆಳಕ.
Thank you, Ramya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request Dr. M.N. Nachappa, Head School of CS and IT, to deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Dalai Lama once said, and I quote, "Share your knowledge. It is a way to achieve immortality," unquote. Distinguished professors, researchers, students, participants of the conference, organizers, my fellow faculty members, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Jain University. where excellence is nurtured, pursued, and celebrated as we work to create a positive change for a better world. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of Jain deemed to be University and the School of Computer Science and IT, and to say how grateful we are to have you here to participate in the first International Students Conference on recent developments in science, technology, engineering, and management, organized by Uttunga, a student research firm of the School of Computer Science and IT, Jain deemed to be University. It is my hope that the first International Student Conference will be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, students, researchers, and practitioners to advance their knowledge, research, and technology for the usefulness of society. This conference is to further foster recent development in most fields of science and technology, which may include replicating the functioning of the human brain through various techniques such as NLP, data mining, pattern recognition, and so on. The application and usage of new age technologies will have a strong impact in the way humans interact with technology in various fields such as automation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and so on. Through this conference, we would like to engage with you all in an open and constructive dialogue about the impact of technology in our lives, and also an opportunity to renew contacts, discuss problems of mutual interest with participants from other universities and colleges. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome in absentia Dr. Chenraj Roychand, Chairman and Chancellor, Jain deemed to be University. He is the force behind providing a high standard quality education for all. He always believes that along with quality education, it is important to cater to spiritual and moral well-being of the student. And this is imperative to producing a robust nation. I would also like to welcome Mr. Ravindra Bhandari, Vice President, JGI. He is always looking forward to fostering strong relationship on campus and in the community, encouraging student engagement and promoting the development of student and staff. He puts a lot of energy in bringing equity and inclusion, focusing particularly on the sense of well-being of our faculty and students. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our principal officers, Dr. Sundarajan, Pro-Chancellor, Jain deemed to be University, Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Jain deemed to be University, Dr. Ishwaran Iyer, Pro-Vice Chancellor, Jain deemed to be University, Dr. NVH Krishnan, Registrar, Jain deemed to be University, Professor Sridhar Murthy, Director, Academics and Planning, Jain deemed to be University, and Mr. MS Santosh, Joint Registrar, Jain deemed to be University. They have always believed that we should strive to welcome change and challenges, because that is what will help us grow. We need to constantly be challenging ourselves in order to strengthen our character and increase our intelligence. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome our director, Dr. Dinesh Neelskant. Dr. Dinesh welcomes every morning with a smile, looks on the day as another special gift, and takes the opportunity to meticulously plan and complete every activity for the day. He always believes that you are not born to fail. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Sujay Nair, Chief Product Officer, iNurture Education Solutions. He's an intense researcher in AI and robotics, a very smiling personality who will help and guide you in the right direction. He's one of the main guiding forces for the conference. I would extend a welcome to Dr. Shraddha Kanwar, Chief Learning Officer, iNurture Education Solution, for accepting our invitation to grace the occasion. Dr. Shraddha Kanwar had been a strong support system for our department and the guiding force for all our activities. She has meticulously kept track of the development and progress of the department and the conference that we are executing. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Professor Luminita Moraru, Professor, Galati University, Romania, and Mr. Sarang Kadsait, Security Consulting Manager, Accenture Security Canada, for accepting our invitation for the keynote address. I would take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to all our keynote speakers, okay, and our session chair experts as such. Last but not the least, my deepest gratitude goes to the advisory board, organizing committee, and the volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this conference. In concluding, I wish you all a very success in your deliberations and a very pleasant online stay with Jain University. Thank you very much and all the best.
Thank you, sir. Now we have with us Dr. Ajay, Associate Professor, Department of BCA, School of CS and IT, the convener of the conference. Now I request Dr. Ajay to address the gathering.
Hello. So a very good morning to one and all present here. I, Dr. Ajay, as a convener for the ICRD-STEM 2022, would like to welcome one and all present over here for kicking off the 2 days grand event that we call as an international conference for 2 days. So when we talk about the first international conference, would like to give small glimpse. I personally thanks our head, Dr. M. N. Nachapal sir, for providing us the background support and all support to make this event successful at a start. From his blessings and from the blessings from all our dignitaries, starting from our honorable beloved Chancellor sir, Chairman sir, till all the executives, dignitaries present, and has given us an opportunity to do this an event with all of you. I further would like to thank all the people on behalf of Uttunga, a student research forum under the aegis of Jain deemed to be University, Bengaluru. When I would like to give a small glimpse when we talk about the Uttunga, a student research forum, would like to give an overall what we call a thanks to everyone, all our student participants, Uttunga forum people, making all the hard work to make this success. When it comes to the conference part, we have started with an intention and idea to make STEM, that is science, technology, engineering, and management, to take it at a level. When we talk about Uttunga Student Forum, would like to give a brief that the forum established with the vision to ensure to meet up our vision and mission of our university to foster research, innovation, starting from the BC graduation level. And that has given us and what we call the motivation factor to make such kind of events in it. We as an Uttunga has already have done a lot of different events, which actually has given a platform to all our students, all our researchers across the India, across the country, to ensure that they have a platform where they can showcase their knowledge and their presence. When it comes to the conference part, we would like to honorably thank all the chief guests from the university, and also would like to thank our international speakers. I would like to personally welcome Luminita, Professor as Galati University, Romania. We are very blessed to have her on the dais. She is already present with us as of now. When we talk about the conference has been set up with the intention to ensure the platform where our students can get an opportunity to begin their research careers. With the vision of our Honorable Chancellor Sir, Dr. Raj Singh, and our entire aligned vision of our university, we had already initiated the project-centric learning approach. With this particular alignment, we as in university and as a department, we would like to tell that this platform will definitely give not only to our students, to the entire state of Karnataka, to all across all the length and breadth of our India, provide a platform where they can come, they can showcase their talent, and they can present their ideas and innovation skills, which can be taken into the startups and the entrepreneurship at this level. We are blessed and honored to have everyone with us. When would like to give the glimpse of our conference, we are very happy to inform you all within the short period of time, we had almost reached 26 countries in the world, so that our conference has reached into it. We got the paper from almost 12 different countries, including Ethiopia, Poland, and Afghanistan, Nepal, Bangladesh, and the other countries. We would like to say that we have received more than 247 research submissions via Easy Chair, where which we would like to say that our team, especially our reviewer team, has taken a lot of effort. Would like to thank here Dr. Anant Oja sir, along with his team, has taken a very hard effort. Not only the people from basically from our the India, but we have also taken the reviews and their help to make our review successful, out of which would like to say that we have selected 137 papers, out of which would like to say that our participants, almost 100 plus people, are going to present in this entire 2 days of event, which has been stretched to 6 different sessions. So rather than not taking time, I really would like to appreciate the entire School of CSIT, Uttunga Student Research Forum, and the entire university, our chancellor, our chairman, and all the dean executives, Dr. Dinesh Linkar sir, to give us this opportunity to present over here. As a convener, I would like to pray to the God that we all are going to have the blessings for each and everyone, starting from our faculties to all our participants for all this stretch event. Thank you everyone for giving this opportunity. Thank you, Minka ma'am, for providing the opportunity to speak into this forum. I would like to officially say that we are starting with the conference, and soon at the session we will start at 11:30. Thank you. Over to the team.
Thank you for your words, sir. I would like to introduce our first keynote speaker for the day, Professor Luminita Moraru. Luminita Moraru has been a professor at Galati University since September 1990, and she has been working for various departments, including chemistry, physics, and environment. She has worked as a coordinator for European programs and their policy formulation. She has published more than 200 research papers in peer-reviewed journals, national and international conferences, and book chapters. Apart from that, her research interests include image processing, feature extraction, segmentation and image fusion, pattern recognition, modeling, and medical physics. Her area of expertise includes biophysics and medical physics. She serves on an editorial boards of various national and international publications, as well as serving as an expert evaluator for national and international initiatives. Ma'am, we would like to address you to the gathering.
Okay, good morning, or maybe good day, everyone. It's morning in Romania. Maybe it's almost 10 in your local time. I would like to share my presentation. Oh my God, one moment. I use the desktop.
Ma'am, you can try now again.
Yes, my laptop, it's a Mac. I saw only, I don't know. You cannot see my presentation, no? Okay. Do you see something? Now, my presentation, it is in your screen.
No, ma'am, we are not able to see your presentation yet.
No. Share screen. Desktop 1. This is the share. Cancel.
Ma'am, by any chance, do you have two screens connected to your laptop?
No, I have only one screen.
Okay.
I saw desktop one, which is in blue, the icon. I click on this and nothing happened. iPod, I don't know. I will try.
Ma'am, can you share the presentation to us? We'll share the screen.
Okay, I will send you which email address?
Ma'am, send it to the mail ICRDSTEM
Okay, yes.
2022.
Yes. One moment. But I really don't understood why. Share screen, okay? Microsoft. It is a new laptop for me, and I am not accommodated with this.
Ma'am, can you read out the options that you're getting when you're clicking on share screen?
Yes. There are many options, many icons here. I click on Microsoft PowerPoint. It is unknown. I click there, open system preference, and they provide me just the
integration, and 21st century meta competencies. Her core research is around futuristic education strategies, hybrid research-based solutions, and learning centers of expertise. Dr. Kanwar is the author of numerous research publications and has presented papers at international conference and seminars. Ma'am, I request you to address the gathering.
Namaskar, and thank you so much. Thank you so very much. Believe me, this is the most pleasurable moment when we are part of a conference that has been organized by our wonderful students. And I must congratulate all of you, all the wonderful students who are behind this, the very hardworking, the very committed team of faculty members. The leadership at university led by our Honorable Chancellor Sir, our Vice Chancellor Sir, and in the department by Dr. Nachappa, who has set such amazing examples of how we can work in a very integrated way and set high precedences. Uttunga, I remember Bhavna and everybody else when you people ideated it, I think 3 years ago. Or is that 3 years now? Is this the third year?
Yes, ma'am.
And the students were so vibrant, so enthusiastic. I remember we had this inauguration in the university campus at that time. Of course, the last 2 years, because of the pandemic, took a back seat. And, we were doing, even during that time, there were so many virtual events that were organized by the Student Research Forum. And it's been a very, very, I would say, a very enriching journey for, I'm sure, all the people who've been participating in different events, writing research papers, understanding what research is, working towards, potential opportunities in terms of funding, working towards applying for patents, and overall the culture of research, the rigor of research, and the acumen which every student of IT, of information technology, needs to possess has been so beautifully crafted and cultivated in these 3 years by the students. And that's been the most rewarding and most appreciable part of this particular initiative. Today is your international conference. The theme is around science, technology, engineering, management. It is around evaluating recent trends. We are so grateful that we have some eminent resource persons. We were just having a conversation, and I'm sure you will have lots of informative sessions during the day, starting with obviously a very eminent resource people who are from academia and from industry, but also inputs and insights from students across different streams, across different verticals. And this is the experience that we have to all cherish, and we all have to really sort of enjoy. And this is what Jain University brings as part of its overall learning experience. I am again so elated and so happy that we are able to position the Student International Conference not just in Bangalore, not just in India, but at an international level. There are so many things that have changed in the last 2 years, and all of you have been witness to the disruption that the pandemic has created. The disruption because of necessary response to the coronavirus. And who could have imagined, a virus which is not even visible to the eye? It's so small, it's microscopic, it's 0.6 microns, are very, very small in size. And it created so much of havoc in this world that it suddenly put everybody on a backseat to think, to deliberate, and to reflect on what should be done next. And this is exactly where students, all of you with creative minds, with the ability to creatively solve problems, with the ability to identify what are called wicked problems of the future and convert it into research experiments, and convert those research experiments into very tangible outputs, whether in the form of papers, publications, conference, proceedings and participations, is going to be the differentiator of the future. The future is not going to be about experts. The future is going to be about expertise that is co-created with each one of us together. So there will not be somebody who has, an established credence in terms of knowing everything, because knowing everything might be, a very flawed concept. We are so privileged in our country, in India, to be in an exploratory journey always. We are brought up to explore, we are brought up to appreciate what is happening around us in nature. And when students like you all are able to connect the advancement of technology with the nuances of what is happening naturally around us in our surroundings, then innovation is just the way forward. And that's why this research forum, this engagement is so powerful for us to appreciate the potential that we have and to cultivate the technical acumen and the scientific temperament and every quality that is the attribute of the 21st century. So congratulations once again to everybody. It's been a very delightful journey of the last 3 years, and today being a very significant milestone in the form of a first conference. I would really like to appreciate the mentors, the guides, everybody who's been behind this, very painstakingly. The effort is sometimes not very visible, but the effort is always the reason that it results in such fantastic outcomes. I would also want us all to appreciate the beautiful vision that Jain University has. Very recently, all of you have been part of the fantastic Halo India Games as champions, as hosts. And this speaks about the very resilient spirit of the university, of each person who is behind creating a new paradigm in education. And all of you as students and all of us as people who are part of the university are here to make this even better and even bigger. My gratitude and appreciation to all the speakers who would be part of today's event and this entire conference, who have taken out their time to be with us. I'm sure everybody has a very difficult and a very busy schedule, but just to be here and to participate in encouraging our students and motivating everybody, and also sharing very useful insights that could influence their minds and help them towards making this world a much more beautiful and better place. So to all you scientists and scholars, have a great, great time learning and enjoying this entire experience. Thank you so much once again to all the organizers. Special thanks to Dr. Nachappa and Professor Bhavna. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shraddha ma'am, for your amazing words. Now, I call upon our keynote speaker, Professor Luminita Moraru, to continue. Give us a minute. We'll
sorry. Yes, I was on mute. Did you receive my presentation?
Yes,
okay.
It's being shared.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Once again, sorry for this disturbing situation. My presentation will be very short due to this situation. I would like to share with your students and with you some results that me and my PhD students and research team from the Modeling and Simulation Laboratory has been provided and published regarding the skin lesion investigation, namely melanoma detection as the most injury and form of cancer during this day. We can share scroll the slide, please. Okay, this is our geographic localization in Europe, very close to the border with Ukraine here. And this is my university. Also, this is our website in English. Yes, we can go. Okay. This presentation has as background to present an approach for skin cancer recognition and classification by implementation a novel combination of features and two classifiers. We will see we have proposed a new features for cancer melanoma investigation, which is based on fractal dimension. And these features are combined with the classical one, the color features. We can scroll on my slide until we can share about to the introduction. Skip, please. Go. Skip. These are, thank you, these are an example of navy and melanoma skin lesion. The first row are navy and the second row are melanoma. Melanoma, who is an aggressive form of cancer, skin cancer, and also melanoma is related with another form of cancer in human organism. You can see that the original raw image that are placed in the left screen, part of screen, should be improved by processing, because to investigate this kind of dermatoscopic imaging, we can have a pre-processing operation for hair removal. And then we have another pre-processing operation for denoising and uneven illumination attenuation. And also another step in our algorithm for process this image was segmentation. Of course, is feature extraction, and the last step in our algorithm is devoted to classification. In the right side, you can see the image that are pre-processing, and also here I think there are also filtered for noise removal. We can scroll. Next slide, please. In our approach that I would like to share with you today, we are devoted to two kinds of features. Fractal dimension, that is related to so-called borders irregularity in that is a part of the ABCDE rule that dermatologists use from screening this kind of skin lesion. And also we propose, as I already mentioned, a new features that is related to fractal dimension of this skin lesion. In our previously studies, we investigate also another kind of features as asymmetry, eccentricity, circularity, asymmetry of color distribution, quadrant asymmetry, and also we investigate various Hughes moment. And these are kind of spatial space future, and fast Fourier transformation normalization in amplitude is related to frequency space. We can move on. The new features that we propose and investigate in this study was Higuchi fractal dimension. To the best of our knowledge, this new feature based on fractal description has not been previously used to recognize and classify NAVE and melanoma in this deep learning approach by using, neural network. As I already mentioned, we use two classifiers. One, it's a classic one. It's in the field of machine learning. It's a KNN in the cross-validation approach. And another classifier, it is a neural network. This is an example on how the image were processed in in this study. It's in the left side, it's original image, raw image, illumination equalization obtained by top hat transform, and in the right part we have filtration for noise removal using a median filter. Next slide, please. These are the next step is devoted to segmentation, and we are interested in this slide on the right side, the result of segmentation, the segmented image, because we use this kind of image to extract the color features from in this approach. Next slide, please. So this is the algorithmic scheme or steps that we follow in this approach. We use the image belongs to 3 data sets. There are public one, 7-point MedNode at PhD. No, stay on the, please stay on the previous. No, come back. Okay, here. Yes, thank you. As pre-processing step, we have to do hair removal. We use dual razor algorithm, and then we start the feature extraction step, which is divided into 2 steps. One is devoted to color cluster, and the second one is devoted to fractal dimension. According to the color that could be exist in the skin lesion, we select 22 color clusters for navy and melanoma. The RBG image will be divided in the color cluster, 3 color channels, red channel, green channel, and blue channel. And then we will start to investigate the ability of each color cluster from that 22 that were previously defined to be relevant for our study. Then we analyze the feature extractor for each color cluster using the t-test, because some of the features are not independent and are dependent one. And this will be a source of overfitting in our classification algorithm. So after all this step of investigation, in the bottom part of this scheme, you can see that each data set has some color cluster that were selected as relevant feature. These features were investigated using this KNN classifier in 5-fold cross-validation, and I will see you the performance of classification a little bit later. Also, we determined this Higuchi surface fractal dimension for each color, for each image in 3 databases. This new feature also was investigation as how relevant for classification is using this KNN classifier, and also using this neural network is radial basis function neural network. We use only one hidden layer for this net, and 50 nodes or 50 hidden neuron. We can go further, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. This is an example how the cluster color were, the color cluster were selected. There are 22 color cluster, and the selection algorithm look for minimum and maximum intensity for each color channel, and was some calculation to select the relevant color cluster in our algorithm. Next slide, please. This is how this Higuchi surface fractal dimension has been computed. We have the 3 color channel, red, blue, and green. And also this is illustrated the tessellation operation. In the middle row, we have the tessellation of the surface of the skin lesion by using a scaling parameter equal 1, K equal 1. And the last row, the tessellation is performed using a scale factor of 4. In our study, we investigate this scale factor from 1 to 8. Thank you. Next slide. This is the mathematical approach to compute the Higuchi surface fractal dimension that was integrated in our algorithm. Who is interested, you can look. There are this fractal mathematic part. It's very well presented in the literature. However, in the last row of this slide, you can see how this fractal dimension is computed. Is the slope of a curve, a double logarithmic curve, plus 1. This is the methodology to compute this fractal dimension. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Next, this is how the neural network is computed. Next, please. Next slide, please. To results. Okay. As results, the number and the feature and the number of the features that were selected in our algorithm. Regarding the color cluster, in the 7-point data set, we have selected 15 color cluster and a total of 5,475 features. And from fractal dimension, we have 365 features. For MedNote database, we have selected 10 color cluster and a total of 1,400 features. And for fractal dimension, 140 features. And for the last data set, PH2, we have selected only 9 color cluster as relevant and independent, and a total of 1,080 features and 120 features related to fractal dimension. These are the results related to prediction performance of the machine learning algorithm TechGyan-j. We can see that the average accuracy, the better one, was 82.47% for the image belong to PH2 data set. For color cluster, there are the graphical, the histogram. In the table 2, the same algorithm provide an accuracy, worst accuracy actually, for Higuchi fractal dimension accuracy. The best one is 79.38%. This is the machine learning TechGyan-j. Next slide, please. We can see how the performance accuracy is dramatically improved using deep learning neural network. We investigate also the performance of this net, separate one for one investigation used just the color cluster, and the accuracy, it's very good. It's 94.12. You can see for each database, the accuracy for color cluster. And then we combine these two features, color cluster and fractal dimension, and all the performance parameters are slightly improved, better than. Also, the error of the net, MSA, in the last column of this table, was improved, actually become very, very small. That indicate that the classifier work very well and separate better melanoma by navy. And next slide, please. Next slide, thank you. We also perform a benchmark analysis, a comparison between the reported result in the literature and our result. And we can see that most of the results are not so good. Only CAN, the reference 48, has the good results reporting related to accuracy of classification that are very close to our result. And but we can mention that the comparison is not so fair because CAN and co-author use another data set in our in their study. We use another data set, and this the quality of the raw image, dermatoscopic raw image, it's strongly influenced by the mechanism of acquisition. It's in polarized light, it's dermatoscopy, it's a microscopy, it's only a shot using a photo camera. So the quality of the raw image is very important in this classification task. And I think this is the last slide. Thank you. Last one. Next one. Next slide, please. Next. And next one. These are conclusion. Yes, we obtain very good result in this classification task by combining these two features, the color one and the fractal one. And finally, the next slide, please. Next one. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. And I would like to mention that the results that I will share with you today was already published in Cancer Journal. It's a journal with an impact factor, it's 6.639. And I will thank you for your attention. And once again, I'm sorry for this disturbing connection, and if you have any question.
Dr. Moraru, this is Dr. Oja from Jain University.
Hello.
Yeah. Am I audible to you?
Yes, yeah. I can hear you.
So congratulations for wonderful work you have presented. So may I know what is the size of the data set that you have taken?
The data set?
Size.
Size.
How many images? Yeah.
There were around 400 images from each data set. and divided by 3 because we separate in color channels, and then or 23 because we use color clusters. Yes. There are enough to use deep learning, yes. And also the number of features that we use in this classify, you can see there are 1,000. Yes.
So you have taken 5K cross-fold validation. So normally 10K validation is taken. Any specific reason for that purpose?
For validation, sorry, please repeat.
Five-fold cross-validation.
Cross-validation, yes, because even if you use a huge number of images, as I mentioned, part of them could be correlated, could be dependent, no independent, even if you use a t-test to filter this kind of situation. This 5-fold cross-validation also avoid the overfitting of the network.
So what was the technique you used for feature reduction? Because you originally had a large number of features and it reduced to a very small size. What is the technique you used?
No, it's not a very small size. It is a huge size of features.
Oh, that's in comparison to the original size.
Yes, we used just t-test, and then yes, I cannot mention because I was in hurry. When we select the color cluster, we impose a threshold. We use a threshold technique. Between minimum and maximum intensity, you use an average technique and impose a threshold.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the precious time which you've given us and enlightening us with knowledge. I would like to introduce our second keynote speaker for the day, Mr. Sarang Kadsait. He is an experienced cybersecurity and data privacy practitioner with over 11 years of IT domain experience in a variety of businesses, including financial, retail, public, and energy. He has extensive expertise in performing infrastructure, security evaluations, reviewing security architecture, and implementing security solutions. He is a certified trainer for both AWS and Azure. He possesses a master's in IT security and advanced software technologies, including various IT certifications such as CSSA, CRISC, and CEH. We welcome you, sir. We request you to address the gathering.
First of all, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay, perfect. So thank you so much for inviting me on this wonderful session. I'm live from Toronto right now. So it's 11:10 a.m. So I'll be slightly not that loud when I speak to it because my daughter is sleeping in the next room. So apologies for that. So I guess we can get started. I can share my screen. I prepared the wonderful cyber and data privacy presentation for you. And thanks for the introduction.
Sarang sir, good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, dear audience, would like to special thanks to Sarang sir for accepting our invitation in the late night across 1:45 a.m. across. Thank you, Sarang sir, for accepting our invitation. And this time is something where we should not disturb you, but please accept our humble. Sorry for it to be taking.
No, anything for my motherland. So
thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Let me see if I'm able to share. And please acknowledge if you're able to see that.
Yes, sir, we are able to see it.
Okay, perfect. So bear with me another 30 minutes. So it's not be pretty heavily on the logics and all, but it's going to give you a journey where I've been gone through for last 12 years. Worked with a couple of different good companies in the past. And today I actually consolidate a lot of materials, and I understand from the team that a lot of students are attending today, and I've seen 300 plus audience. So that's a good amount of people actually attending today's session. So my name is Sarang Kadsait. I'm part of a global IT firm and currently based on Toronto, Canada. Today I'm going to discussing about the cyber risk, data privacy, and you. These are some of my areas I've been worked for quite some time, and I hope that you like the session. And free to send out your question in the Q&A boxes, so I can take it up as a part of last 10 minutes. And happy to connect later on through LinkedIn or any other forum which you like to. So agenda for the day, it's pretty much try to give you an overall overview what's happening in the cyberspace and the data privacy space. We're going to talk about, and I understand there are a lot of bachelor students, so I'm going to try to keep it slightly simple, where you can understand a lot of different areas. We're going to talk about some of the recent scenarios or recent cases of cyber attacks or data privacy. And as a student, what you have as an opportunity to excel your career into it. And we'll follow by the closing note to it. So before we jump on the presentation, I just wanted to give an earlier presenter actually given a good idea about what I have done so far in my life. So I've been academically, I'm 2 master holders. So I'm pretty much a geek who always focus on learning. So I completed 1 master specifically in my early days of my career when I started my academic life. I was bachelor from computer science, and then I did my master's in advanced software technology. Later on, when I came to Canada, actually, I did my 2nd master's purely on the cybersecurity front. I worked across, I believe, multiple clients, which ranging in Asia, Europe, or North America. Currently, I hold a 12 plus kind of experience across FS, retail, and telecom industry, and worked with both blend of industry as well as consulting organizations, so understand pain of both the sides to it. So what is basically cyber and data privacy in totality? So as you know, cyber risk is one of the emerging threats which every organization faces today. And data privacy is one of the like a parallel, I would say, pillar to the cyber, so that it holds the entire risk in totality, which gives an entire view of the enterprise risk. So earlier back in days where cyber was not been treated as pretty much heavily because a lot of businesses were not digitalized. What recently has happened, and you would have seen in the past, like the pandemic has changed the statistics. So this was a recent survey of one of the website I was referring to it. It says that we have seen 81% of the global threats which is emerging to it, which is pretty huge number. One of the reason is because businesses have been forced to go digital, right? They can't run their businesses locally, and they need to rely on a digital platform to it. So we have seen significant amount of businesses going on the business side, where they have gone through on a digital channel to it. So before I jump to the another slides, I forgot to mention that the views which I'm expressing today are completely mine, and my organization do not have say on that what I'm expressing today. So these are typically around what I have been learned throughout my journey, and these are pretty much generic views which I formed to it. So I just want to make it that very clear to the presentation. So this is how the pandemics actually has changed it. So you have seen that this 81% is pretty high. And this had kind of created a lot of challenges you have seen, and I'm actually connecting with you guys today through a webinar, working from home. Similarly, on the other side, companies have actually shifted work from home. So a lot of things from a cyber perspective and data privacy perspective has been changed to it. As we speak today, I have just took this recent snapshot. I like this website pretty much because it gives you a live cyber threat map. It tells you how they analyze the recent dump and then they come up with some kind of mapping around how the attacks are happening differently. And if you really interested to understand how currently happening, you can go to this website called threatmap.checkpoint.com, which gives you a good idea about what are different threats are happening, what different types of attacks, what are the target industry. If you see on the right hand side, there's education, government, communications. These are some of the common targets for different cyber actors which are trying to do it. On the left hand side, you can see it. There's a recent daily attacks metrics, and if you can observe it, that particular metrics, and I can probably put my pointer on that. If you see there's a spike in the month of February, and that's the reason for it, because as you know that there was a war between two different countries right now, and that's the time those both countries we have seen that spike has been happened on this part of that entire conflict. And a lot of and we all know that there are different state sponsored attacks happens from a different supported organizations to it. So it's a pretty interesting side. If you're interested to know more about how things happens, these are the ones which you can visualize and see to it. So going back to the factor that what motivates cyber attacks, right? And you've been talking that I've been talking for the last 5 minutes, but this is typically happens. So there are different types of actors which plays a cyber attack. One is called nation and state ones. These are the couple of categories I have used from cyber.gc.ca, and it's a pretty broader generic categories which goes by. Nation and states sponsored attacks, as you have seen it, typically North Korea has been always been doing a lot of malicious attack. There is always a conflict between West and Russia, for that matter. So you have always been seeing or reading a news that there are a lot of state-sponsored attack happens. Similarly, geopolitical reason for it. Somebody wants you to acquire some of the IP, some of those information, try to bring down those countries or state so that they gain advantage to it. And as everything is connected and in the world of IoTs, the cyber threats are pretty imminent, right? So you can't say that you can protect everything 100%. At the same time, you need to ensure that you're protecting your critical infrastructure. So that's how this nation and states cyber threat actors do this through a geopolitical reason to it. For the cyber criminals, obviously, as pretty much know that cyber criminals asking for information, they're sending malicious email to you. Reason, obviously, want to gain financially. Common attacks, social engineering, or phishing for that matter, right, is one of the part of social engineering. Phishing attacks where you actually tend to leak your information by clicking on the link. So that's why we always say that never click any unknown link. Even if it's coming from a known source, try to ensure that the link is pretty legitimate. Nowadays, the attacks are pretty sophisticated, so you probably hard to find out that this mail is legitimate or not. But the one principle which I always follow is nothing is free in this world. So always ensure that if somebody is asking to you claim the lottery or something, it's probably a spam email which is coming to it. So beware for that. Hacktivists these are the different groups out there, and you have heard a term called dark web versus normal web. There are a lot of hacktivists which works in the dark web areas, trying to idealize some of the agendas. Some of them are pretty much follow some of those techniques, some of their ideological advantage of pushing some agendas. So they've been categorized under these categories to it. So you might have seen that sometime if there's an human right violation, or some group feel that this government or this state has not been doing it, there's some group comes up and they try to bring down that systems through that ideological motivation to it. Thrill seekers are the ones who just go for hacking and try to hack someone, but they are more from a perspective of fun and all. There is another eminent threat actor, which is we call insiders. Typically, anybody from the organizations, be it employee or be it a contractor. So there's always a threat because there's a dissatisfaction from the fact that they are not happy the way they've been treated insidely, and insider always has the maximum access. So they are the imminent threats when it comes to the cyber ecosystem to it. I hope you got the clear idea about how the state actors follow their ideological and what they motivates to it. So as I said, top 20 cyber risk in the entire world today, even today, is social engineering. As I just spoke about you, social engineering is type of attack where you try to gain some information out of that person. There are various types of social engineering attack. Common are phishing. Phishing is, again, you spam someone, you call someone, and these are pretty much common in a lot of developing countries, whereby they try to spam you, saying they threatened you, saying that, hey, I'm calling from XYZ bank, and then you probably receiving an OTP, and then you probably reveal it, and by the time you realize that the money has been gone. Similarly, in US and Canada, there are a lot of CRA or IRS scams are done. So they call people and then say, okay, fine, I'm calling from CRA, and you probably have some bills to pay, otherwise you face the jail term. And a lot of people actually tend to go in that kind of scam, because obviously nobody wants to face any legal action. So a lot of things happen that they ask people to pay through Bitcoin, because the Bitcoin is slightly untraceable in the current world. So don't fall to that prank. And this is still a common thing. So somebody's asking about your password, somebody asking about your OTP, somebody's trying to gain insider information about the organization. Ensure you actually saying no to that. So that's one of the top risks we have been seeing across multiple globes organization, as well as the states to it. So as I spoke about multiple social aspect of it, and I just want to talk about some recent cyber attacks which has happened just recently, like March, February ones. So this one, which we just had it, was the hacker used the DDoS attack to shut down the National Communication Authority of Marshall Island. And the attack actually disrupted the internet services on the island over a week, which is, as I said, like it's a critical infrastructure to be holding it. And again, if you're not knowing what is DDoS attack is, DDoS stands for Distributed Denial of Service, which actually attack your availability aspect of it. So as an information security framework, you actually tie into whether you have been confidentiality, or whether that attack is impacting the availability factor, or whether it's impacting the integrity of the transaction. So typically, DDoS attacks tend to, for example, some of the site you're trying to access, it's not visible or not able to access this, which is impact through a DDoS attack to it. So what organizations typically do to solve this thing, they try to implement web application firewalls. They try to create a load balancers, try to ensure they filter out the legitimate IPs, try to avoid the IPs which is coming from specific countries, which may be an imminent threat for that particular thing. For example, like any website which is hosted in India, for that matter, not largely being used across any other countries, you probably wanted to block those IPs coming to that address, or try to be more cautious when you handling the request. So because imagine like if you're sending a larger pings to that particular IP address, you're probably blocking that particularly the availability of the thing. So this is something which could be one of the factors when we consider as a part of information security. The second attack which has happened in February 2022, again, as I said, this is an example of state-sponsored attacks, which is launched by North Korean government-backed groups, and they were targeting numerous media, fintechs, software companies. Again, the imminent cyber risk they will try to exploit is the phishing email advertising. So a lot of people had happens like typically at student life, you apply a lot of jobs, and my cousin always called me and checks that, okay, I'm actually received this email. are you really hiring in this particular company? And analyze like, this is a fake email, don't open. So whenever you receive any such suspicious one, never click on any link or try to open the attachment. The moment you click on that link or attachment, the executable, the malware or any executable file would result into gaining your access of the system or try to steal something from your system to it. So always be cautious when it comes to clicking on any of the emails or anything which you find suspicious to it. And this is what they have tried to exploit it. So they use phishing emails, advertising fake job opportunities, exploited certain vulnerabilities. So as you all know that certain products, like even if it's a Microsoft operating system or any product or tools, always goes for recent software upgrade. And that's why we always say that as soon as you receive any software upgrade from your service provider, you should patch that. So example, I use iPhone. So every time when there's a security patch or patch been launched by Apple, I typically what I do is ensure that it's actually upgraded very fast, because it contains a lot of security patches. It has improvement which is going to safeguard a lot of zero-day vulnerabilities or which is recently discovered vulnerabilities to it. So just to talk about zero-day, I just touched upon zero-day vulnerability which do not have any patches. You try to implement some of those mitigating controls to avoid until you find out the patches for it. So a lot of different attack which I have actually researched as a part of my second master's, and one of the research was based on one is IoT implementing the cybersecurity frameworks on the autonomous vehicles, which today we call Tesla, semi-automated or driverless cars. And then a lot of other work which have been done to design some of the data privacy element to it. So it's pretty vast area, to be honest. I'm trying to keep it to the generic so that it gives you that storyline to carry on to it. Again, as we spoke about the cyber attack cases, some of these are data privacy legislation violation. Typically, Europe and California in US, they are governed through a pretty stringent what we call data privacy laws. In Europe, they call GDPR, and especially in California, this is called CCPA. So these laws provide a lot of legislation powers to the consumer, and as well as same as for the companies to adhere to it. So one of those elements whereby we have seen in the news, where Amazon was fined for close to 746 million in the month, I believe, year 2021. The reason was that it was not appropriately capturing the consent for the user. So I don't know, just to give you an example of it. So nowadays, what happens if you go to any GDPR website, and even some of those Indian websites, so you probably see a pop-up on the left and the bottom of things saying that, do you consent on this cookie setting? When you click on that, you have certain categories of cookies. So there'll be a social media cookies, targeted cookies, strictly necessary cookies, which are required for the function of the website, but there are cookies which they use to give certain services to it. So especially a lot of bigger clients such as Google, Facebook, they use a lot of this data because they've been driven through data only. So they use a lot of this information. At the same time, these laws require them to consent. For example, if my number has been shared from X person to Y, so I expect a person A to take a consent that my number can be shared with B or C. So that kind of regulations with the same thing, which when you go to that website or you're a consumer of it, you have a right to say that, what are my rights to know that I have consented for this X purpose. For example, I wanted only a monthly emailer which talks about some marketing email, something, but you started giving me a weekly emailers with spamming my inbox. So these are things which comes as a part of privatization, and both Amazon and WhatsApp actually been fined on some different element of legislation or lack of unclear privacy policy. And as you probably would have seen in, and I also use WhatsApp. So as a consumer, I have seen a lot of time it's tried to improve their privacy notice. It's keep bogging me saying that I need to accept that privacy notice. I still not accept it, but this is how exactly happens whenever they try to refine it. They try to keep it simple as soon as per the law requirement to it. So these are the pretty heavy fine, and as per some of the GDPR law, they are 2% to 5% kind of range by which they can target the global revenue of the company. So companies are pretty serious in EU as well as California. In Canada also, we've been really discussing about C11, which is another legislation which is going to strengthen our PIPDA laws, but that's going to it's still in Parliament right now. But it's going to be strengthening some of those same control from a GDPR, what has been implemented in GDPR and CCPA. So I talked about cyber risk. I talked about what are the recent cases were there. And I also talked about what are the different data privacy elements to it. And then now you'll be wondering that, okay, now I have a risk. How do I ensure my organization? And this is very important framework. And you can refer, and I have kept a slide which has a useful links to it. This is called cyber defense framework. Basically, you call it differently, but typically allows an organization to identify, protect, detect, respond, or recover. And these are the principle, or I would say, which you follow in order to ensure that your organization is protected. So I'm just going to go quickly on that. What does that mean to it? So identify is means, so example, let's say example of any X organization, be it, let's say, any organization which you like, let's say, a e-tailer, something, which is selling some products for the consumer. So what you first wanted to understand, if you're an employee and you are a cybersecurity expert on that, first you understand what are my assets which I'm protecting today. Am I protecting my website, where they are hosted? And nowadays everything is going on a cloud. So most of the assets are actually being hosted on a cloud to it. So you need to know what's your surface of the attack, right? So let's say in the simplest example, basically your house, right? So you're living in a house, you need to know what's your house square feet look like, right? What is you trying to protect? So in order for you to protect your house, you probably what you put is the door with the lock. So that's why we call as a firewall. Basically, a firewall rule is until unless you don't have a key for that firewall, you can't enter that particular firewall. So that's how the protection control talks about, right? So you identify what is my assets in a security terms, right? And you try to protect those assets through different controls. So firewall is one of the simplest example of protection perspective. You also going to implement, let's example, like today, when I'm trying to log into this webinar, I've been asked username and password, right? Without username and password, I was not allowed to enter to this particular webinar, right? These are some of the protection controls from an access management perspective. So you can refer ISO 27001 as one of the framework, which is largely been used as to ensure that you get a good understanding to it. Detect and respond is basically, as I said, so detect can be, let's example, your EDR solution, endpoint detection response solution, whereby anything, so example, you open a document which you received from your friend, colleague, and ultimately is resulted into, generating another process or opening a new browser, right? Which means there's a suspicious behavior has been observed. So not a lot of EDR technologies or tools, what they does is they analyze the behavior of that particular newly downloaded file. And if it's suspicious and try to make a connection to the, let's say, another malicious server hosted recently or the website which is recently created, they try to block it. So that's how the detect and response works. One of the detection element is again the antivirus. Simplest one, right? You put antivirus, you match the signature and they say, okay, fine. I found this file is suspectable and I actually quarantine it. They quarantine for some time and sometimes delete it also, because if they strongly feel that the hash which is matched between this file and what they have in a signature is actually matching, and that's why they want to delete it, because it's actually virus, right? So these are some of the detect and respond tools which we use to solidify some of those guiding principles for detect and respond to it. Recovery is where all of this thing doesn't work out, right? So basically a ransomware attack, right? Somebody said, okay, you got a job offer, blah, 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 and you click on the link. Once you click on the link, your system got hacked, right? And it actually encrypted your entire system, right? And then it comes with a pop-up saying that if you wanted to decrypt it, pay me with this Bitcoins or some different ways which they like to do that way, right? So for the recovery perspective, what you essentially do is you actually try to create a backup of a system. So example, if today my system goes down, I have actually a cloud backup, right? Even if they take care of my machine, I said, okay, fine. I don't have any data which I can sustain as a loss. I still can recover my data from that. So that's why people say you need to have a backup strategy for when you're implementing some of those elements to it. So recovery as a principle works in that fashion. So you recover from your impact which has happened. So I understand the system has been down, but you have a backup tape to recover to the state which can ensure that your organization can be successful to it. So we spoke about the cyber. I see a lot of raised hand, but I'll take this question at the end so that it doesn't get interrupted in between. I hope that's be okay. From a data privacy perspective, there are certain principles which we follow, and which is like a key principle. Again, just excuse me for 1 second. So from a data privacy perspective, it's typically, again, I'm giving example of GDPR. There are more number of principles, and I took some of this example for giving you an idea that when it comes to data privacy, what are the things we need to ensure to mitigate those things? One is you need to have a lawful fairness and transparency what you're collecting in. So example, if you're collecting certain information, and you might have seen a lot of time that people collect information for X purpose. This example, I've been a customer of, let's say, any footwear company, right? I went to the Nike store. I say, okay, fine, I like your store, and I bought shoes from them. And then actually what I given is, I given them a consent. Consent was somebody was an iPad that day and say, hey, sir, probably do you like to see what's coming up in next 3 months from Nike, for example, right? I said, sure, I'm a big fan of Nike, and then probably wanted to get that, right? But then suddenly what happens is that maybe that particular company may be tied up with some different other brands, which provide certain, let's say, socks as a services. So I started getting emailers for them, for that matter. Example, I'm just giving those examples just so that I can relate to it, that how this information get translated from one party to another party. So it's very important that when you collect those data, you need to have certain legitimacy. And that's what this law talks about, that if you've been taken a consent for a specific purpose, your consent should remains to that particular purpose. It cannot be used until unless you're notified to your consumer that I'm using this information for other than what have been told to you earlier, right? And that's why it says that you need to be very fair. You need to have a transparency in your process. Ensure a data subject, which basically your consumer, anyone, or employee, has a fair access to the information. So example, if you open a lot of social media app today, there's an option where you can actually ask them your download data. You can even ask them what information they are storing, because they are pretty heavily now, as we have seen in the previous slide, been scrutinized by a lot of legislation. So they've been pretty transparent in terms of what information they collect to it. So it's a good exercise. You go through it and then try to see what information they have about you and what is the legitimate purpose to it. So data minimization is, again, like you collect what is required. So example, like somebody asking about first name, last name, date of birth, and then you probably asking why you need date of birth for it. Can it not be just an age, right? So the company needs to think about that, why they need this information. Are they need this information? So, for example, oh, I need this information because I need to ensure that you have a legal age to come on board on my platform. Or I just wanted to understand that if I'm providing you any life insurance services, then I'm ensuring that I'm calculating your age accurately. So these are the others factors need to be considered when it comes to when you follow data principle or data privacy principle as a term to it. I hope I'm on time. So this slide just talk about the opportunities as a student you have, and these are vast. And I was just reading it as I was preparing the presentation. I always like to give some statistics so that it actually gives a point, whereby I was reading that in US last year, there was close to 5.5 million unfilled cybersecurity job was, which means there's a lot of opportunity for you if you're seriously considering to going either on the cyber side or a data privacy side. I'm going to touch upon these roles, which I've largely seen in the organization. One is SOC analysis, which is like a security operation analysis, where all they monitor your system networks, understand where you have been attacked or there's incident to it. There's incident response specialist whose work is once that alert has been confirmed that it's an incident. For example, your server has been attacked and you know that my website is not been accessible by certain user, the incident response specialists come in picture on that. Security architect, cloud security specialists are pretty much in demand. So they work on the architecture perspective, they work to design the security solution for the organization. IT risk management professional, IT auditors are typically works in the second and third line of defense. So when in the organization perspective, you typically have business as your first line of defense, second, your risk professional as a second line of defense, audit as a third line of defense. As I also spoke about data security as a specialist, there's a huge career opportunity from being a data privacy professional. You can be a pen tester, you can be a VM analysis to support some of the red team exercises, be a part of the team who's a good guys who protecting the organization rather than being a bad guys to it. So it's an ample amount of opportunity, and I can budge you that if you see 2021, there's still it's still a niche career, and this is gonna be growing every day because every organization, be it school, be it colleges, be it government, be it corporate, they need a cyber and data privacy specialist today. So that's it from my side, and I hope you liked the session. And I really want that my entire objective for the sessions, whenever I speak to the lot of students, I feel that I'm part of that journey. So these are the useful links. You can go through it, which also gives you a good idea about what are the talks which we have gone through today. And please free to reach me out on my LinkedIn account. This is how I can see on my LinkedIn, and this is a pretty unique name. So I don't think so you will be finding very difficult to find me out there. So thank you so much for listening and being a wonderful audience. I know you are 300 plus today, plus I can take your questions now. I don't see any question in Q&A. Is there a specific question you like to raise or mute, or I can stop sharing if you want.
Yeah, thank you, Sarang. I guess we have two hands.
Okay, let me just.
It's okay.
I will stop sharing so that I can start.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
All right. I have Amarnath JL. Please go ahead, sir. I don't know whether we can unmute him.
Yes, good morning, sir. Yeah,
good morning.
I'm working as a national professor in the department at Jain University. It's a nice presentation.
Thank you.
I'm having one question.
Sure.
Is there any particular cyber law has been amended for the organizations or the MNCs which are looking for the data of the public?
Again, it's totally dependent on geography to geography. We have if I talked about Canada and US, it governs through their federal laws, as well as their provinces laws, which we call states in India. So there are specific laws which they follow it from ensuring that they're critical infrastructure. So banks are been considered as critical infrastructure because if the banks are not operating, it's going to be impacting the economy. So a lot of regulation which they follow, they govern through some of those NIST guidelines, which I just spoke about from that cyber defense framework to it. So they give some sort of a reference to those ones saying that you should be following this guideline, ensuring they are intact to it. And they've been regularly audited through those guidelines to it. So there's no specific which I can think of to go through it, but it's always each government has their laws. And I believe in India, we a lot of regulations come from the bank regulators as well as the insurance regulator to it. Same for the different, as they see, they need to tighten those controls to it. So there's no specific one, but there are legislation varies from, so example, like from a data privacy perspective, GDPR, CCPA in California, others are some of the data privacy laws one, but there are not specifically from a cyber perspective, which I have seen it like global for all kind of thing.
Okay. And is there any particular perspective tip for the students or undergraduates, like as a cybersecurity professional, which is the best career they can choose in future? Which one you choose? Like you have shown at the last slide, which is the best option for the students?
Well, that's a great question. I'll tell. I don't know how much time I have, but I started my career as IT project manager. So I was doing the digital solution for the company. And then I grew up my understanding on information security after 3 or 4 years when I was with that same firm. And later on, it happened that I liked and I moved to the audit vertical of that firm. So the vertical is pretty vast, and each area has an ample amount of opportunity. So I started with as in audits in cybers, but then I moved to consulting, and I am kind of more generalized, and I'm not pretty SME like one of the shoulders, but I try to go beyond one particular areas to it. So each of those roles or job profile which I have explained has a good opportunity. So there's nothing like if you say that, oh, this is paid less or something like that. If you are good in those areas, those are paid pretty heavily, especially in US and Canada. They have been pretty paid very heavily. I hope that answers your questions. All right. I have another question from Dr. Suchitra R. Nair.
Yeah.
If you can unmute, ma'am.
Yes. Sarang, it was really a wonderful presentation, though I couldn't join the session completely because I also partly work on AI governance and ethics. I just started. So it was very lovely to hear your talk. So I have one doubt. We have lots of, security framework, this NIST, CIS. But now, since you work on the domain, how generally companies select the framework? Is there any policies used to select the framework? Is my question.
Yeah, so that's a great question again. So typically NIST has been, as you know, it came from US, and a lot of North American companies rely on those. These are a guiding principle, right? There is no thumb rule by which you can say, okay, I do this and been 100% compatible to it. they try to unify their approaches through that. So example, if some of those regulations require them to comply to NIST, then they have to do a NIST certification. Especially the companies now moving to the cloud, right? As you have seen, Google, Amazon, and Azure from Microsoft. This has been pretty raised, right? I don't know the adoption rates in India, but in US and Canada, it's pretty high, and especially in Europe, right? Everybody's now wanted to be going cloud because everybody feels that we can't scale it pretty much, and the cost is pretty high to sustain that physical infrastructure. So example, to build that one. So they use some of the CCM framework, which has been specifically for the cloud controls to it. So it goes by control to control what asset try to put it. So if the organization is financial organization, they go pretty stringent. For example, NIST, CS have their own controls, SOC 1, SOC 2 requirements for their third parties. So they choose different frameworks to apply based on the regulation they demand to it. And especially the best practice to show transparency, as well as ensuring the trust in to the public faith, because this has been audited, right? And then once they see that they are pretty regulated and the controls are intact, it increases this trust of the stakeholders in the organization. So they try to be more proactive, try to ensure that they, as much as they've been leased to those frameworks which were coming in the market, but mostly NIST is one of the principles which goes by CCM 4.0 version, which is the Cloud Security Alliance ones. These are the ones commonly being used across multiple organizations, right?
Thank you, Sarang. Thank you so much.
Okay, no worries. I see one question. What are the best international certification? So everything is internationally been recognized, to be honest. Whether you do it from ISACA, ISACA allows you to do CISA, CRISC, and then you can also do some of the IC square certifications, which is CISSP, CCSP certification. They are pretty much well internationally recognized certification, which help you to foundationalize to it. So my suggestion is to start working on some of the ISO frameworks ones, because this is going to build your knowledge around different domains where you need to aware about. And as I give an example of the house system, it's just the simplest way you can actually to see when you actually considering putting any security controls. So these are the common examples which you can start with. Learn through it, understand what is mean by that, why people talk about cybersecurity as a whole, but it's as simple as that. You actually try to protect and digital IT assets, which are storing your information, processing your information, talking to one different system on the other to it. All right. Is there any questions? Any other thing? It's 11:55 a.m. so I probably need to go sleep now. So thank you so much for being a wonderful audience. And as I said, I always do anything from my motherland. So feel free to invite me next year, sir. So happy to be on board to provide this knowledge to the students.
Yeah, I would like to thank this opportunity to thank for the steering speech you gave us at the graduation ceremony, sir. Sorry. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for the steering speech you gave us for this conference, sir. Everyone present at this occasion was not only aware of your knowledge, but also greatly impressed by your presenting style. It was a great pleasure to listen to your wise words and learn so much from it. I take this opportunity to thank you on behalf of our team who were captivated by your talk. I'm extremely grateful to you to touch on the subject of cybersecurity in your speech and create so much awareness regarding the same. It would be our immense pleasure to invite you once more to spread awareness around the subject in the near future. Thank you once again, sir. And I now call upon Dr. Ajay, sir, to thank Mr. Sarang.
Yeah. Hi, Sarang. Again.
Hello, sir. Nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice. So once again, I would like to thank and those audience who have joined us now. would like to really appreciate Sarang for coming up in the, I can't say in the midnight or morning, it's almost 2 a.m. approx. 2:30.
Yeah, I have to sleep 6 hours now to
I do.
to start
So
my
we're
8 a.m.
extremely sorry,
meeting.
but we are really what we called very. I'm not getting the
No,
word
I
exact,
understand, sir.
but the fact is that we
Understand.
all are blessed with your very energetic and dynamic speech. So as we are from the background where Uttunga Research Forum is there, as you've seen the entire Varana. So
Sure.
from all our students who are very passionately and dedicatedly asking that, can we have any kind of approach from where we can shift our the learning strategies directly to the how we can reach to the companies, and they are also requesting you to have a certain kind of small talks in the future to make bridge a gap between the academia and the industry, and also to collaborate with us in certain form. It will be very useful for our students, entirely indeed for entire university, to be in touch and to be into collaboration. So we are looking forward for a certain academic or something collaboration from your side. Do let us know by any means to us that how our students who are very good in this, because we have a specialized branch in Jain University specifically for cybersecurity, information security, and unfortunately, I'm also from the same background. So it will be a great pleasure to definitely take you into some kind of incubation centers or something where we will bring you and we will get blessings from people like you into the forum, and you will always give us the what we call the way and the guideline which can actually help them into this. So by this, I seriously want to thanks, and from all our Uttunga team, School of CS and IT, Jain University, and almost we are having more than 350 participants in the YouTube plus 310 live here. So thank you all. Thank you, Sarang.
No, absolutely. It's my pleasure. I saw a couple of questions around the master, and I've been mentoring a couple of universities as a I would say external advisor on those boards, typically doing their course correction around their what they've been taught on those universities. Would be happy to lend my my educational support on that one in terms of giving certain inputs to it. Happy to do that. I saw one question and I want to take pretty quickly. He said, can we do a master in cybersecurity? Yes, I did my master in cybersecurity in 1 year. There are a lot of Indian university also offers masters. It's up to you which one you wanted to pursue it. For example, if you have a budget and if you think that North America is something where you like to pursue it, definitely welcome to Canada. So there are a lot of opportunities here, and a lot of university offers thing, and it's a great country to get a lot of immigration good friendly policies to it. So it's going to support that way. So because you wanted to utilize large amount of your money and then try to settle down yourself, and from that per se, it is pretty well supported so far. Since pandemic till now, they've been good support from the governments to it. I saw one more quick question was the link for the certification. I don't know, but there are useful links. I don't know which areas you want to target. There are links around data privacy. There are OneTrust is one of those tools which is used in the market, and they are providing free training. So if you're really interested, you can hop on OneTrust certification for data privacy. For the cybersecurity as such, ISO 27001 is pretty much, you can Google it, you will get all the information about ISO 27001. It's the first thing we should be learning as an information security professional, because then you develop a good understanding about what are your domains you're talking about, right? Is access management, physical security, data security and such. So I would start from there, build that foundation. So as I said, I completed my bachelor's, then a master's. So focus on the foundation, and then focus on specialists. For example, once you like that area and they think, okay, fine, I'm a more hacker materials, I probably need to do a pen testing or part of a red team exercise, then you probably need to choose a pen testing as a career, right? You will probably start with a VM kind of a role where you learn, how do I discover vulnerabilities in my application? How do I gain that? Then ethical hacker. you go with more practical approach to it and then try to learn that thing. I would definitely try to be talk around if you really interested sometime. I'll speak to Ajay sir on separately. But this is how different career path you can choose to it. But the initial foundation, you have to clarify all your basic concept. And as I said, there are a lot of companies in India itself would be more than interested to hire a cyber talent. Initially may have hesitation in terms of experiences, but definitely it's going to be succeed in your attempt. Believe me, it's sky is the limit in cybersecurity. Another question, I just say I'm completed my CH. What could be the next step that I would have taken? Vikram, good question. I don't know which year you are and where you you have a background to it. But if you complete CH, if it is a practical one and you are pretty comfortable of executing it, MCA first year. So you have 2 more years to it. I believe 3 years MCA. You would definitely, if you really liking it, your CH as a background, so then definitely try a pen testing, a red team. So basically there are different teams who supports it. You can be an approach your organization saying that you have been certified in CH, and then your interest area is to discover some of those vulnerabilities to it. So you can apply for a pen testing profile. OSCP is something which marketly demand. It's highly technical, but not necessary requirement for the analyst kind of role, because assumption is that you're going to learn in 1 or 2 years, and then you upskill your techniques, and then you can go further to it. All right. I hope I covered it, Vikram. You can connect me on my LinkedIn. I'm pretty active on that. I always, as I said, knowledge is something which you need to share. And I didn't charge for it, so you should be good in connecting with me on LinkedIn. I should be able to help you with any further questions to it. All right, so I guess I took all the questions, sir. Please free to reach out to my LinkedIn. I'm happy to take all your questions there. Although there may be a time differences, so please bear with me, because as I said, I'm on different time zones. So if you're working and then you expect my response in 1 or 2 hours, it's slightly be delayed because I also need to finish some of my business meeting in the morning and then probably evening. All right. Thank you so much, sir, for hosting me today. And I'm gonna give us a sign off from now. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Wonderful day. Bye. Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ajay, sir. Now we have with us Dr. Bhuvana Jayabalan, Head Department of MCA, School of CS and IT, Jain deemed to University. Ma'am is skilled in design of challenging, enriching, administrative, and innovative activities. She has completed PhD in Computer Science in Bardiyar University, Coimbatore in 2012. Ma'am has also have 14 years of experience. Now I call upon Dr. Bhuvana Jayabalan to address the gathering.
Thank you, ma'am. Very good morning, all. I'm extremely honored to be a part of the first international conference on recent development in science, technology, engineering, and management. It is organized by the Department of BCA, School of Computer Science and IT, Jain deemed to be University. Today, we cannot imagine our life without research, and it has become an essential part of our daily life. This type of conference allows everyone to put their ideas on the table. So my wish for all the participants is that they conduct and participate in more research and development in the fields of engineering, science, and technology, which are critical to the advancement of our society. The goal of this two-day conference is to learn and share knowledge among all the participants, as well as those with extensive experience and expertise in relevant areas of engineering, science, and technology. This conference is a forum for researchers, scientists, software architects, and industry professionals to discuss innovative ideas and diverse topic related to the next generation of information technologies and applications. I just want to quote Jimmy Wales' words: if it is not on Google, it does not exist. Those are the words that best describe the reality that technology has transformed. We live in a world where the physical world coexists with cyberspace and digital representation of ourselves. We have more virtual friends than real friends, forming large online communities. We live in a world where data is oil. So in our world, it is easier to get free Wi-Fi than free water. We don't use technology, but we live technology. So I would like to read a condensed version of Nikola Tesla's prediction from 1926, in which you can easily identify the device that is changing our lives today. When wireless technology is perfected, the entire planet will be transformed into a massive brain. So we will be able to communicate with only another instantly. So regardless of distance, we will see and hear one another as clearly as if we were face to face. So despite thousands of miles between us, and the instruments we will use to do so will be incredibly simple in comparison to our current telephone. So as we arrived at that point today, I would like to express my gratitude to all the participants who have joined in this conference, and I hope that this is one of many fruitful endeavors we undertake for further research and development. Finally, I wish you all fruitful and enlightening the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those wonderful words. Now we have with us Dr. Suchitra Nair, Head MSc IT, School of CS and IT, Jain University. Ma'am is having 16 years of experience in teaching, research, and leadership. Ma'am has delivered more than 100 plus special lectures. Ma'am's research area is cloud computing, healthcare analytics, and IoT. I request now ma'am to take over the session and address the gathering for a few seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Menaka, for that wonderful introduction. And I thought I'll thank the team at the end, okay? But I have decided to change the flow. I thought I'll just thank, you know what, I listened to 2 talks today. One was by Luminita Moraru, and she was speaking about diagnosing of skin diseases. And then we had wonderful young speaker, Sarang. So I was just listening to these 2 talks, and trust me, I really loved it. So this credit goes to the team. So the team has really done an amazing job. To be very honest, sometimes online conference gets very boring, right? And most of us just join, just mute, and we'll do our job. But though I was in the middle of some interview, I could again, you know, log in, log off. I just pinged Bhavna also. So Bhavna, you have done a very wonderful job. You have Dr. Ajay, who is really coordinating the event very well. And I could see Dr. Sunita, I can see Dr. Ananda Aguja. So it's really wonderful that you have taken an initiative. And trust me, Sarang was talking on a topic which is of my interest now. So I should actually thank you. You didn't do a student conference, actually you did a conference for me also. So thank you so much. And yeah, speaking about my experience as a teacher and as a researcher, way back I remember research was not part of students. You know, it was not a student platform, or it was research was exclusively for the one who is doing PhD, not for an undergraduate student or a postgraduate student, especially in India. Way back in 2000, I think 10 or 11, I was asking one of my master's student to write a research paper. The first question he asked me was, why should I write a research paper? Though research paper writing was not part of the curriculum, but he was a foreigner and he went back to his country and called me and told, since I had that research paper, I could get 2 additional increments. So that's how research was, you know, a decade from now, how it was. But things have changed now. We are all have realized the importance of involving students in research or giving a platform for students to open up and express an ideas. So I know there are lots of student participants here, as Dr. Ajay was mentioning, from across the world. You have participants from 14 countries, which is mind-blowing, okay? Which is not that easy to get participants internationally. So, but and to all the participants here, see, writing a paper for a conference, even now, with these many years of experience, is very challenging for me. Even I get stressed because creating that narrative is not easy. So you would have put lots of stress on writing a paper and overall, and you'll be waiting whether this paper have got accepted. Then it is accepted. You have to prepare for presenting. You have to prepare for answering the questions what the panel members may put across. But trust me, all these things of you participating in conference, especially a conference exclusively organized for students. One, this is a platform for you to share your ideas. And if you are a person who are very passionate, I don't may even use the word research. If you are a person who is very passionate about identifying problems, it's not only identifying problem, giving solution to the problem as an IT expert or as a computer science expert or as a management expert, these conferences will really help you. And second, you are not only presenting, right? You are listening to people. When you're listening to people, it opens up lots of new ideas. Just the 2 talks, what I've attended today, have literally made me to think about something new. And even after I was listening to Sarang, I was even thinking that I should do few certifications. So this really opens up an ideas, these kind of platforms. And one, getting a platform to ask questions. I could see lots of students were asking questions to the speakers. Generally, platforms are being given and we are being asked to ask questions, especially the Asians or Indians. We are very hesitant to ask questions. You know, you feel that if I ask question, what the other person will think about it. But this platform with this 2 hours of me sitting here, I could see lots of students and faculty members were opening up and asking lots of questions that are meaningful questions. So, and finally, let me conclude saying that I want all of you to participate in lots of conferences like this, not only the one which we School of CS and IT is organizing, even please go out and even attend offline conferences. Networking is very, very important for you guys. So please attend more conferences. One, there is always a fear factor. If you take 100 students, around 98 to 99 students have a fear factor of coming to a podium or coming to the stage or sitting on an online platform like this and speaking. There is always a fear of addressing an audience. So more conferences you attend, that fear of speaking will just vanish. Trust me, that's what I have done. And I wish that you will also attend lots of conferences like this. And once again, finally, I thank the entire team of Uttunga, the Students Conference Forum, who have taken lots of effort to make this conference a great success. And it is not a small work of organizing a conference. It involves days and months together of work out of my experience, which is, and I could see usually we say, conference is organized always with people who have a PhD qualification. But it is not so. It's just a passion of organizing and put things into place matters. So a great cheers to all the team. And I hope that you will do an exclusive conference for faculties also, not only for students. And I'm waiting for that. So thank you. And I hope that this conference will be a big blast for you. And I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for those inspiring and encouraging words. It means a lot to us. Now I call upon Mrs. Bhavana Gowda, BCA Coordinator, School of CS and IT, Jain deemed to be University, to give away the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of organizing team Uttunga, the Student Research Forum, I deem it a great honor and privilege to propose the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. First and foremost, I would like to thank Dr. Chandraj Rajan, Chancellor and Founder Chairman, Jain Group of Institution in his absentia. Mr. Ravindra Bhandari, Vice President, Jain Group of Institution in his absentia. Dr. N. Sundarajan, Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Raj Singh, Vice Chancellor, Dr. Ishwaran Iyer, Pro-Vice Chancellor in their absentia. And I would like to extend my vote of thanks to Dr. N.V.H. Krishnan, Registrar, Jain University in his absentia, Mr. M.S. Santosh, Joint Registrar, Dr. K.R. Sridharamurthy, Director, Academics and Planning, and Mr. Ashwin Ajila, Founder and Managing Director, iNurture Education Solutions and Private Limited in their absentia. My heart fills with lots of gratitude and respect for our distinguished guest speaker, Dr. Luminita Moraru, Professor at Galati University, Romania, and Mr. Sarang, Security Consulting Manager, Accenture Security, for not only sparing their invaluable time for us to grace this occasion, but also for enlightening us with their commendable talk on machine learning related to healthcare, cancer related to skill, and cyber security aspects. You have indeed put best of your effort to make this event unforgettable event. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And I would like to extend my vote of thanks to our director, Dr. Dinesh Nilkansar, for his constant support, vision, and commitment and guidance in all our efforts and in his absentia. My heart goes out to thank our respected delegates, Dr. Sujay Nair, Chief Product Officer, iNurture Education Solution Private Limited, in his absentia. And I would like to thank Dr. Shraddha Kanwar, Chief Learning Officer, iNurture Education Solution Private Limited, for encouraging us with her humble presence and good wishes, and also inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting this ICRD-STEM 2022. We are thankful to her for her youth support at all times. Thank you, ma'am. I'm running short of words to express my humble thanks to Dr. M.N. Nachappa sir for his words of encouragement. His able guidance has always encouraged us. I thank him for his kindness, his interest, and for his constant support to make this event a grand success. Thank you, sir. I also wish to have a special recognition of our mentors, Dr. Suchitra Nair, Head MSCIT, and Dr. Bhuvana J, Head Department of MCA, for their words of wisdom and encouraging us with their humble presence and good wishes. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to extend my vote of thanks to all my students. To mention a few: Kirti Prabhu, Sonia, Sai Dhanush, Neha, Saurav, Arpita, Supreme, and many more from Uttunga, the Student Research Forum, for their enthusiasm, support in all the aspects under the guidance of Dr. Ajay Sriram Kushwaha and Akhil Menon and Dr. Mahesh B, who inspired all the students in working towards the goal of conducting this ICRD-STEM 2022. We are grateful to all the faculties, students, participants, and non-teaching staff for helping us to arrange flags for today's event and making our institute look even more beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you for your words, ma'am. I, Sai Dhanush, Student Coordinator of Uttunga, the Student Research Forum, Jain University, request Dr. Meenaka ma'am, Associate Professor of Department of BCA, the School of CS and IT, to welcome our session chair.
We have with us Dr. S.B. Kishore, the Head of the Department of Computer Science at Shraddha Patel College, Chandrapur. Dr. S.B. Kishore has his primary research interest on cryptography, algorithmic analysis, and OOPS technologies. He holds a PhD in both computer science and management. He has a record of writing and has published nearly 50 books. He has received various honors, including recipients of National Record as per India Book of Record 2014 for authoring maximum book in computer science. Sir, it's an honor having you here with us today, and I would request you to address the participants.
First of all, I'm very much thankful to the organizer for inviting me here as a session chair. Especially thanks to Dr. Ajay Kushwa. And being a first international conference, let me congratulate the entire department, the faculty members for organizing such a wonderful conference for the benefits of the students.
Good morning, sir. I'm sorry to disturb you, but could you please be a little louder?
Am I audible?
No, sir. Could you keep your mic a little bit closer?
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So first of all, let me thanks to organizer for giving me an what can I say that interactive for giving me a chance to be a part of this particular international conference, being a session chair. Let me congratulate the Department of IT, especially Dr. Ajay Kushwaha sir, for organizing such a wonderful student. Now coming to the today's presentation topics, I have gone through the list and it shows me a lot of recent topics, and I hope that many of the students have done a lot of work on this particular topic, and I'm expecting something good output from this particular entire conference. So with that, I request all the participants to start the session one by one. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you, sir, for those wonderful words. Now I hand over the session to Sai Dhanush.
Thank you, ma'am. I will also take this opportunity to welcome our session co-chair, Dr. K. Sunita. Dr. K. Sunita is working as a professor in Jain University in the School of CS and IT. She has 22 years of teaching experience in research in the field of computer science. She has published more than 20 research papers in various national and international journals and presented more than 27 research papers at various national and international conferences. Her area of research is data warehouse, data mining, ETL, ML, data science, ITR, software engineering, and AI. Let's start with a briefing session. The allocated time for your paper presentation will be a total of 10 minutes, 8 minutes for your paper presentation, and 2 minutes for the Q&A session. Once the time limit is exceeded, the presenters will be notified with a bell ring. Let me show you an example of how the bell ring sounds. I hope this is audible. Once your 8 minutes is over, you will have a 2-minute Q&A session. Once the time limit is make sure you present within the given time limit. The participants should keep their video on and must have a plain background or a backdrop. We request the presenters to rename themselves with their paper ID followed by their name. The award for the best presenter will be declared at the end of day 2 of the conference. First up, we have paper ID 0538 Pascal Mom Me. I request you to start the presentation. Pascal Mom Me, I hope you are there.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Yes, I am there. Let me share my screen, please. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I want to thank the organizer. I want to thank everyone for this great opportunity. I believe my journey in a PhD is, has a big contribution from Indian, because this is not my first conference I'm attending from Indian. Okay, at presenting my topic, deep learning models and knowledge graph for biomedical information and bioinformatics on data classification for healthcare. So I'm from my university is AGH, University of Science and Technology. I think it's the best university in Poland. So you can see the names of the participants for this paper. These are my co-authors and I'm the one. Okay, for this paper, okay, I will briefly talk about the abstract, the aims of the study, the importance of the study, then how deep learning models influence the healthcare system, the stages of transformation, the deep learning, and the knowledge graph. Talk of the conclusion. Okay. Okay. Concerning the abstract, for the brief introduction, this study, I employ a knowledge graph. There's semantic networks and deep learning models in order to explain my concept on how deep learning can be used. Deep models, I could use maybe the input with the input. Since we deal with communication and everything is going digital, then we have, maybe we can use text, we can use audio, we can use records in order to record information on the system. And with hidden layers, the deep neural and present this formation and output where we can easily have a better solution and faster, especially the healthcare system. That the materials, basically I use deep learning models, I use 6 of them. Then within the 6 are classified into hidden layers, then that's input, hidden layers, then the output. Then the objectives of the study, I try to introduce a model where we can obtain information from patients, then classify, then determine the outcome as fast as possible. And then from the findings, I had to go in for primary findings where I sample some questionnaires, then to develop hypotheses. And actually, the conclusion was at least determined that purpose for this paper. Basically, the aims, as you can see from this paper, then to create a well-defined, meaningful label graph that can act like a dictionary for healthcare information system, where I can generate different symptoms and the health issues. When you, maybe if it's just a telephone call, you can classify your details, then present output as fast as possible. You can self-determine the situation yourself before actually going for a specialist to tell you what exactly you can do. The world is going digital, and we have to be independent. We will not actually have to depend on others for our health issue. So that was one of the aim. I will just talk about this one since there's time limit of 8 minutes. Okay. The importance of this paper. So I think of a new paradigm of deep learning, especially using the programs like Python, where I can redefine the healthcare system by ensuring better care solutions. Then a new era of modern technology, yes, as we are now, everything is going digital. The technology is in our hands. We no longer have to depend on it. They have to use systems like big data, which has maybe like 6G, that network that you have to use within the healthcare to have information as fast as possible. Then with the cloud system, we can use a system like artificial intelligence. We can use machine learning in order to train our own system, then to easily understand ourselves. Because even the mobile phones that we use, when you realize that we are typing at a certain level, the system, they will actually try to determine what you have to type the next word. But if you have a problem, you easily always accept all the text that come up. And this, when you do like that, you train your system to either to understand you. And if you have a problem, this system can easily determine that you have a problem at this level. Then with natural language processing, which is the communication, it is going very important now. We use phones to communicate, we use text, we use record, we use audio, we use videos like the conference today, which is a very important part of natural language. That every input must pass through the natural language processing, depending on the language. Then the information communication tools like the computer, the phones, and all the like. Then the cloud computing, which is what most companies are going in now, especially the healthcare system. So how deep learning models influence the healthcare system? I use the 6 different deep learning models in the supervised system, where you can actually say, I'm having a high temperature. Yes, you already know that when you have high temperature, the probability can likely be that you have fever, or you have close symptoms that malaria. So, but also where I could classify this information in order for us to easily have output, accurate output. Then with unsupervised, I know that with unsupervised, we don't actually determine what the system, you cannot actually determine the output, but I try to make it in such a way that even if you don't determine the output, you can actually know the end result. You can predict, but not actually accurate as the computer might actually determine. Due to unforeseen circumstances of nowadays, it's very difficult to determine output, but I try as much as trying to develop a system where you, no matter what it be, whether it is unsupervised or supervised, you can actually determine the output. So that is how I use here. If you can see, I try to use two different words, malaria and gastric, then to classify them, group them. When you grouping them, you can see that you group some certain words. When you group some certain words, you can determine a patient's situation. Just by a telephone call, two patients can call at the same time. The system will determine which one should be attended first based on the information input. They can classify and rank the patients according to how they'll be taken care of. Okay, on this next slides, that's I try to talk about the stages of transformation. The stages where we have to use input, that's the artificial intelligence that we have to receive the information. We can use text, we can use calls. If you can see, I try to classify calls, text, then the records and the chatbot. Okay. Oh, thank you. I think this the knowledge graph I try to classify, and I believe that everyone can go to my paper and actually understand most of the how I try to put this thing
Mr. Pascal, you have 1 more minute. I'll be ringing the bell when it is 7 minutes. You'll have 1 minute of your time to.
Okay. Thank you. Yes. Okay, for the method I use normally deep learning models, the type of the knowledge graph, which is like the dictionary for healthcare. Then to conclude, I try to use based on the objectives, the research questions, I try to develop a hypothesis that actually determine the output from the primary research. No, thank you. So I'm open for questions.
So, Mr. Pascal, may I know first of all what is unstructured and structured biomedical images?
Please, can you come again?
What are unstructured and structured biomedical images? Because when we are talking about the images may be in the form of structured or unstructured. So, which images you are going to call the structured and which one is the unstructured?
Actually, what I do is that basically how I will still do, because it's just an idea where I have to collect information from users. Maybe I have to pass through the healthcare system. For the practitioners, the information on clinical trials, which will be the data biomedical informatics. Then when it comes to the level of computer specialists, we bioinformatics. So that is how I had to classify these two. The practitioner will be biomedical informatics. Then the technicians will be bioinformatics.
I hope that you understood the question. Unstructured and structured biomedical images. Unstructured and structured.
Unstructured and structured.
Unstructured and structured.
Sorry, I don't know.
Images.
Images?
Yes, I'm talking about what about structured image and unstructured image. When you are talking about the images, which image is called as structured and which one is called as unstructured?
No, sorry, I don't really understand your question, so it will be difficult for me to. Yes.
How the classification helps to organize the biomedical images database into image categories before diagnosis.
Okay. Thank you. What I did is that for images, I have to use the convolutional neural network for images. For example, like the scan, when you just scan a picture, and this is the option in which I will use. Then okay.
Can you summarize
Thank you,
in
Mr.
1 to 2
Pascal.
lines? Can you summarize, Pascal, in 1 to 2 lines or about your overall paper work?
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Dhanush, the next participant.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have paper ID 0508, Mr. Mayushi and his team. Mr. Mayushi, you can start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Good morning to all of everyone present here. I'm Mayur. I'm going to present about monitoring structural health using Internet of Things, and I'm from Jain University, Bangalore. First, briefly talking about the outline of our presentation. I'm going through the introduction of monitoring the structural health, and followed by there will be an objective of my project, which is the main thing for which we did the project for, and the factors leading to which a structure can collapse, and our proposed system to tackle that factors which can lead to collapsing the structure, and how we implemented, and followed by the results and conclusion and future scope. So firstly, structural health monitoring is a process which is implemented as a damage detection and characterized by a strategy which can actually technologically we can remove the structural collapse and hence provide security to a structure. So this is the brief introduction to what my topic is about, and objective of my project is to provide a reliable product, which is to mainly to avoid the structural collapse. That is the main and only aim. And also in the second point, we have to minimize the costs and also to maximize the benefits. So in order to provide an optimal solution, I can say we have actually tried to implement this project, and the same thing we are trying to implement it for the monuments or buildings or any other structures which can reduce their collapsing tendency. Next, talking about the factors which can lead to collapsing a structure, we can have cracks in a building which can lead to gradually we can see there will be many cracks in a building, or we can see sagging floors which can lead to which are due to mainly pressure, and or the structural collapse can also be collapse due to the bulging walls, which can be due to humid conditions. Sometimes it can also lead to bulking beams, which means sudden failure due to compressive stress, which is unexpected at all costs. We can't expect that at all. So mainly in this in this paper, which I'm trying to publish, we are looking forward to the two cases, that is bulging walls and buckling beams, which is due to humid conditions and due to sudden compressive stress. Now, next, coming to our proposed system, which we have used, as you can see in the diagram, we have three main parts. The first is sensing node, the middle part is the gateway, and the last part is the application server. The sensing node, in the sense, is the one which takes in the sensing values from the sensors, and we have incorporated this system using MQTT protocol which is an integral part of our IoT system. And this sensing node, what it does is that it takes in the data and it publishes to the MQTT broker. And this gateway, what it does is that after getting published after getting the information from the sensing node, this gateway just returns the value to the application server in where the application processing happens, the main processing of the data happens. And so all these things will be connected by MQTT protocol, which is a wireless protocol. So next, coming to the implementation part, as you can see in the last diagram, we have used two sensors, that is accelerometer and a humidity sensor. Accelerometer, we have used the module ADXL335, and for the humidity sensor, we have used DHT11. We have actually gone through a thorough study of going through which sensor, accelerometer, and also humidity sensor. So we have come up with the two sensors, that is 335 and DHT11. And we have used Node MCU as a sensing node, which is capable enough to take the value from these two sensors and send it to a broker or a Raspberry, that is the Raspberry Pi, which we are using it as a gateway. Next, the application server collects the data from the data published by the gateway, and when the further processing happens for generating alerts to the users. Next, coming to the implementation part, this is the block diagram of how we have implemented it. You can see that we have a Node MCU here. We have the two sensors through which the MQTT protocol is being implemented to send data to Raspberry Pi, which is the gateway. And this gateway acts as a middleman and also acts for the filtering of data towards the application server, which finally where the processing of data happens. So these are the results, the implementation. This is the output screen of Node MCU where it gets connected to Wi-Fi, and after getting connected to Wi-Fi, it just sends the data to the and it checks for the connection to the Node MCU, the Raspberry Pi, and after it has established a connection, you can see the IP address, and later when the message gets published successfully, it gives out the published message success for H for humidity and P for A for accelerometer and H for humidity. And the next, this is the output screen of application server, which comes on the left-hand side of the diagram, which I explained earlier. And this application server is just showing the readings for the humidity, which is in the percentage out of 100. The percent is out of 100, and it's showing the 47 humidity percentage, and axial meetings are in the
I'm sorry, there seems to be a technical glitch. Let's wait for Mayur to reconnect.
Whether we need to wait, Dhanush?
Sorry, sir. He seems to have a technical glitch. Let's move on to the next paper. We can do the Q&A session for Mayushi after he reconnects. Next up, we have paper ID 0662. I'm sorry. We have paper ID 1234. That is Rakesh C. Team Rakesh, are you ready?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you are audible. You can start the presentation.
I'm really sorry for my network issue. And I hope I'm audible again.
Rakesh, is it okay if your Q&A session happens after the after this paper presentation?
Hello, sir.
Am I audible? Can I continue?
Mayur, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, so is it okay if your presentation, your Q&A session happens after Rakesh's presentation?
Let it continue.
Okay.
Let him
I was just
continue.
in the last part of my
Yeah,
presentation.
let's
I have just
continue,
one
Mayur.
slide left. Yeah. I hope I'm audible, and I was there till the conclusion part. I guess when my network got disconnected.
Yes, please continue.
No,
Yes,
that's it. In the conclusion part, I was just about to conclude about what I have used to make a better product for the next future product development. And we have used MQTT, which is an integral part of our IoT system. And for the future scope, we can use various other sensors for enhancing the product reading capability. And further, we can aggregate data to provide useful alert to the users before it gets collapsed. And thank you. This is last.
May I know how the pro trinket will determine the damage location and the size and send the information to the Raspberry? How it is going to determine the damage location?
The damage location, in the sense we have, we are trying to just place a sensor on the surface of the concrete structure, so that for now what we have done is that we have placed a sensor on the structure, and we have not looked into the location or the damage location as you told. We are just looking for a structure, and for the future enhancement, we are trying to look for the damage location, where the damage can happen, and it can give from there itself. We can know the exact location also from where the damage happens.
Okay. May I know what kind of sensor can be used in order to transmit and receive the guided waves?
Sorry, sir.
What kind of sensor has been used in order to transmit and receive the guided waves during the damage?
What kind of sensors, sir?
You are using certain sensors. Okay. So what kind of
Yes, sir.
sensor it is? Sensor. What kind of sensor it is?
What I have used two sensors, sir. One is the accelerometer and the DS sensor, which is the humidity sensor. The humidity sensor is for the when the temperature gets the surroundings gets humid, so that the structure gets alerted, so that the humid conditions can lead to a structural collapse. And also for the accelerometer is for the sensing the axis. That is, it's a 3-axis accelerometer, that is X, Y, and Z, and we can get to know the X, Y, and Z axis when it gets tilting or vibrated by a earthquake or something.
So have you heard about the piezoelectric sensor?
I'm sorry, sir.
Piezoelectric sensor for this particular transmitting and receiving the guided waves. Piezoelectric sensor. Have you heard about it?
Piezoelectric, yes, sir. Piezoelectric sensor.
Okay. Why signal processing is considered as a key component of monitoring the structural health? Why it is considered as a key component? Signal processing. Why signal processing is considered as a key component of monitoring the structural health?
The signal is the main part from where it gets transmitted wirelessly. So it is the integral part, or the main part from where the information goes from one place to the other place. So in order to get the information from one sensing location to the other location, which is the gateway or a main server location, the digital signal processing is the main part through which is the main basic unit from where the processing takes place. So it is the important part, yes, sir.
Over to Sunita, madam. If you have any questions, madam. Over to Sunita, madam. If you have any more questions. Okay. Over to Dhanush.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we have paper ID 1234. Rakesh, you can resume your presentation.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, good afternoon, Rakesh. Continue. Yes, Mr. Rakesh, continue.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, we can see your screen. You can start presenting.
Hello. Hello, sir. I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity. My name is Rakesh. I'm from GATAP student. Today, I'm here to discuss about my research work, primary diagnosis of diseases based on the symptom using biomedical text mining. This is the outline of my presentation. Problem statement, issues in the current scenario, natural language processing, count vectorization, random forest, system architecture, steps for developing a model, case study, conclusion, and references. These are the topics we are going to cover in upcoming slides. Next comes to problem statement. Our motto is to develop the model that could able to predict diseases based on the symptom given by the patient. So, the current scenario, I have seen many issues where patients are waiting long time for the doctor consultant. And in hospitals, if you see, there are different departments. The patient won't be aware of those departments. They don't know where to go and to whom they need to approach. So this had motivated me to develop a model that could give primary diagnosis of diseases based on a symptom. By this model, we may reduce the traffic in front of hospitals. So if you see, due to the increase in the population, there is a big queue in front of hospitals to get identified of these diseases on the symptoms. And unavailability of hospitals in the rural area, poverty people can't afford to the doctor's fee in the consultant. If you see in the first picture from the Google, there are many people standing outside the hospital. And next one, this is a picture near Surat. Due to lack of hospitals, people are traveling longer distance to get the primary diagnosis of the diseases. So before we go into the discussion of our discussion, we get familiar with some terminologies. So first comes to natural language processing. The text classification is a common task in natural language processing and a building block for many complex NLP tasks. Text classification is a task of classifying an entire text by assigning it one or more predefined labels. And how this natural language processing can be used in medical field with a broad application in biomedical domain, including biomedical literature indexing, automatic diagnosis code assignment, Twitter classification for public health topics, and patient safety report classification. These are the uses where we can natural language processing can be used in the medical field. Next comes to count vectorization. Count vectorization involves counting the number of occurrences each word appear in the document. Count vectorization is a great tool provided by the sklearn scikit-learn library in the Python. It uses to transfer a given task into vector on the basis of the frequency count of each word that occurs in the entire text. This helps when we multiply such text and we wish to convert each word in each text into vectors. Count vectorizer create a matrix in which each unique word is represented by a column of matrix, and each text sample from the document is a row in the matrix. The values of each cell is nothing but the count of the word in the particular text sample. If you see in this picture, data is stored with an list of words, and the count vectorization will the count vectorization is works in such a way that each word is represented with an frequency count. And next comes to random forest. These are the steps involved in random forest algorithm. In random forest, n number of random records are taken from the data set having k number of records. Individual decision trees are constructed for each sample. Each decision tree will generate an output. Finally, output is considered based on the majority voting or averaging for classification and regression respectively. And this is a picture how random forest will classify the things based on a majority voting. And when it comes to system architecture of my model, at first we collected the data. Then we removed the stop words using natural language, natural processing techniques. We used NLTK library here. We built data frame. From there, if you see, we have extracted the feature extraction using count vectorization approach. We dump this into the random forest classifier, as it is very accurate among all the classification algorithms. After building the model, we predict the diseases for a given symptom. So from there, we store all the predictions. Here we have storing all the predictions in a separate data set. So whenever doctor gets a free time, we ask him to verify those predictions. Those verified predictions are added into the main data frame. This is the beauty of the model, where our model get unique from rest of the models. And here comes detailed explanation how I developed the model. Starting from the collection of the data, we have collected the data based on basic symptoms of the diseases from the data repositories and included manually taking symptoms of each collected symptom for increasing the data frame. For demonstration, we have taken two diseases like fever and skin infection for classification of disease based on the symptoms. Next, feature extraction. We have extracted the features using natural language processing techniques. In the proposed model, we used count vectorization technique to convert the text content to numerical feature vector. Bag of words taken a document from a corpus and convert into a numerical vector. If you see, index 1 represent a first symptom. So in the picture, it is clearly showing that in the sentence, if high is if high is present, then it is represented as 1. So it counts the frequency. And implementation of algorithm. In the present model, using random forest approach, multiple trees are done. To classify a new object based on a new attribute, each tree gives a classification and we say the tree votes for the classification. The forest chooses the classifications having the most votes of all the other trees in the forest based on an importance score and takes the average difference from the output of different trees. In general, random forest build multiple trees and combine them together to give more accurate result. While creating random trees, it splits into different nodes or subset. Then it search for the best outcome from the random subset. When it comes to case study, after building a model, we have chosen different patients to say their symptoms to the model. So in our case study, like for example, a patient comes to our model and he mentioned some symptom that suffering from high temperature with headache and flu. So here the model will take the symptom suffering from high temperature with headache and flu. After the pre-processing using natural language technique, it removes the stop words. So the symptom is going to become like suffering high temperature, headache, flu. After the tokenization, it becomes list of words separated with comma: suffering, high temperature, headache, and flu. Then it goes to feature extraction. Then feature extraction is done by count vectorization. So it will count the number of times the word is present in the sentence. It just counts the frequency of the word and it gives the prediction as fever. The collection of prediction will get verified.
Rakesh, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Yes, sir. Can I conclude this? Almost I'm done.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the collection of the prediction will be get verified by the doctor. Every alternative dose, the accurate predictions are going to added into the mainframe. Then again, model will read with the addition data and improve its accuracy. So this is the main beauty of this model. And coming to conclusion, our model has been implemented with an accuracy of 78.5% on the given symptom given by various patients. The present system covers all the symptoms related to fever and skin infection. The main focus is to include all the symptoms of different diseases, including heart diseases and thyroid, in the future study. The early prediction of diseases can be done using the model so that the patient can go for the proper treatment. This helps in the welfare of patients and their families. These are the references I have gone through. Thank you.
Okay, sure, sir. You can start with the Q&A session.
Mr. Rakesh, this is Dr. Ojha from Jain University. So may I know what is the nature of your data? That means your data is in terms of natural language, whether it is a dialogue between the doctor and the patient or it's a monologue of the patient describing the disease.
Yes, sir. Like the data will be a symptom, the dialogue between a doctor and the patient. When a patient visits the doctor.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, continue.
When a patient visit the doctor, he will say some symptoms to the doctor. So that symptom is our main data.
Then if that is a dialogue, the doctor is making query to the patient is answering, then what is the question of machine learning? The doctor is the expert is there and he can do that one.
Yes, sir.
So what is the need of machine learning there? So when a doctor is asking, when a doctor is querying about the disease and the patient is answering and the doctor is there with the answer, what is the disease? Then why do you require a machine learning there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The thing is, when the doctor is unavailable, like instead of a patient saying his symptoms to the doctor, if you go near to the model and if you mention his symptom, then model is going to give a primary diagnosis of the disease. So this is our main motto. If you see, due to the heavy population, there are many people standing outside the hospitals to get diagnosis of their diseases. So
that's fine, but the patient you are telling it's a dialogue. The data is a dialogue, and if the data is a dialogue, the patient has to come to the doctor. So why are you solving the problem of queue outside the hospital?
So instead of the doctor, if they approach the model, then model will diagnose the diseases. That is the main aim of this model.
Okay.
Thank you, Rakesh. Next up, we have paper number 0662, Biswatosh Pratyusha. Biswatosh, I hope you are ready with the presentation.
Hello there, am I audible?
Could you speak a little louder?
Just give me one moment, please.
No, you're clear. You're clear now.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, just allow me to share my screen.
I hope all your teammates are here.
Yes, all my teammates are here.
Sure, you can start with the presentation.
Okay. So good morning to one and good afternoon to one and all present here. My name is Vishwatosh. I'm a student of Jain University. My research is on the matter of early diagnosis and detection of brain tumor. And I've been guided by Professor Jayashree, ma'am of Jain University throughout the entire survey. My teammates are Ayush Singh, myself Vishwatosh Prakashta, Pranav Navalkha, Ravlin Sane, Sufia Nas, and Sujitra S. Let us have a look at the contents of the PPT that I'll be discussing today. We are going to be discussing about the abstract, the introduction of our paper, objectives, problem statement. We'll go through the literature review, get to a conclusion, look at the references, and finally, we can go to the survey paper link as well. So let me begin with the abstract. So what is a brain tumor? Brain tumor is considered as an uncontrolled growth of cells within the brain. So how an uncontrolled growth of cell refers to the fact that there is a regular cell cycle in every person's body. After a certain period of time, a cell dies. It can be a blood cell, it can be a bone cell, it can be various different kind of cells. But after a certain time, one cell dies and then another cell is formed. But in case of an uncontrolled growth of cells, there is some chromosome glitch due to which the cell grows in an uncontrolled manner, which results in formation of a tumor. So if such an incident occurs within the brain, we call it a brain tumor. Now, brain tumor is caused by unregulated and abnormal development within the brain or skull. And just like any other sort of tumor or cancerous matters, detection of a brain tumor is very important in the early stages. Otherwise, treatment can be difficult in the later stages. Brain tumor is a mass or a development of abnormal cells within our brain. Tumors can be of two kinds. It can either be non-cancerous, which in other words, we call it a benign tumor, or it can be destructive, or it can be cancerous. The detection of brain tumors implies distinguishing the affected piece of the brain, as well as the tumor shape, size, limit, position, etc. And in order to detect a brain, I'm sorry, is my time up already?
Oh no, that was not the well.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. The detection of brain cancer can be done using various imaging technologies such as MRI, CT scan, and PET scans. Let us look at the objective. The objective of a survey is understanding the idea of brain cancer detection, analysis, and segmentation in a detailed pattern. It also involves the study of various methods to detect a tumorous growth in the brain. We also aim to study various algorithms and seeking results of those algorithms and see which algorithms can best fit our motto, and early detection and understanding effective solutions in order to treat the tumor. Let us look at the literature review. In my PPT, you can see an image of the brain. It is the various, the portions of the brain have various functions involving the human activities. The frontal cortex, the frontal lobe of the brain deals with higher mental function. The prefrontal cortex deals with eye movement, voluntary and involuntary muscles, sensations, object recognition, etc. And the dorsal side is responsible for the hearing, sight, motor functions, etc. So brain has all these various portions. Now, what happens is brain cancer is one of the most common causes of mortality of humans. Depending upon the area and size of the tumor, it can cause various behavioral and structural issues with the person. Now, in order to treat the brain tumor, the primary motto of any surgeon or any medical expert will be to remove the tumor, which in other words is called tumor resection. Tumor resection is a treatment practice for brain cancers or tumors that cure low-grade tumors and prolong the patient's life in the most severe cases. Although there is one flaw in this case is that a human eye cannot identify or distinguish between a cancerous tissue or a non-cancerous tissue. Just because of that, we need various imaging technologies. Now, in primary stages, the tumor can be recognized, and successful therapy may be possible. But in advanced stages, the detection and removal of tumor become very difficult, because depending upon the size or the nature of the tumor can grow from one size to a different size. Also, in a various advanced stages, if the tumors goes like undetected or untreated, it can metastatize. Metastatize in the sense the tumor can spread from one portion of the person's body to another portion of the person's body, and hence it becomes very difficult to treat. So that is why it is recommended, or it is very important, that tumor is detected in the early stages. Now let me talk about the stages of tumor detection and tumor treatments. The first step is image acquisition. Image acquisition can be done using MRI scans, CT scans, and all that. It is basically getting an image of the brain of the patient with a default size of 220 by 220 height and width. If it can either be a colored image if there's advanced technology, but usually MRI these days we get grayscale images itself. After we have received the image, it's not the last stage, because there are lots of steps involved to ultimately come to the conclusion that the person is suffering from a tumor or the nature of the tumor. So step 2 is the pre-processing stage. It consists of noise. So the image that has been received from the image acquisition stage consists of various noise, various unwanted information, some errors in the data. So those are corrected in the pre-processing stage. After the pre-processing stage, we move on to the image smoothing stage, where the image is where the main motto is to simplify the information. So after we receive the image of the person's brain, lots of information will be given to us, some of which may not be necessary. So only to preserve the image, only to preserve the important information without introducing too much distortion, we perform the image smoothing stage. Image registration is the fourth step, in which the surgeon or the doctor can bring 2 or more images in a spatial correspondence or aligning them. One image is that of a healthy brain, one image is of the brain of our patients. Now the doctor can compare these 2 images that is given to him, and he can ascertain whether the diagnosis is that of a tumor or if that is a regular healthy brain. The 5th step is image segmentation. In image segmentation, we have to segment the size, shape, area, local, and the location of the tumor. And step 6 is the morphological operations, where the ultimate image of the tumor is given to the surgeon or the doctor or any medical expert, and then we can move on to the treatment aspect. So in an MRI, image is highly irregular. The MRI image is not clear, because if you've ever been through an MRI scan, you would know that it is very difficult to stay still inside the MRI machine. So because of any involuntary movement that you are doing, MRI images are not very clear. So in an MRI, images are highly irregular, and the tumor can only be seen in a very irregular manner, and that is not enough to go through the treatment. So by using certain algorithms, the silent edge is extended, and the boundary of the tumor location or the tumor location is actually ascertained, that where exactly the tumor resides and where exactly we can stop it. Now I'll just go through like in a very short, the various we have gone through various papers, and the various papers suggest 3 approaches when it comes to the algorithm to implement. The first is the extreme learning machine local receptive fields ALM LRF method. It is proposed, which consists of 3 phases: removal of the noise using local and non-local methods, segmentation of benign and malignant tumor, and its classification. The CNN stands for convolutional neural network. It is a type of artificial neural network using image recognition and processing that is specifically designed to process pixel data. This method is effective, and using cranial MRI images, accuracy of 94% is achieved. And lastly, hyperspectral imaging. It is a technique that combines traditional imaging with spectroscopy, such as MRI scans and all that, with the traditional methods of.
Viswatosh, I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Yeah, let me just conclude. I have this one more slide. Okay, so these are conclusion that the study of brain tumors using medical imaging is difficult and time-consuming process. We really need to have a very good understanding in order to give proper treatment to the patient. Thank you so much. These are the references that we've been used, and next up we have the link to a survey paper. I'm open to questions. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
May I know which mechanism is accurate regarding position of the tumor and its size can be obtained?
Let me just see if I can get your question properly. Are you asking which algorithm is accurate?
Yes. Which mechanism?
Yes, we have referred various papers, and we have found out that CNN is one of a very accurate algorithm. Just like I discussed earlier, it can give us an accuracy rate of up to 94%. And the implementation is little easier compared to the predecessors of the algorithms. So if you are developing any product regarding this, we will probably be using the CNN algorithms.
You have said about something about MRI is not so much good when we are talking about the detection. Okay, so may I know how computer-aided brain tumor diagnosis find MRI images which consist of the tumor detection and segmentation?
Sorry, sir, can you repeat again? I wasn't able to hear you.
How a computer-aided brain tumor diagnosis finds an MRI images consist of tumor detection and segmentation. How it is going to identify those things?
By using an MRI, we can get the particular image of the brain. And after we have received the image of the brain, sir, you can say the imaging aspect has been done. Later segmentation has to be done, like using various pre-existing data that we have. We need to segment the data to understand the size, the shape, and the nature of the tumor, sir. So that is why involving an MRI scan is very important if you are dealing with brain tumor or any tumor for that matter.
Okay, can you name some of the algorithms?
So we have CNN algorithms, we have ANN algorithms, which is also, CNN is also part of ANN itself. We have this ELM LRF, just like I discussed. We have the hyperspectral imaging HSI algorithms. We have random forest algorithm, and we have the SGF algorithm. So I'm not really sure about that, but I think that is the algorithm.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everybody. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, can you identify some of the pre-processing techniques for this MRI image processing? Have you for this MRI image pre-processing, have you seen any of the techniques which will be useful?
Ma'am, not yet, but we are still focusing on that aspect of the research.
Okay, fine.
Thank you so much. May I leave now? I mean, may I turn off my video, please?
Yes.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Biswatosh. Next up, we have paper 1021, Team Prasan Bhatia. Prasan, are you ready with your presentation?
Yeah.
Okay, you can begin your presentation now.
So is it visible and audible now?
Yeah, you're audible. You can start presenting. We can see you.
Okay. And so good afternoon, and I'm Prasan Bhattacharya from Jadavpur University of India, and I'm going to talk about expanding the financial profitability of an Indian wind power generation system with artificial intelligence assisted meta-heuristics process. And Dr. Ravin Kumar Jana and Dr. Somnath Bhattacharya are my guides for this work. So let's first talk about climate change. Let us first talk about the climate change. We all knew it's a practical thing that we are all experiencing heat waves throughout the country in the summertime, and this is extremely violent these days. So this climate change is a very reality, and to fight this, all of the human societies currently need to adapt more and more renewable sources. because it is better for the environment and it is better for our health because it has got lower level of carbon footprint, and it is also getting very less pollutants, and the energy is quite abundant and it is getting cheaper day by day with constant evolution of technology. The 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 focus area for this work is the Gulf of Khambat of India, and as we all know, it's a part of the Arabian Sea, and it is very near to the coast of Gujarat. And we have also presented the wind flow pattern in that area, and the considered uh, wind farm layouts have been shown in the slide. We have got two layouts. First one is for 4.5 kilometer by 4.5 kilometer, and the second one is also having the same exterior dimension, but with an internal obstacle of 1.5 kilometer by 5 kilometer. So we can't put any wind turbine in that obstacle area. The objective of this study is to maximize the annual profit of the wind farm, which has been shown as PY, and it can be calculated by three basic parameters. First one is SP, that is the marketing value of wind power, which is quite determined by governmental authorities these days in any part of the nation or world. And just the second part is GE, that is the cost of wind power generation. And the last part is EY, which is the total annual wind power generated. The optimization algorithm we have used is very well known, that is genetic algorithm GA. It is a very important optimization algorithm concerning multiple or single objectives. First, we constitute the parameters, then we go for the fitness calculation of chromosomes, and then we appoint the whole populace very randomly, and then we again check for the fitness, and then we do the arithmetic crossover and the and the and the key and the and the key mutation process, and then we again check for the fitness of those chromosomes formed by this crossover and the crossover and the and the key mutation process. And we just go for this process until we achieve the final conclusion according to the direction of the choice maker. But what we have proposed in this very well-known process is that we have considered this dynamic values for crossover and the and the and the and the mutation factors, and these are the functions for these factors, and these are the values of the factors associated with this optimization algorithm. And for this first layout, we have got this set of results, and these red dots are nothing but the positions of the wind turbines. And for the second layout, we can also see the, the, the results, whereas we can't put any wind turbine in the middle. And in this slide, we can see this novel proposed dynamic method of appointing the factors of crossover and the key mutation process is quite beneficial for the wind farm, and that is why we can augment the financial profitability of this wind power generation system with this very novel approach. Thank you. So any questions for me?
What are the challenges for using the optimization technique in your case?
Challenges are the dimensions, or sometimes it is not a square or this kind of things. So sometimes it is very non-symmetrical things, but we have also got the machine algorithms so that we can correct this kind of problems. And another thing is the unpredictability of wind. It is also very challenging thing to just calculate for all say 10 years or 20 years operational life, because wind characteristics is very improbable, and it is also getting changed with the whole climate change things are happening. So it is a quite challenging effort to just do these things.
Is it possible to have some reinforcement learning concept in order to?
I can get you, sir. Please tell me again. Voice was breaking.
By having the knowledge of reinforcement learning, is it possible to optimize the things?
Yeah, it's quite possible, but up to us, say certain level, say 90-95%, but it is not quite just perfect, because everything is probable to the climate change. So we are getting adapted with change in this kind of wind dynamics every day. So it is quite good to just go for this kind of learning approaches, but it is not absolutely perfect, as we all know.
Then in that case, how you are going to measure the accuracy? How you are going to measure the accuracy?
Method accuracy, just this accuracy is not actually implemented while we just constitute a wind farm. We just take the average wind speed and this directional velocities and all these things, and we just get a considerable some low output and something we just need to comprise and just compensate with this kind of things.
Okay, madam.
Okay.
Hello, sir.
Hi.
We have different types of winds. Are you following any kind of techniques to identify the different wind flow patterns?
Well, yeah, no, we are just feeding the randomized wind flow pattern for any kind of place, but in this case we have got the values from Government of India published data for this Gulf of Khambat, so that we have used that. But otherwise, in some random cases, we'll just use some random data and we'll see the optimization and efficiency.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Next up, we have paper number 4379, Team Shrikant P1. Shrikant, I hope you're ready with your presentation.
Yes, one second. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Shrikant from Jain University, Bengaluru. My paper is about IoT-based alert system for posture correction. So the problem statement is back pain. Back pain is most common in the recent years, and it is the common reason for a disability in individuals. And it is very common complaint for people to seek complaints, and according to the recent survey, the back pain was found to be an emerging problem among young adults. So these are some of the wrong postures. So what is posture? Posture is a position of the body where a person is standing or sitting. It describes how the spine. It describes how the spine is is aligned with the head, shoulder, and hips. To have a good posture, we need to have a neutral spine. We need to have a neutral spine where it releases stress, and it is easy to develop a wrong posture. Most of the factors which are responsible are such as slouching in a chair, and carrying carrying heavy backpacks for a long time. That leads to bad posture or a wrong posture. There are some existing devices in the internet, and the solution we have come up with this is in the present time we have seen most of the people work with computers, and it has become our daily routine, and we will work most of the time with computers. So we have come up with the device using a flex sensors. We have used flex sensors which can detect a wrong posture or irregular bend from the natural status of the spine and alert the user. And our proposed system, we have connected battery and a flex sensor to Arduino Uno, where the flex sensor's bend angle will be read by node MCU, and it gives the alert message by buzzer and mobile application, that is notification. And this is how the implementation was done. We have
sorry to interrupt, but are you changing your slides? Because we can't see you changing your slides.
Yeah, I'm changing the slide.
No, I think you have to share your whole screen instead of one.
1 second, I'll reshare my screen. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is.
So in the implementation, we have placed our flex sensors on the rhomboid major region. So why have we placed on the rhomboid region is because, just a moment. Okay. So because the rhomboid muscles are located on upper back underneath the trapezius muscle. It plays a big part when it comes to posture, and rhomboids are rhombus shaped and are used to pull the shoulder blades together. So the hardware tools we have used for this particular device is flex sensors, buzzer, and a 47K resistor, 47K ohm resistor, Arduino Uno, breadboard, and node MCU. In the coding part, first we will collect the flex data, that is nothing but a bend angle, and then we have set a threshold data, and we have given a delay timer for 5 seconds where the user doesn't have to keep changing his posture oftenly. And if the user is sitting in the wrong posture for the more than given delay time, it gives the buzzer gives an alert to the user to go back to his normal posture, and an alert message will be sent to his smartphone. And this is the hardware assembly we have done, and this is the real-time implementation. And the advantages and disadvantages are so the advantages are several trials we have done with the flex sensors to get the accuracy of that flex sensors, and the proposed system has no complexities for operation. Even a normal basic computer knowledge person can also understand the device and can wear this device, and it is user friendly, and it collects the it monitors the posture, and it alerts to the user. And the disadvantage is flex sensors because it changes its resistance in any resistance. So we need to give a proper we need to know the proper coding to adjust the flex sensor resistance. And future scope of this is this can be further modified by introducing tracking the patient's position health every time to the device. Like we have given a notification in the project, like we can collect the user data by the end of the day, and we can give the message to him like this much percent of the bend angle you have. This is how. And thank you.
May I know some little bit what is the review of literature, earlier work on this particular topic?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
If there is any earlier work that has been carried out on this particular topic, review of literature, have you gone through some review of literature?
Sorry, sir, I couldn't hear you.
Any literature survey have you studied? What is the previous work? Sir is asking.
There are some previous literature are there.
Have you studied that?
Yeah, we have studied that, but they haven't done the node MCU part, that is alert message part.
So
How better you, sir,
continue.
how better your device is cost effective?
Sorry, ma'am.
You are saying that you are implementing a device, whether your device is very cost effective?
No, ma'am, it costs around 3,000. I have mentioned the existing products that costs around 4,500 to 5,000, and whatever we proposed a project that is around 3,000.
Other than cost, any other performance?
Sorry.
Other than cost, any other factors you can say that our device is very best?
Okay, we are giving an alert message. Like if a person is sitting in the wrong posture, immediately he'll get a notification on the mobile phone, so that he will get to know that he's sitting in the wrong posture.
So how ordinary office chair can be customized for this particular work?
Sorry, sir.
How ordinary office chair can be customized for this particular operation in order to detect the wrong posture?
Sorry, sir, I can't hear you. It's a low voice from your side.
How ordinary office chair can be customized for the module used in order to detect the motion?
Hear you, sir.
Hello.
Sir, is it okay if you put the same question in the chat box so that he gets to know what the question is?
Yeah, yes,
You're
sir.
not quite audible, actually.
How ordinary office chair can be customized for the module in order to detect the motion?
How ordinary?
Ordinary office chair. Ordinary office chair. The chair in which you are sitting right now.
Sorry, sir.
Okay, I am going to put it on the question chat box. Office chair, I am talking about office chair.
Office chair. You are sitting on a chair.
Yes.
How we could able to identify your postures, motions of a person, and based on that only your sensor will detect, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's what sir is asking. I think so. Is it right, sir?
Yes, madam.
The motion of you in an office chair, you are sitting, right? How it will be detected?
See, the sensor is placed on the rhomboid region. Whenever we bend, it gives an alert message. So even I'm sitting in the wrong posture exactly now. I should sit straight. I'm sitting in the wrong posture. Yeah.
Is there any time constraint it is considering? You said no, some threshold values. How long? Suppose if I sit for seconds, immediately some sensor is beeping.
Timer of 5 seconds, ma'am.
Okay.
If you sit in a more than 5 seconds, it gives alert message.
Okay.
More than 5 seconds, it gives alert message.
Thank you, Srikanth.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have paper number 4766, Team Mittal-Darchi. Mittal-Darchi, I hope you are ready with the presentation.
Yes, just a minute, I'll share my screen. Okay, am I properly visible, the screen?
Yes, everything is visible properly. You can start with the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so good afternoon, one and all present over here in this conference. This is Professor Mittal Darji. Along with Professor Vinita Shah, we are going to present today our paper. The title is Gender-Based Classification of Hindi Songs Using Audio Features. So, just a minute. Okay, yeah. So this is the outline, what we are going to see throughout the presentation. I'll be going all these topics one by one. This is the introduction. So why do we need to classify? So there are a large number of songs available these days, which is making a huge repository, right? So this is a lot of memory, and searching through this memory is a tedious task to do. So if we have certain automated techniques which can get the desired output or the desired songs out of the collection of the songs available, then it will be really beneficial and useful, because there are many people out there who are repeatedly viewing the songs and who are having the industries related to songs. So that is why classification of songs is desirable. Now the classification of songs can be done with the use of audio features or with the use of video features. So here in this particular paper, we have tried the classification with the audio features. Now the classification can be done in many ways of the songs. We have chosen the classification according to the gender of the singer. Right, so the singer can be a male, female, or it can be a duet song where male and female both the singers are there. So according to this, we have classified the songs into three classes: male solo song, female solo song, and duet song. So basically the procedure that we have followed is having two main steps. The first one is feature extraction and the second one is classification. So I'll be going through feature extraction and classification in details. Now before that, as we review different literature which is already provided through different researchers, we see that mainly the gender can be classified with the use of audio features which are related to the frequency, because this is the fundamental difference in the voice of female and male, that the frequency is different. So different frequency related features are there which can be used. The features which are used over the time by the researchers are MFCC, which is malfrequency spectrum of the frequency. Then we can use mean of the frequency, we can use median, we can use pitch, we can have ZCR, zero crossing rate. And other frequency related features can be used. So we have studied several research papers on this, and here I have summarized a few of them. So from the literature survey, we have finalized 4 features that we'll be taking to do the classification of gender. That is pitch, zero crossing rates, spectral centroid, and energy entropy. These 4 are basically the features of frequency. So we'll see them one by one over here. The first feature is pitch. So see, why we have selected this again is pitch is the value, or you can say the feature of the audio which is different for male and female. So we can use this for classification. So for that purpose, we have selected 37 songs which are male solo songs. I have taken 37 female songs, and we have calculated the pitch value for all these male and female songs. And here in the graph, you can see I have plotted them. So series 1 over here is showing male solo songs pitch value. Series 2 is showing female solo songs pitch value. So from the graph over here in the figure 1, we can clearly see that female are having higher pitch value than male. So this is the parameter we can use for classification or differentiation in gender. Second such parameter is zero crossing rate. Zero crossing rate is when we see the sign in the frequency is changed from positive to negative or negative to positive. So this is also a feature if we analyze for male and female for the same 37 songs of male solo and 37 songs of female solo. We have calculated ZCR value and are plotted over here in figure number 2. So we can see over here in figure 2 as well that ZCR ratio is comparatively higher for female than male. Next frequency related feature that we have is spectral centroid. Spectral centroid is nothing but the center of the mass. So from the frequency distribution, we can calculate what is the center of the mass for female as well as male audio. The next feature can be energy entropy. This is again frequency related feature. So entropy will nothing but it will give you the distortion that you have, I mean the noise related to. Now this is also the feature which which is used where females are having high energy entropy and male will have lower energy entropy. So this is also one of the features which can be used. So now these are the 4 features they have finalized, and after that comes the extraction part of the feature. So all the training songs that we have taken for them, we have used this toolbox which is available online. It's open source, which is MIR toolbox, which is Music Information Retrieval Toolbox. So what this toolbox will do is it will give us the audio features from the input that we give. So using that, we had extracted the feature. Now, once the features are calculated, feature matrix is created for all the training and testing songs. After that, we go for the second phase of the algorithm, which is classification. So now I request my fellow researcher, Professor Luminita, to carry on further from this.
So as discussed, our method is divided into 2 phases. So first is feature extraction and another is classification. So now in classification, we have used MATLAB toolbox and we have used NN toolbox, which is already available. And the feed-forward neural network classifier algorithm is used for the same. So by trial and error method, we realized that by using 2 hidden layers, in first hidden layers, we have taken 5 neurons, and in another hidden layer, we have taken 2 neurons. So by taking these 2 hidden layers with 5 and 2 neurons in each layer, we are getting better accuracy in classification. So there are 4 inputs, which are our 4 features as per the discussion, and we are getting 3 outputs, that is for male song, female song, and duet song. Now we have divided our data set into 2 phases, that is training and testing. So for training, we have taken 113 total songs, which contains 37 male songs, 37 female songs, and another remaining songs are duet songs with all 4 features. And for testing, we have taken 18 total songs, which contain all 3 combinations. So these are the results of our classification. So in male, we have taken 6 songs for testing and all are correctly labeled. In female also, we have taken 6 for testing and all are correctly labeled. In duet songs, there are only 3 correctly labeled, so only 50% accuracy is there. So average accuracy is 83%. And this is the graphical representation of the same. And here we can see in this 3-1, it is not correctly labeled. So this is a conclusion. So we have simply classified songs into 3 classes, male, female, and duet. And neural network was trained. And the future work is we can improve the accuracy by using deep learning approaches. So we can improve the accuracy for duet songs, and song can also be classified in various other categories based on emotions, inner voice, or based on the instruments used. Even we can also predict age from the audio or from the song. So thank you. These are our references. Thank you. Any questions?
What are the real-time challenges that you have faced in gender-based classification process? What are the real-time challenges that you have faced in gender-based classification process?
Yes, sir. So the real-time challenge is that the songs that we work upon are really, the polished ones. So we don't have the noise factor added into that. But if we take a real voice, like we are speaking and I'm just recording and I'll test if it is a male voice or female voice, then the problem of noise will occur. So that will not give us proper output because of the noise. So we need to do the noise removal first of all.
It might be possible that how to identify suppose a boy child song which has been sung by the female.
Sorry, sir, I couldn't get your question. Can you please repeat?
How to identify a boy child song which has been sung by the female?
Okay, so based on the features.
So how you are going to determine the pitch?
Sir, we have extracted 4 features, and for male and female, different frequency we are getting. So from that, we are able to identify whether this is male or female. And that's why there is a problem in duet song.
It might be possible that it is overimposed sometimes. In graph, I have seen some of the pitches are overimposed.
Features are overimposed. Sir, that is why we are taking 4 features. So we had seen that some of the papers have taken only 1 or 2 features. They say that pitch only is enough. Some of the papers say that pitch and ZCR only is enough. But then because of this, we have taken a combination of 4 features so that we cannot judge, I mean, only by looking at 1 or 2 features.
What can
Thank
be the
you, sir.
practical example of this research, this classification? How practically this will be used?
Practically, sir, suppose I'm a singer. So I'm a female. I would like to sing a song which is a female solo song. Now I'm having a collection, a big collection of songs because I'm a singer. So I like songs. So I'm having a big collection. Now out of that, I want to get only female songs. So if I do it
The
manually
collection
one
is
by
already
one,
labeled, no? The collections are already labeled when you have this data.
sir, that's because I have labeled it for training and testing purpose.
No,
But
no, no,
if
no,
you
no, no.
say
When you have a song in your library, that is already whether it is digital or you have some physical copy, whatever. These are already labeled, no?
sir, it will not be labeled with whether it's male solo or female
Is
solo.
not labeled in YouTube. These things are not labeled.
Yeah, sir, if you go for YouTube,
Then
it's
where is
fine.
not
YouTube
this
is having
labeled?
that data.
Why don't you get this unlabeled songs?
Sir, suppose I'm having a mixture of data in my PC already available where a lot of audio files are there. Or suppose I'm having some of the recordings
How
even,
do you store
I
these
had
audio
gone
files
to
without
certain,
unlabeled? No, these things. No, there should be some, okay, no, for classification of some audio, video.
I'm sorry to interrupt, sir, but the time is up.
even
We
if
have to
it
move
is,
on to the next paper.
yeah, just a minute. Sir, I would like to say that, sir, even if the one particular song is having label or in certain properties, it's written that the singer is this. But then in that case also, we have to go through each and every song one by one, no, to check if it is male or female. We have to go in the label and check. So that we don't have to do over here. We feed all the songs to our trained network and it will say that this song is female, this is male. So we don't have to check the labels even in this case.
Yes, Dhanush, proceed.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have paper number 4921, Prajwal. Prajwal BI, I hope you're ready with the presentation.
Hello. Hello, am I audible?
Are you able to share your screen?
One second. I'm not able to turn my camera on. One second. Good morning, everyone. This is Prajwal.
Prajwal, are you able to turn on your camera? We have given you all the permissions. You can try again.
One thing. Dhanush, I'm not able to turn on my camera. It's showing the host has disabled.
Okay, it's okay. You can go ahead without the video.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Prajwal. Today I'm going to present a paper on Ethereum and its future. So Ethereum was started in 2015 by Vetlin Woodring, and with the help of Gavin Wood and Joseph Lubin. It's an open source. All the blockchain are open source blockchain system. Ethereum is one of the blockchain which is open source. There are other blockchains also which are which are called private blockchain, which is not open source. Ethereum uses Ethereum virtual machines to host its smart contracts and other decentralized applications. Ethereum has a token which is called as Ether, which is used for transaction and also used for smart contracts as gas fees and other stuff. First, as I told history about the Ethereum, now we have how Ethereum works. Ethereum currently is working on a proof of work mechanism, which requires miners to mine mine the hash rate, and these hash are calculated like this. This is the Dagger hash motor, which is the hashing mechanism for the Ethereum system. And here you can see the speed at which it is mining and the efficiency. And this is the work job which is given to the Ethereum. Now Ethereum is shifting to proof of stake mechanism, which is a certain amount of Ether is taken is kept as a stake, and then a work is done.
Hello, Danush. Why is this?
I'm sorry, ma'am. There seems to be a technical glitch. Kajal has a power cut. He'll be joining soon.
Okay.
Prajwal seems to have a power cut, and let us move on with the next paper, and until Prajwal comes back. Next up, we have paper number 0638, Jansi Priya and their team. Jansi Priya, I hope you are ready with the presentation.
Yes, sir.
You can begin it now.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you can start with the presentation.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You can start with the presentation.
Hello. Excuse me, sir,
Ma'am,
am
can
I
you hear
audible?
me?
Yes,
Can
sir.
you hear me? Yeah. You can start with the presentation, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Gurupuri Jhansi Priya from VIT Vellore. I'm pursuing my master's in data science. First of all, I want to thank you for giving this opportunity. Today, my topic is about an extensive survey on LPP model under uncertainty. The work was done under the guidance of Dr. Ranjan Kumar sir, who is an assistant professor from our VIP University. And continue with the
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but could you speak up a little louder?
okay. The content of my PPT is consists of introduction, literature survey, and the literature survey consists of motivation of this research and the objective of the research and limitations, a conclusion, and the future work and the references. And now go with the introduction. First, we talk about the operation research. The operation research was first started in the Britain during the World War II by Watt and Law when they have a need to manage the scarce resources. The operation research has a wide applications like linear programming, goal operations, game theory, and many more. The LPP technique was first introduced in 1930 by a Russian mathematician, Leonov Bridge, in the field of manufacturing schedules, and by American economist Leonov in the field of economics. And then in 1950, the first simplex model, the algorithm of LPP was introduced by the American mathematician George Dante. The LPP model is the most common used technique for operating technique in the operation research. In real world applications, we use this LPP model in many ways. Rather than we can't deal with LPP model with uncertain environments. Due to the for that reason, the fuzzy set was introduced by the Zita in 1965. It is an extensive classification notation of a set. Later on, in 1975, Jain introduced the fuzzy and introduced the fuzzy concept in LP. And then here we go with the you can see the flowchart of the operational research. It has many applications, and now my topic is about LP. So I'm talking about this. The LPP can be real-time theory or uncertainty theory. Here go with my literature survey from where I got what is about this all and the drawbacks of these. Here the first table, which is consists of the real life applications that operation research is mostly used. And in the year 1957, Garber used used LPP model in oil industry, and many other use this real-time applications using this operation research and then come to my from the table to the nerve problems of faced with the operation research. In the present situation, in this presentation, we will discuss only the fuzzy LPP out of the mentioned topics from the table 1. So we'll focus on the table 2 on the CRIPS environment, which are the real-time real-time applications. In the year 1968, device or the device forest fire control decision making under conditions of uncertainty, and then many others using this LPP model with the rich environment. They introduce many applications and going through the from the table 2, it's a CRIPS enrollment, which are the real-time enrollment. We found many gaps during that. So from this, we got to know, from the table 2, we got to know there are many literature gaps. So in the year 1965, L.A. Jidda introduced a fuzzy to deal with this uncertainty enrollment. The uncertainty theory can be model can be done in a three different ways, which is a fuzzy LPP, intuitionistic fuzzy LPP, and neurosophic fuzzy LPP. Now here comes with my motivation of the survey. Due to which are found literature gaps in the real-time applications. This motivates me to create a new model for the which are uncertain in nature. Although most of the researchers works in the field has focused on the CRIPS problem, there are still many unresolved questions, and the future researchers in LPP optimization model under various uncertain conditions in limited to the date. Therefore, this motivates me to consider effective uncertain analysis to the fuzzy LPP. Here is the objective of my research. Considering the above shortcoms, our aim is to study. Our aim in this study was prove some evolutionary methods commonly decided by uncertain theory. To analyze the implementation of the nervous fuzzy methods, which includes intuitionistic fuzzy and neurosophic fuzzy, to deal with the uncertain observed and the extent of it. Here comes with the third table, which we are using with the uncertainty. Jidda first introduced. This is published by the Jidda in 1970, decision making in an uncertain environment. And then the 4 articles come under the fuzzy LPP, and the next comes with the intuitionistic fuzzy. This in the year 2007. Len introduced a multi-criteria fuzzy LPP decisions, and then the intuition is neurosophic fuzzy game. Neurosophic game approach to Indo-Pak conflict over Jammu Kashmir. And then comes with my limitations. Although the study shows the desired methods to deal with the uncertain posed by the environment, there are few limitations observed. All of these methods began by converting fuzzy LPP problems to a CRIPS linear programming problem, which is then solved in finding the fuzzy optimization and solution. The intuitionistic fuzzy can only handle with the incomplete information, not indeterminate, which are not indeterminate. Here comes with the conclusion and with my future work. Conclusion here is my conclusion. In the presentation, we look at both old and new literatures in better understanding the nervous fuzzy LPP models to raise the when there are uncertain things which are uncertain in the environment. When we found the fuzzy set is not idle preference for dealing the uncertain environment. Here is my future work. We'll compare the proposed models again as the models to receive in the accuracy. And here is the references what from where the literature survey was done. And thank you.
Let's begin with the Q&A session now. Sunita ma'am, if you could start with the Q&A.
Yes, sir. Yes, Priya, I think in your literature survey, I think you may be focused on the old years survey. Any latest findings you find in LPP? I think I observed that from 2014, you directly skipped to 2020 in your literature survey. Is it right? So yes, you didn't find any of the findings in between these years. I think you have to focus more on these latest findings. We have started.
I've found it.
May I know any of the latest findings in the recent years?
Then neurosophic in the year 2021, they introduced with the neurosophic fuzzy LPP. solving the fractional LPP with this nitrosophic and all.
Okay, you mentioned one paper on 2020, 2021, one more paper, but there is a lot of gap between 2014 to 2020. I think many of research findings will happen in this year. I think you missed that. Okay, try to focus on that. Okay,
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
that's all, Danish, from my side.
Thank you. Let us continue with the next paper. Thank you, Jansipriya. The next paper, let us continue with paper number 4921, Rajwal BI.
Okay. Ethereum is called as next-gen blockchain because right now it's in working on proof of work mechanism. Proof of work mechanism is nothing but my miner has to blockchain is wants an answer which can only be solved by a computer. So when that answer is needed, it gives out to the miners, and any miner which is nearby will get the question, and it answers, and this is how proof of work works. But then now Ethereum is moving on to proof of stake mechanism, where certain miner has to deposit certain amount of Ether, which is Ethereum's cryptocurrency, and whoever stakes the most amount of Ether will get the question, and the other two next biggest staker will also get the same question. Now the first person to verify it among the three people is considered as is taken as the first answer, and it verifies with the other two. If it's the right answer given by the first one, then the block reward is given to the first person, and the half of it is divided between the other two. This is the next gen blockchain, which is moving as POS, proof of work, proof of stake mechanism. Now we have applications of Ethereum. Ethereum has its own cryptocurrency, which is called as Ether, and it can also have its own smart contracts on its blockchain. It can host decentralized applications on its blockchain, and it also helps with DAO, which is nothing but decentralized organization. Challenges of Ethereum is high gas fees. Before the value of Ethereum went skyrocket, the gas fees of Ethereum was considerably less. But then due to the increasing value of the Ethereum, the gas fees also getting more higher. There are certain blockchain which are hosted on the Ethereum blockchain, which use the Ethereum as the base blockchain, which can use multiple, which stores multiple transactions of their cryptocurrency in a single block, which helps in more transaction on the same contract. But then when we consider Ethereum as the same speed, we get less transaction happening considering to that blockchain. Pool problems in current generation. Now what is happening is there are multiple pools where miners get together and try to earn the most reward out of mining the most block. So now there are three biggest pools in the world, which are in the US, China, and Vietnam, I guess. So when the pool in US has the majority of around 46%, and if it increases above 50%, then they can manipulate the whole blockchain and make the blockchain think what the US pool is providing is the right answer, and the other pool which is providing is the wrong answer, which is going to become a big problem if this continues. So the proof of work mechanism is shifting into proof of stake mechanism. now the future of Ethereum. As you all know, that Ethereum is booming because of its more potential use, not just because of its cryptocurrency, which is Ether. They can host smart contracts on it. They can host DAO on it. They can host the DApps on it. So this is making Ethereum process into a bigger future, and this is going to be the next big crypto and technology, beating Bitcoin in huge margin. This is the data which is seen in the in these years, because the market value of the Ether is booming a lot. Ethereum 2.0, which is nothing but proof of stake mechanism in the field of financial transaction. Ether can be used in the financial transaction. Real Ether can be used to in market predictions, and Ethereum blockchain system can be used in IoT devices as well. As I told, Ethereum is being changed into proof of stake mechanism, which is going to happen soon. It was supposed to happen in June of 2022, but then due to there is less workers who are working on it, and people are moving out of it, Ethereum has gone into Q4 of 2022 on releasing their proof of stake mechanism. I would like to thank our Professor Lalit sir, who helped us in writing this research paper. That's it.
We can begin with the Q&A session now. Sunita ma'am.
Hi, Prajwal.
Hello, ma'am.
So let us suppose if multiple transactions are happening.
Yes, ma'am.
How safe is our Ethereum?
Ma'am, depending on how many, ma'am, Ethereum can process about 1 lakh transaction per hour, compared to Solana and other blockchains, ma'am, because Ethereum can only have Ethereum can only have that much of miners answering the block at that period of time, ma'am.
Can you say that is it safe? We
Yes,
are doing this cryptocurrency.
Yes, ma'am. It is safe.
How we can say? How we can say?
Ma'am, because it is decentralized, ma'am. It is not centralized. A block which is being mined is divided all over the world, ma'am. All over the world, miners are mining, and whatever the results they get should be the same as all over the world, ma'am. So even when the ledgers are being stored in every single computers, ma'am, so it's not it is hackable, but then 99% it's not hackable, because if, as I told before, if depending on the pool, ma'am, there are multiple pools all over the world. So if a dominant pool, which is around majority stake, which is 51%, if it cross 51% and the others are below around 49%, whatever the 51% gives the share, that will be taken as the right answer, and 49% which gives the answer, it is considered as wrong. So if the whole 59% try to manipulate and change the whole code, ma'am, that at that time it is hackable, ma'am, or else it's not.
Still has some challenges.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Prajwal, for your presentation. Let us now move on to the next presentation.
Thank you.
Next up, we have paper number 3098. Mr. Raji Ramakrishnan Nair. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes. Am I audible?
You have to speak a little louder, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma, you are audible.
So I think the slide is
Could you
visible
speak a
to
little louder? Your voice is lagging.
I think my slide is visible to all of you.
Your slide is visible, ma'am, but you have to speak a little louder.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Raji Ramakrishnan Nair, currently a research scholar in lovely professional university, under the guidance of Dr. Apash Roy and Dr. Ajay Sriram Kushal. Today, I'm going to present a paper. The title of the paper is Transition, Self-Sovereign Identity to Self-Sovereign Data Management. So, we know that when we consider anyone's life, that data security is said to be the key to our privacy. And in the era of information technology, data privacy and this trustworthy identification became more important than ever before. So whether we can see if we are going to take any business or any industry or any government organizations, banks or hospitals, what we are seeing that wherever we go, they ask so many information from our side, from the customer side, and they use them for their gain. So it has a high risk of data breaches. So the data is being exploited by them with or without the consent of the individual, the actual owner of that data. The individual is said to be the actual owner of the data. And with or without the consent of the individual, they are exploiting the data. And we have come across many data scandals by tech giants recently by Facebook, etc. So with the advancement in technology.
Raji, sorry to interrupt. Your screen is not moving, ma. Please check it once.
Yes, I didn't move.
You are in paper presentation slide?
Yeah.
Continue.
I hope now it is clear.
Yes, it's
okay. So by many tech giants like Facebook, we came across data scandals that occurred recently. And with the advancement in technology, it is actually simple to own and control our own identity. So our research paper focuses on various solutions that are actually available for preventing data breaches to improve data protection and privacy. So we are focusing, there are so much solutions are available and that are categorized mainly. We try to categorize those solutions mainly under two heads that are decentralized technology, the blockchain, and open algorithm. So many researchers have done in this area, and many solutions also forwarded for the adoption by the general public. So in this case, here, what the main concern about any individual is the identity of that individual. So whatever we do, everything revolves around identity. So earlier the concept of identity seemed to be simple. There was an old paper-based system was there, but now the situation has changed, where our identities are moving towards digital identity. So we know that to live in a social environment, we must have an identity. Mainly, any basic identity of an individual mainly consists of name, date of birth, and nationality. Other than all this information, an identity of an individual may consist of passport number, bank account number, driving licenses, social security number, etc. So all these forms of identity related to an individual vary according to different countries. And if suppose we are coming to solve this solution so that we can reduce the data breaches, and we are coming to the solution using open algorithm, OPAL. OPAL also aims to reveal the latent.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, but are you presenting the slide which is introduction?
Yes.
Okay.
I just reached to the third point.
Okay, ma'am.
So
I'm sorry to disturb.
Okay, it's okay. OPAL, open algorithm, and this OPAL aims to reveal the latent of private sector data for public good purposes, and by sending the code to the data. Okay. And now, what is digital identity? We have to digitize the identity, and digitization of identity became an important factor nowadays. And digital identity is defined as a type of identity format where an individual's identity is represented through digital means. So there are so many issues when we come across digital identity. Nowadays, there are so many issues are there when we go for the digitization of identity. And some of the issues are listed here. It is difficult to get education or access health or banking services without ID. Paper-based, the old system for identity management is not the best in the present scenario because of lack of speed and corruption. And with a paper-based old system for ID, global the connection, whereas digital identity enables that. So digital identity management system has come across with other serious issues like bad personal combination. Bad personal combination in the sense that most of the today's applications force us to enter into it using only password-based login authentication system, which remains valid for only a stipulated period. Because of this reason, we must face the problem of password fatigue, and we start to use the same password for multiple applications. That increases the security for identities. Similarly, other issues are there that has been identified during researches, and that some of them is centralized servers issuing identities. In traditional method, identities are issued by centralized servers only. The major issue that persists here is that many citizens even do not have proper identity. Other issue is that companies can easily mishandle personal information. As we all live in the digital world, every company tries to exploit us by using our data for their selfish reasons. Such data and privacy breaches have been identified in the recent past with popular tech giants. There should be strict protocols ensuring data privacy and security. So these are some of the serious issues. And for that, the digitization of identity is that most need of the present scenario. And digitalized identity is a lot of things to a lot of people. As a human being, we can identify ourselves without worrying about theft or fraud. Digital ledger technology has revolutionized the digital identity. And we have to follow those who work on or with identity systems need to obey the laws of identity, etc. And here's the next that came, the self-sovereign identity. These self-sovereign identity solutions can be created using blockchain or without implementing blockchain. So in one of the paper, it has been found that solutions implemented using blockchain satisfies all the properties of laws of identity. And so to conclude, another type of self-sovereign identity is a zero knowledge proof and identity management solutions built on blockchain. This zero knowledge proof system works to prove a verifier is true or not without revealing any other additional information, which solves the purpose of identity security. So currently, highly anonymous cryptocurrency ensures anonymous transactions with zero knowledge proof. Further improvement concern is to ensure security and preserving privacy of all identities stored in big giant databases. So to conclude my paper, I want to say that this paper states that identity management solution can be solved using blockchain as well as using non-blockchain technology. And it is also found that on average, blockchain-based identity management solutions are adhering almost all the properties of the law of identity. So blockchain has privacy and security issues too. That means identity stored in blockchain is confidential, and but it is not anonymous. So the concept of zero knowledge proof is used to verify that statement argument as true without skimping any additional information to verify. Open algorithms are identity management solution, which is not using the blockchain technology for better decisions. So this area is to strengthen the weakness of self-sovereign identity transition to self-sovereign data management in effective way.
Sunita ma'am, you can start with the Q&A session.
Hi, Raji. So as if we are saying that there is a transition from digital identity to data management, right? That is your paper.
Yes.
So you are finding some of the challenges in digital identity, right?
Yes.
So because
Yes.
of that only, you are just moving on to the data management. Okay.
Yes.
So how to handle these things? There are different categorizations of data. How you are going to handle all these kinds of data, and what are all the challenges with respect to the data management do you observe? As if we are transitioning from digital identity to data management, that is your topic, right?
Yes, yes, yes.
And
So
there are
for
is
this
my,
for
is my
this,
question clear?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
So for this purpose, as a solution to that issue, we came across the zero knowledge proof concept. So I will explain you that with a simple example. Suppose a person wants to prove to another person that he possesses the key to a certain room, and the room can only be unlocked with the key. Now the first person can choose to hand the keys over to the second person, and the second person uses the key to unlock the room, proving that the first person holds the correct key. Alternatively, in another way, we can say that first person himself can unlock the room using the key and showing an item to the second person who know that it is only available in that room. So the principle behind the second method is zero knowledge proof. So without handing over our genuine documents to the other person, we are the actual owner of the identity are able to prove that that whatever we are providing as a proof is valid. So that will minimize the data breaches, and the third person or the tech giants are not able to take the information from original owner of the identity.
That's okay.
Next up, we have paper ID 7269.
Thank you.
Tanush, your voice is low.
Yes, I have a question.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
So you talked about
sir,
mobile code in the beginning. So how mobile code is related or it is solving the digital identity?
Oja sir, are you able to hear me? Oja sir, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Sir, Ms. Raji's paper has been concluded.
Okay, next. Proceed.
Yes, sir. Paper number 7269, Mr. Karan Harith, are you ready for your presentation? You're on mute, sir.
Yes, I am ready.
Okay, can you present your paper?
Yeah, sure. Just a second, please. Is it visible?
Yes.
So, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, actually. So my paper, along with my friends, is on development of IoT-based power failure monitoring and analysis system. So we were guided by our teachers and the HOD of our department, Mr. H.P. Singh and Dr. V.K. Tayal. Starting off with the introduction, as we all know, in modern power systems, the voltage fluctuation and the quality is becoming very important, and the growth in electronics is very sensitive as compared to as with relativity of electronic equipment. Is anyone else speaking?
Students can do that. You bring your voice and give some virtual.
Yes, administrator, kindly mute everyone.
Ananta sir, some noise is coming. Okay, thank you. Yes, Ma, you can proceed.
Yeah. So the voltage quality covers a wide range of voltage disturbances and deviations, that is represented by the magnitude from the optimum values. So the voltage irregularities are the major issues in the industry as well as in residential places. So these can be very much foreboding towards the damages of the equipment, uh, included at our places, at our residential places, at our workplaces, and everywhere wherever the voltages might fluctuate. So this is basically the literature review which we have done for our project and research paper, which is related to the work carried out, includes the research on the use of sensors to sense various parameters such as substations and transformers, street lights, condition monitoring of the equipment. And we have used a Wi-Fi module for sending the faulty light alert messages to the cloud so that the information can be read and captured at any moment, at anywhere, and at any point of time. The GSM module is also used for the SMS on the mobile phone, and Arduino is used to sense the control of the street lights on the bigger scale. Now we have also used a light dependent resistor which detects whether it is light or dark and switches the light on and off comparatively and determines which light is faulty. So the power failure and management and monitoring is done by enabling alert, location status, duration, and measurement information to be sent to phone as well as the cloud services for the storage and for the determination of the position on the maps. Main objective was to perform and develop the experimental system base of Arduino Uno microcontroller and to develop a model for measuring electrical quantities and monitor power failure conditions in a power supply. And for the correction, we had to enable the automatic power failure sensing and reporting mechanism using the GSM modules and the Wi-Fi modules. So here is a list of components that we used in our hardware, which was Arduino Nano, ESP32, a 16:2 character green backlight LCD display, a 12-volt battery, a potentiometer, various LEDs, jumper wires, capacitors and diodes, and a voltage sensor, which is the ZMPT101B AC voltage sensor. This is the circuit diagram that is completely clearly visible. I hope this is visible to everyone. This is the circuit diagram of our hardware, which we had developed. And this is basically a 12-volt battery with a charge controller, which gives the signal to the regulator, which regulator is then connected to the controller, Arduino controller. And we have 3 phases. The phases, these are used for the potential division of the voltage, incoming voltage, and these have an output which can be seen on the LEDs after the LCD screen shows on the display. Now, this has certain advantages. It helps in monitoring these devices at any place, wherever you are at home or at a residential or a commercial property or even at your workplace, wherever you are, without your manual monitoring. You just have to keep an alert on your phone. Now, after this is the restoration of the supply, which is instant, almost negligible time scope for the restoration of the power. Now, we can use the benefits of maps and we can detect the faults by locating them. And uses of cloud technology and sensor technologies are applied in 3-phase power failure management and monitoring. Now, this was the work done by us on the panel. So to conclude this, we are knowing that there has been a growing demand for electricity in various parts of industries and commercial establishments, as well as at our homes. So electric remote alert systems are needed in situations where power is very unstable and fluctuating, and the user is not even at their place of work or at home, and he needs to monitor it while they are on the go. So this is done by the module, and it notifies the user immediately and gives them the alert on their phones or the gadgets wherever that is linked to, and this SMS directly comes to your phone. And this can be done for the modern equipments as well as for the ancient ones. These are the references we used. So I'd like to conclude my presentation here only.
Thank you, Mr. Karen. As we are running out of time, I would like to conclude the session. I would like to thank all the participants for your insights on the research.
Thank you so much, everyone.
And co-chair, Dr. Luminita, who have been overseeing all the presentations and for giving their valuable inputs. Now, I would like to call upon Dr. Meenaka of School of CS and IT.
Change the name.
Yeah, now we have with us Dr. Dinesh Nilkan, Director, School of Commerce, School of CS and IT, a visionary who has created and shaped Jain University Center for Management Studies to one of the India's top 5 undergraduate B schools in the country. Sir has participated and organized many workshops. Sir is in charge of planning and annealing of plans for education, research, and other activities of the center. It is a great pleasure to welcome you, sir, and I now request sir to welcome the gathering.
Okay, so good afternoon and namaste to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yes,
hope
sir.
I'm audible. Yes.
Yes, sir, you are very audible.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me and appreciate the efforts of Nachappa sir, Bhavna, and all of you, the entire team. Sorry if I'm missing some names for organizing such a wonderful conference. Well, the topic recent trends in the field of science, management, technology is so apt for today because the thing is that what didn't happen in years happened in week, and what happened in week didn't happen in years. I'm talking about COVID. The entire situation changes after that, and the transition in which all the fields went into because of COVID made a difference to us. Under this transition, under this transformation, you found out technology became very important. Innovation became very important. Only those who can innovate can survive. You found that the business or whatever you take, any field, right from education till business, anywhere, you found that people have changed and transformed themselves to the technology, to the innovation. Now that is how the recent trends are coming in. The famous 5, I call these are the famous 5, and the famous 5 are, you have the Facebook, you have the Amazon, you have the Microsoft, you have Google, and you have your Instagram. Now, these are the famous 5 who are controlling the entire world, isn't it? And that where you understand that if at all you want to bring something, these famous 5 should identify you, and you find that you are definitely going to make a mark. Anyway, we'll listen to all the experts and understand that what new researches are, and hope so that that will be definitely a good insight for the students and the teachers, and we'll learn a lot. Thank you for giving me an opportunity, and I wish best of luck to the conference. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Ajay, Associate Professor, Department of BCA, to express his gratitude to Dinesh, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello. A very warm good afternoon to everyone. So on behalf of the entire School of CSIT, Jain deemed to be University, and our Uttunga team would like to welcome Dr. Dinesh Nilkan, sir, a visionary director for us. We are very blessed to have you, sir. Apart from your very busy schedule, you have blessed our conference with your all the kind words. Sir, I would like to give a small brief what happened for the day. Sir, we are blessed with 4 international speakers. Today we have the Luminita ma'am from the Romania. We have the Sarang, he is an Accenture employee in the Toronto, in the Canada. And we were having 2 more international speakers for tomorrow. We are very blessed with our eminent session chairs, Dr. S.B. Kishore, sir, Chairman, Board of Directors, and the head of the department from SP College Chandrapur. We are also having our next guest, that is Dr. Santosh Kumar, a research head and the associate from Lovely Professional University. We have pipelined more than 6 different eminent personalities, along with our very proud associate professors who are actually handling the co-sessions. We are very blessed to inform you, sir, that we have reached almost 26 countries for our conference in the span of within months, sir. So that is something that it all happened because of all your blessings. Secondly, would like to inform you, sir, that apart from that, we got more than 285 submissions, that too in the very short time. So our vision when we started with the Uttunga was to reach out our student at a platform to provide so that they can present ourselves, so that they can understand what actually the research has to be, how they have to carry out, irrespective whether they want to go in the research or not. So this has given an actual very interesting, what we call the platform to them. Apart from that, I would like to thank the entire reviewer team, which is not only from our university, across the India, and even we have invited international reviewers to do that. And we are happy to inform you that out of that 285 papers, we have only selected almost near to 100 plus. And we are going to publish them in a very reputed peer review journal, that is Impact Factor 7.95. I'm very happy to inform you again, all the session went very smoothly, and we were also blessed with a participant consistently more than 300 till now. Now it was reduced because of the session chair, and we were having the good presence on the YouTube also. So that is from our side. Being a convener,
thank you so much.
Would like to thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ajay. It was very nice and a very brief presentation. I also want to thank Jayashree madam, and also I think Lalit sir. So all of you, if I'm missing some names, I'm sorry. But then good efforts, and when so many countries are participating, you should do more number of such events. That will be really nice. Okay, so in fact today you should announce the next event.
Definitely,
so
sir, definitely.
Okay. So thank you very much. Please allow me. Excuse me. I'm a little bit busy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. So we have just blessed with our director. Now it's time to thanks our session chair and co-session chair, who has taken a lot of effort to hear all our participants, all the authors, their transition. And even I would like to thank Dr. Anant Ojha sir. During some power failure, sir has also handled it. It's again an immense pleasure when we see ourselves. I would like to give the special thanks to Dr. S.B. Kishore sir in this platform. Sir is a guide and mentor for me. So whatever I'm here today is only just because of him. I always get a pleasure when something happens and I get a chance to thank. So it is something that when we have a mentor like him, people can always think that, okay, we can have some kind of achievement in our life. Apart from that rigorous part, would like to thank Dr. Sunita ma'am, had done wonderful work, and all the team members who are doing in the background. So thank you for the entire session chair, sir. Thank you, Sunita ma'am. Thank you, Anant Ojha sir, for this session. Now I would like to hand over the session to Menka ma'am for the further proceeding. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ajay.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I guess before we wind up, we have Dr. Santosh Kumar Hinge sir. Santosh sir, we request you if you can turn on your video. It will be pleasure. We would like to see you. After that, for the next session 2, we would like to call upon Arpita and his team to carry forward for the session 2. Thank you.
I, Arpita, Student Coordinator, Uttunga, Jain deemed to be University, will be a host for the session. Now I would like to call upon Dr. Menaka C, Associate Professor, Department of BCA, School of CS and IT, to take over the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Arpita. So now we have Dr. Santosh Kumar Henge and Session Chair. Dr. Santosh Kumar Henge is an Associate Professor in the School of Computer Application, Lovely Professional University, India. Sir has 16 years of teaching and research experience at the national and international levels. He has conducted various training programs and also supervised many projects. He was awarded a PhD degree from the Department of Computer Science, Galati University. His research specializations are artificial intelligence, machine learning, medical image processing, cyber security, which are mainly emphasis on the neural fuzzy hybrid system, and machine learning algorithms. He has also actively served several AI and cyber security related journals and conferences as an editorial board member. Sir, it's an honor of us to having you here today. So I would request you to address our today's participant. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, am I audible to you?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much for inviting me for this occasion. Then I would like to the next participant, they can able to present their papers. Ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Am I audible to
You are
you,
audible,
ma'am?
sir.
Yeah, actually today I'm facing some network issue. That's what I am able to
No issues, sir.
connect
No
with you
issue.
properly.
No issues, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Now I would like to start presenters. They can able to present their papers.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request the Arpita to introduce our co-chair. Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. Now I will take this opportunity to welcome our session co-chair, Dr. Ananta Oza. Dr. Ananta Oza is an associate professor in the School of CS and IT. He has a rich experience of 27 plus years in a teaching and research. He has also authored various publications, which include books, book chapters, conferences, research papers in a national and international journal. His area of research is data science, machine learning, IoT, computational techniques, bioinformatics, and software engineering. So now we will start with the session. So I just brief about the session. So I just inform the rules what are there. So the allocated time for all the paper participants is total of 10 minutes. 8 minutes are given for the paper presentation and 2 minutes are given for the question answer session. Once that time limit is exit, the presenter will be notified with the bell. Make sure you present within a time limit, whatever is given. The participants should need to keep their video on and they need to have a plain background or a backdrop. We request the presenter to rename themselves with their paper ID followed by their name. And the award for the best presenter will be given at the end of a day 2 in the valedictory session. So we will just take another 5 minutes and then we will start with the presentations. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's start with the presentation. Paper ID 6204. Maria Road Shaji, are you there? Paper ID 6204.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're audible. Are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you can continue.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, Maria, your screen is visible. Now please go ahead.
Okay. Today we'll be presenting on the topic Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Humans. This presentation was made by me, Maria Rose Shaji, Rijal Krishna, Shahin, and Rishikesh. And I, Maria Rose Shaji, will be presenting. The digital revolution has already changed how people live, work, and communicate, and it's only getting started. But the same technologies that have the potential to help billions of people live happier, healthier, and more productive lives are also creating new challenges for citizens and governments around the world. Experts predict that network artificial intelligence will boost human effectiveness while weakening human autonomy, agency, and capabilities. They talked about how computers could match or even surpass human intelligence and capacities in activities like complex decision making, reasoning, and learning, advanced analytics and pattern recognition, visual acuity, speech recognition, and language translation. The literature survey. John McCarthy, the father of artificial intelligence, defines AI as the science of engineering and producing intelligent machines, especially clever computer programs. Artificial intelligence AI refers to machine intelligence. The field of artificial intelligence AI in computer science is defined as the study of intelligent agents. When a computer replicates functions that humans identify with other human brains, such as learning and problem solving, the term AI is employed. The complications are many aspects of human communication are not codified facts that a machine might simply repeat. There are hundreds of subtle ways in which humans engage with one another, all of which have an impact on communication. Voices, body language, and response to numerous stimuli, as well as emotions, pop culture information, and slang, all have an impact on how people interact. This is difficult to model in a machine that lacks a fundamental common sense model that can learn and draw conclusions. The safety. Here are some of the ways which AI will be useful to humanity in near future. The ultimate objective is to maintain artificial intelligence's concussion in favor of society, which in turn prompts study in a variety of fields like as control and security, validation and verification, and even law and economics. One of the way which AI will be useful to humanity in the near future are transportation automation. We've already seen the beginnings of smart automobiles for self-driving cars, but for the time being, these vehicles require the presence of a human driver. Since Google began testing a self-driving car in 2012, the US Transportation Department has established classifications of various levels of automation. Cyborg technology is a term used to describe type of technology that is made up of two or more human beings and has its own set of weaknesses. And one of the most significant disadvantages is our own body and our brain. According to researcher Shimon Weitston, in the near future, we will be able to enhance ourselves with the computers in order to boost our inherent skills. Yoke Matsuoka of Nest believes that in not too distant future, an AI system will be developed that will be beneficial for those who have had limbs amputated, since the brain will be able to communicate with robotic limb to give the patient more control. The dangerous jobs are some of the most dangerous occupations, such as defusing a bomb, have already been taken over by robots. They are drones, not robots, and they are being utilized as the physical equivalent in bomb defusing, which requires a person to manage them rather than employing an AI system. Regardless of their classification, they have saved thousands of lives throughout the world by taking up these kinds of works. A good case is presented by Shan et al. 2003. The authors stated that AI could be applied to the reduction of environmental pollution, conservation, and recycling, since natural resources are significant social and environmental concerns. As valuable means for pollution control, they noted that minimization and mitigation remain attractive approaches. However, interactive, dynamic, and uncertain features are associated with these processes, resulting in difficulties in their management and control. AI is considered as an effective approach for tackling these complexities. how humans and AI could co-evolve in the next 10 years. What will the co-evaluation of humans and technology look like in 2030? This section opens with the experts expressing largely favorable predictions for human and AI progress. It is followed by other portions in which they discuss the future of work, healthcare, and education, as well as the possibility for AI-human collaborations and quality of life in 2030. Many of the major experts lauded the benefits which they predict to grow as AI technologies mature to do more and more for people. The implementation concerns are data abuse, job loss, and individuals' cognitive, social, and survival abilities are reduced as a result of dependency lock-in. And the suggested solutions are system based on values and to prioritize people, reorganize economic and political structures. The conclusions are artificial intelligence is eliciting equal amounts of anxiety and excitement. Advances in AI have been compared to summoning the devil, and there are fears that AI will annihilate humans. People are afraid about AI, maybe because of the science fiction idea that robots would take over human employment, wake up and do unforeseen things. Others, on the hand, see opportunity where others perceive danger. So is AI a threat or opportunity? Will automation eliminate all employment, or will they generate more than they eliminate? Opinions are varied on this, and the reality is like to fall somewhere in the middle. Workers will be required to participate in lifelong learning, enhance their skills, and change employment more frequently than in the past as AI continues to transform the world of work. Thank you.
Okay, Maria?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you incorporated any computations?
Sorry?
Have you incorporated any computations?
No,
Have
sir.
you designed any model?
No, sir.
Okay, so you are compared existing reviews, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine.
So what is your finding here? Future of human. What is your finding?
It said that many, according to how the current world is moving, many people are scared that AI might take over and see it as a danger more than opportunity. But I think AI can be useful in many ways, and it's not likely to take over. But it can be helpful in like many fields as helping doctors with their operations, which can be very useful, and many more.
Microsoft Word, checking spelling. Is it AI?
Yeah, everything, some of the other ways related to AI.
No, particularly I'm asking Microsoft Word, checking spelling in your Word document. Is it AI?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Is it AI?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Dhanush, you can proceed. Sorry, not Dhanush is not there. Shonali,
Arpita, sir.
Arpita, yes.
Yeah.
Arpita.
Next, I call upon Dhanush Babu, 6532.
Arpita, are you there? Next speaker.
6532.
Yes, we can invite next speaker, sir.
Student coordinators, are you there? Active? Student coordinators.
Oh, sir, I'm audible. I'm Dhanush, sir. I wasn't able to unmute myself for a long time.
Okay, Dhanush, no issues. Now you are able to unmute.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah.
Am I
So
audible?
now can you please start your presentation?
Yeah, sure, ma'am. Just a second.
Please share your screen.
So is my screen visible, ma'am? Is it visible?
Yes, Dhanush, it is visible.
Okay.
Yes,
So
Dhanush, go ahead.
today, good afternoon to everyone present here. So today I'm going to present the paper Validation of the Effectiveness of Dichoric Film and Colorblind using Electroencephalogram. So I thank the coordinators of ICRD-STEM for granting me this opportunity. So we are from the Department of Biomedical Engineering of SSN. So myself, Dhanush, I'll be carrying over the presentation, and the authors are Aishwarya and Dr. Mahesh Virinathan. So they're not here. So yeah. So these are the statistics that we collected during performing the study. So as we can see from this slide, it gives information about the different types of color blindness and about the amount of people who experience difficulty in perceiving colors. So globally, 300 million people are color deficient, and there is a 90% reduction in color shade detection for these colorblind people, and about 0.8%. So this is a worldwide statistic that is obtained from journals. And also 8% males suffer from red-green color blindness, and 0.4% females suffer from, again, red-green color blindness. So why I've stated this particular slide is to actually, enunciate the importance of this color blindness deficiency. So many people, they experience difficulty in, differentiating the different colors. And as a result, they face a lot of difficulties when it comes to ordinary differentiation of colors. So the basic aim, so the aim of the, just a second, the aim of the project is to fabricate a low-cost dichoric film. So already there are dichoric films that are already available in the market, so they cost a huge amount. Actually, there will be mixing various mix in the shades of colors like red, green, blue, and yellow. And so though they cost a lot. And now our aim is to fabricate a low-cost film. So that I'll be explaining it in the next slide, and also to classify the extent of color blindness. So basically, when you introduce this color blindness film to a colorblind person, so you have to know the amount and the extent of which he is not able to perceive the color. So next is to validate the degree of perception using electroencephalogram to actually validate this effectiveness of the film using EEG. So these are the recent literature that we reviewed as part of our work. So as stated in the first paper, they've actually used an SVM classifier to classify the different landscapes. And also they have used EEG features like the gamma waves and the beta waves. And they obtained a classification accuracy of 97.5%. So this is again a recent paper from Tsinghua University, China. So what they have done is they've created a saliency-based image correction algorithm for the colorblindness people, and the results of the method showed they effectively improved images, enabling the colorblind to see the same normal people. So this is actually a very good work. So where they use this particular algorithm, to enhance an image and make it, similar to that is viewed by normal people. So they've actually matched the viewing efficiency. And next is in the next paper, we can see the design and fabrication of a cost-effective optical notch filter for improving visual quality. So this again is a recent paper. So what they have done is, so we have heard notch filter in processing EEG signals. So they have basically used a 9-layer notch filter composed of silicon dioxide and Nb2O5. So that has a wavelength of 480 nanometer. So and they have used this combined with in addition to ion-assisted deposition, to improve the image contrast, so as to better perceive the image. So these are the recent works that is done in this area. So our methodology. So the methodology is basically to fabricate a film. So when you actually go to Google and search for dichoric film, so it is like a sheet, appears like a flat sheet. So it has various shades of colors in it. And it costs a huge time, as I mentioned it before. So what we have actually done here is to fabricate a low-cost film that can be used by each and everyone, and it can be fabricated in a simple way. So we actually went on to the market and we bought different filter papers. So these filter papers are composed of red, green, yellow, and stuff like that. And depending on the color blindness, we can just get the filter paper, mount it on a circular ring, and the participant can be asked to view the pattern that is embedded inside a number through this film. So it actually cost about 10 rupees. You can see a circular ring here and the filter paper that is actually mounted onto this. This is a basic idea of the methodology that we've used. And in order to train the participants, so we actually created this mix of colors using Adobe Color. So here varying shades of red and green are shown. So the first initial idea was to train the participants by showing the colors, and so that they can easily differentiate it when they view the same color the next time. So when we attempted this particular thing, the participants were not able to even distinguish the colors. They were not able to perceive the images or the colors. So we dropped off this, and the next we went for the traditional conventional Ishihara test. So this is a colorblindness test that is followed by almost everyone to test the colorblind people. So you can see we basically used a Google form where we displayed certain questions like, were you able to see this number, or are you able to recognize this pattern? And you can see various numbers that is embedded inside this patterns. So normal people can actually clearly view this, but colorblind people, he won't be able to do it. And in our study, we had about 10 participants, and 3 of them were colorblind and 7 were normal. So all the colorblind people were not able to state the correct number. So we went on to this, and after that, from this test, we concluded that okay, this person belongs to this particular type of colorblindness, say protonomaly or deuteranomaly. And after that, we went on with our work further ahead. And this is the basic protocol that was followed. So when the Google form that was shown in the previous slide, it was shown to the participant, and the EEG of the participant, when he was able to comprehend the pattern, was recorded at the same time. So using NeuroSky headset. This is actually the NeuroSky headset that is shown here. So I'll tell about this. So this NeuroSky is actually, it's a single channel EEG that gives values of attention and meditation and concentration of the particular individual. So it has a single sensor, and that can be, that can be used to acquire the signal from the FP1 on the frontal lobe. So this is the first block diagram that is showing the experimental protocol that was followed during the study. And in the figure 6, we can see there is a new block called the introduction of dichoric film. So the film that I showed earlier, that film was actually introduced to the participant, and the participant was then asked to view the particular pattern through that film. So and the EEG of the participant was recorded at the same time. So it was recorded before introduction of the dichoric film and after introduction of the dichoric film. And once we recorded the EEG was obtained on the NeuroSky software, and it was shown like this. So these are all the eye blinks. The software is actually beautiful in a way that it allows us to extract actually the meditation and the e-sense meters and the eye blinks and meditation values and stuff. So you would be able to you can extract your feature of interest. And this is actually the headset that we used in our study. So each and every participant was given the study, and their EEG was recorded. And this is the plot of the EEG wave that was obtained in the software. And next, we can see the results of this values. This is a sample result that was obtained. So you can see before the introduction of the dichoric film, the attention and the meditation values were found to be 0 and 0. And the software also allows us to plot the EEG power spectrum. So that's a more advantageous thing for us actually, and where we can see the delta theta, the low alpha value, low beta, high beta, low gamma, and high gamma values are plotted respectively here, and also the same values are plotted here. And once the dichoric film was introduced, the same values were recorded, and we can see there is a significant increase. It's not just a minute increase, there's a significant increase, and the attention and the meditation value of the participants are also seen to increase. So this shows that this dichoric film is actually very effective in distinguishing the color confusion lines when a colorblind person is actually viewing the colors. So this dichoric film is more advantageous, and it can be integrated into a spectacle, like a transparent film behind a spectacle, and it can prove very useful and advantageous. And because in many cases, there might be a question why we have to go for this kind of method, because in many cases, for colorblind people, they wouldn't be able to differentiate the traffic colors that is shown to them. So that's a simple example that I'm stating, but there's a lot of things that they are not able to to perform on a daily basis, similar to compared to a normal man. So that's the reason of this particular work. So as a conclusion, I want to say that the dichoric film is very effective and helpful in terms of eliminating the confusion lines, as I mentioned before. And then people who have difficulty to view and identify the patterns. This dichoric film was helpful in.
Dhanush?
Yes, ma'am.
Your time is up. You can move to Q&A session.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you.
Dhanush?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Have you incorporated any filters from your side?
Yes, sir. So the filter that is actually shown here, this is the filter that we used. So we actually bought the red filter paper, and similarly we bought a green and red filter paper, yellow filter paper. I mean,
Okay.
so
How
we
many
actually
colors? How many colors you were incorporated in your filter?
Red, green, purple. It's depending on the color blindness that we, the extent of the degree that we classified, sir. So we can see here there are a range of yellow and brown, and inside that a shade of a light shade of red is embedded. Right. So when the participant is not able to visualize this, so we would be using this particular filter paper. And similarly, if he's not able to identify a range of colors, we'd be incorporating the range of colors on a flat film, so that he'd be able to eliminate the confusion lines.
But how your filter can analyze different color patterns, because you are gone through only 3 to 4 colors, right?
Yes, sir. Actually, the dichoric film is it's a combination of colors. So we actually wanted to validate its performance using EEG. So when a participant
okay, fine.
Yes.
May I know the filter size?
Sir, I can't hear you, sir.
May I know the size of the filter?
The size was about 5 centimeters. So the radius of this particular ring is about 5 centimeter. We actually were planning to integrate it into a spectacle lens so that the participant get a wide view. So it's actually just a 5 centimeter diameter ring that the participant can view through his one eye.
Okay. For color analysis, what kind of functions have you used?
This one, sir. Are you stating this one?
Yes, yes.
This is actually yeah, sir. This is actually Adobe. The Adobe Color is a software, where it allows us to find out or create different shades of color. So this is actually a monochromatic color. So there are a lot of different types of tinges like amorphous and stuff. So we used a monochromatic tinge, and we decreased the various contrast and various brightness, so that we obtained a shade of colors, so that all these colors get compacted into a single frame. So we actually did this for actually training the participant by showing this particular color, but it seems it came to us.
Okay, Dhanush.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah,
okay, sir. That's all from my side, sir. If anyone having any queries, they can.
Yeah, your 2 minutes are up, Dhanush. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
You can stop sharing. Next, I call upon Prakar Shukla, 6729.
Okay, ma'am. I will be presenting my presentation.
Thank you.
Ma'am, is it visible, the presentation?
Yes, it is visible. You can continue.
My name is Prof. Shukla, and I am an MTech student at NIT Hamirpur from Mechanical Engineering Department under the guidance of Dr. Sumesh Sharma. Currently, I'm presenting a paper that is on an overview of multi-agent technology development tools with manufacturing application and challenges. The outline of the presentation is as such that is presented here. First, we will discuss the abstract, the literature review, then identified research gap. Then we will introduce why I have chosen the topic, what is multi-agent system, what are the development platforms that could be used, and how agent communication systems can be developed, and then application in manufacturing domain. And then we will conclude the work.
Prakash, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, sir.
Don't spend more time on the introduction part. You can able to introduce your title, then directly move to your novelty.
Okay. The abstract, the objective of this study was to perform a comprehensive literature review of multi-agent system, including agent communication and development platform and applications in the manufacturing and challenges that were there involved in development and deployment of the system. Method that like we did a literature survey and collected relevant research papers and studied them to present our findings. This is the detail of the articles that were reviewed, and the identified research gap was that much of the literature that was present was on the application, but not on the inside, that how to develop the system, what it can be used for, and how helpful it can be. So why multi-agent system we have chosen? First thing is that the evolution of consumer demand that has been there from mass manufacturing to mass customization, as there has been the recent trend that people want their customized products, that is forcing the manufacturers to adapt for a production control system that is highly responsive, robust, and adaptive. For such that, to face such challenge, multi-agent system are considered to be the best solution as by various authors and scholars, that is mainly due to its intrinsic capability to adapt to changing conditions. What is a multi-agent system? I have to tell you that is a multi-agent system is comprised of multiple autonomous intelligent agents, that each of one has its own objective, and they engage in a shared environment while communicating and potentially coordinating their actions with each other and completing their objectives in order to achieve a global objective. A small diagram that is there of multi-agent system that shows an agent is an entity that is embedded in its environment, and an agent can be regarded as an autonomous problem-solving goal-driven computational entity with social abilities, which can sense its environment and take action on it. An agent can use the information sensed from the environment for decision making. Multi-agent systems properties. Multi-agent systems are autonomous, responsive, proactive. That is, autonomy refers to that an agent has a control over its behavior. It does not require direct intervention from any other entity from outside world. Responsive, that an agent is equipped with various sensors and actuators from which it can extract information from environment and perceive its environment. Proactive behavior is that an agent is sophisticated enough not to only respond, but also be opportunistic to take an initiative. Goal-driven. An agent is a goal-driven entity. That is, it implies that its initiative whenever there is an opportunity to work towards goal. Smart behavior. An agent has a comprehensive expertise and knowledge in a specific well-defined area, thus is capable of dealing with solving problems and in the domain, and most of the common may be equipped with an internal representation of the part of the world they act on, that is their environment. Social ability, that agents can communicate with each other in order to share information and also with human to provide the result of their work. An agent is capable of learning, as the multi-agent system is deeply embedded in AI. Then therefore, multi-agent systems are capable of learning and adapting their environment and currently constantly changing conditions. The properties of agent that are that an agent is an autonomous and intelligent entity that is self-sufficient and capable of learning and adapting. It is goal-oriented, continuously thriving to achieve its objective, responsive and proactive. That is, it reacts to changes that and takes initiative to achieve its goals. Smart and social is capable, that is, it is capable of interacting with other agents and has knowledge about its domain. Environment properties. Environment properties actually define what type of environment an agent is having. An accessible environment is that one in which an agent can obtain up-to-date information, but in an inaccessible environment, an agent cannot obtain accurate information from its environment. Dynamic or continuous environment, or dynamic or a static environment. A static environment is one in which changes occur. Environment are only function of agent's action, and in dynamic environment, the changes are the function of agents of action and also due to other factors. Third is deterministic or indeterministic. That is, if the results of the agent's action are predictable regarding the environment's state, then it is deterministic environment, or else it is indeterministic. Continuity. The fourth environment property is continuity, that in a continuous environment, agent state is a continuous function. Agent state is affected by a continuous function, that is infinite number of actions that perceives possible. So the list of the agent development platforms that were found out during our literature survey. It is presented here, and out of all these 10 languages, Jade was suggested by various authors to be the best one. Agent communication languages and protocols. So first we will discuss the two protocols, that are ContractNet protocol and Believe Desire Intention model. ContractNet protocol. The communication protocol is appropriate for processes with clear task distribution where agent can communicate in 3 stages, that is bids, announcement, and award messages. And Believe Desire Intention model is there, that is, it incorporates data structures that are clearly represented and loosely corresponded to those mental processes. Then there is KQML and FIPA ACL. These are the agent communication programming languages, where KQML is a high-level language based on Speech Act theory and regulates the runtime exchange of the information between the agents, and is composed of 3 layers, that is content, message, and communication layer. Whereas FIPA ACL is agent communication language that was developed by the Foundation for Intelligent Physical Agents, and ACL appears to be similar to KQML, and in that it defines an outer language for message as well as 20 performatives for describing the intended interpretation of message. So application of agent technology in manufacturing domain. There have been the 4 major domains in which manufacturing, in which agent-based technology has been applied. First is our product design and development. Product design and development is a phase where a product is designed, or the data regarding audiences or the customer's preference were collected. In such a stage, agent technology can help us to collaborate with the suppliers and vendors in order to collect the data that is required to design the product.
Mr. Prabhur, I'm sorry, but your time is up. You'll have to continue to the Q&A session.
Okay. So the conclusion was that the traditional manufacturing process and quality system were not capable of meeting the demand of mass customization, and companies competing in global market are confronted with the problem of constantly changing customer demand. That is why they are forced to minimize their product development time.
Prakash?
Yes, sir.
There's only one question from my side. Have you incorporated any test case to test the quality of the product?
Sir, no. Sir, any test case was not incorporated, as this was a literature survey. But the current work that I am considering is identifying the factors of multi-agent technology that could influence manufacturing is currently on the way. So I know various cases that involve multi-agent systems.
Okay. Right now you analyzed only the parameters, right? Testable parameters.
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine, Prakash.
Okay,
That's all.
Prakash, there are 2 types of agents basically. One is a stationary agent, another category is a mobile agent. Which category of agents you consider for your study, or both the categories are?
Sir, both the categories can be used, like in dispatching the product or in supplying it to the vendor.
Okay.
The mobile agent can be used in order to identify the location of the package that we have been sent, or for case of a stationary agent, in case of maintenance and in case of production control, stationary agents can be used as it is already being used in the systems.
But when you have analyzed the properties of agent, you have not analyzed the mobility property?
No, sir. At that point, I haven't analyzed the mobility property.
Okay then. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Next up, we have 6952 Aishwarya Gupta. 6952. Yeah, you can continue.
Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Today I, Aishwarya Gupta, would like to present before you the presentation on the topic, the era of deepfake technology, threat or aim. Here are the contents of the presentation.
Hearing the word deepfake arises the number of questions in our mind that what is it? What are the uses? Its good or bad effects, etc. etc. So moving forward, let us see what deepfake is. Deepfake is basically the audio or video that can be used in an algorithm to replace the person in an original audio or video with someone else in a way that makes the video look authentic. For example, we all know Ron Axton, or we can say Mr. Bean, whose face is unexpectedly used in a perfume commercial which was originally done by Charles Theron. The word deepfake was first coined by the user of Reddit. The first target of the deepfake were the famous people. They can be politician, actor, actress, singers, etc. We have now seen what deepfake is. Now moving forward, what we will see why deepfake matter us. Deepfake matter us because of two things. First is the believability. Our brain first trick the illusions and bistable figures. We easily believe what we hear and what we see if it is not true. And second is the accessibility. As deepfake grows, increasing accessible, it raises concerns about the potential abuse of the technology. Now, moving forward in our presentation, we will now see how deepfake works. Deepfake works in 3 steps. First, it extracts the part of the body which needs to be changed or removed. Second is to create a fake part of the body which is extracted. And third is to insert the fake body part. The technology used to create deep fake is the deep learning and DNN are trained by the method of machine learning. By hearing the word DNN, you might have started thinking, what is it? So DNN is basically a class of machine learning algorithm similar to the artificial neural network and aims to mimic the information processing by the brain. Deepfake basically created using deep network architecture known as autoencoders. Autoencoder is an unsupervised learning technique for neural network that learns efficient data representation by training the network to ignore a signal noise. Autoencoder consists of 3 parts: encoder, latent space, and decoder. First, we will talk about encoders. It allows the process in which a machine learning model generates a sentence describing an image. For example, eyes are open or closed, skin color, facial expressions, etc. Now moving forward, we will talk about latent space. Lower dimensional space in the middle is called latent space. It shows the different facial expressions of the person. Now we are going to see decoders. It compresses the information in the latent space to reconstruct the image as perfectly as possible. The performance of the whole autoencoder network is measured by how much the input is generated. Now moving forward in our presentation, we will discuss about some examples of the deepfake that impact on society. Our first example is when the COVID-19 has started, there were so many websites where incorrect information are distributed. In order to undermine the public health, responded people find the cures. Scams were increased as people were exploited by the fake audio and videos. The second example is the last year before the Delhi Assembly polls, video of Delhi BJP President Manoj Tiwari was seen criticizing Arvind Kejriwal and asking people vote for BJP, and videos were shared in a 5,000 WhatsApp group were later revealed to be deepfake. Another example is now the use of deepfake is found in pornography, causing emotion, reputation, and in some cases physical harm to the woman. Nancy Pelosi, the Speaker of the United States House of Representation video, was slowed down by 25% and the pitch was changed to make it appear as she was mimicking her word. The CEO of UK Energy firm got a call from his boss get a call from his boss because his voice was exactly the same tone and asking him from transferring the money. If we are talking about any topic, we also need to discuss about its good and bad effects. So here we are going to talk about its good and bad factors. First is the good factors. Deepfake technology will enable us to experience the things which never exist. It can be used to disguise the identities of their voices and appearances. Deepfakes may be a wonderful tool for authentically enacting the core themes of comedy and satire. Now, the bad factors. Deepfake technology is very exciting, but there are very real threat as well. Deepfake can distort the truth in another stubborn way. They can use to blackmail the cheerleaders. Now, moving forward in our presentation of deepfake. When it comes to your image, use of digital fingerprint, and that makes more difficult for someone to create synthetic content from them. Overall, the defense system already in place will work to prevent the deepfake, phishing, and social engineering attacks. For prevention of deepfake contains certain measures. First, we are going to talk about the legal measures. Certain legal measures are also important, but in invalid, however, there is no explicit law banning deepfakes. Amidst the current laws, 4 Section 67 and 67A of the Information Technology Act 2000 providing the punishment for the publishing sexually explicit material in electronic form. Now we will see use of blockchain. Deepfake pose threat to all the aspects of society through the medicine's use of artificial intelligence. Multitask holder action is needed to strengthen the digital governance and protect the victims of the digital injustice. Now moving forward, deepfake can also be spotted by the trained computers. The ways can be unnatural eye movement or facial expression, lack of emotion, unnatural coloring, etc. Last but not least, we should not trust everything which is available online, as it was told us multiple times not to trust things, but as a human nature, we are forced to do so. Legislative actions against some deepfake makers have been possible, but it is ineffective against foreign powers. Now, here we are concluding statement. We have shown that political deepfake may not necessarily deceive the individuals, but they will show unnecessary while they, in turn, reduce the trust in news and social media. It may be also led to the citizens to escape the news authors in order to avoid.
Aishwarya, your time is up. Can we move to the Q&A session?
These are the references which I used for making this playground presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Aishwarya?
Yes.
Okay, fake detection is one of the toughest research in our life. I am having some queries. What type of data have you considered for the experiments? Have you gone through images along with the videos and audios?
Yes.
Okay, your paper is a review paper or a research article?
Sorry?
Your paper is review paper or research article?
Review paper.
Have you designed any model? Have you designed any model?
No.
Okay, you analyzed only fake detection methods and models, right?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
What is your method of selection of papers for your review? What is your criteria of selection of papers for this review?
I thought it was the important topic to be discussed.
No. I'm asking, you are not understanding my question. What is the criteria of selection of review papers or literature review for your review? You have selected some research papers, no? You have referred some research papers. What is the criteria of selecting those papers for your review?
Sorry, I am not getting your point.
Oh, you are not understanding. Okay, thank you. Okay, next.
Now,
okay,
next up, We have 1781, Gayatri Sunal. Gayatri?
Yes, I'm interested.
Yeah.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Yeah, you can continue.
Yes, one second.
Yes, Gayatri, please share your screen.
Yes, sir. Is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes.
Yes,
Continue.
Gayatri, you can continue.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Our paper title is Prediction of Volcanoes Using Machine Learning Algorithms. This is our paper. The authors are Chaitra S, Mrs. Jayashree M. Kudari, and myself, Gayatri Sunal. These are the contents. Now, coming to abstract, volcanic eruptions are dangerous and pose a huge risk to humans. So the more we can learn about what causes volcanic eruptions, the more likely it is that the scientists can find ways to predict them before they begin. Despite an increase in the amount of data and quality of this data recorded over the past few decades, attempts at accurately predicting volcanic eruptions aren't very accurate. This paper describes methods for automatically classifying seismic occurrence associated with volcanic activity, as well as prediction models developed from a large dataset of a labeled dog solution. Introduction. Volcanoes are natural geological occurrences that have existed for millions of years. Volcanic eruptions, when active, may inflict immense harm and death. In this paper, we discussed prediction algorithms used for volcanic eruptions. Computer scientists and geoscientists have created models that use machine learning to predict eruptions. The models learn from data gathered from volcanologists around the world. A novel approach based on machine learning is proposed in this paper to automatically classify volcanic seismic events. The objective is to analyze the models used at forecasting volcanic eruptions in order to predict which one provides more accurate results, as that will give us the best perspective on which type of model would be better for determining the prediction of volcanic activity. Now coming to the literature review. To know which prediction model is the best, which is useful, we have two categories. If prediction quality is higher than that of a random one, and the quality is relatively insensitive to parameter changes. Now the model architecture, DNN. DNN is deep neural networks. A neural network with some level of complexity, usually at least 2 layers, qualifies as deep neural network. Or DeepNet. DeepNet processes data in complex way by employing sophisticated math modeling. The DNN specified as a series of completely linked layers built stacked top of one another that allow information to flow progressively, with the output of the previous layer acting as the input of the next. Now DBN. DBN is Deep Belief Network. It is a pattern associated with major classification of artificial neural network. Although this form can only be used binary classification and regression, it can be combined with deep learning models that operate on relational inputs, nothing less, achieve very good performance. STA, stacked denoising and autoencoders. It is a multi-layer generative model that was trained with an autoencoder on noisy data. Successful training of this layer has explicitly corrupted the input featuring the vector of denoising purposes. Learning layers recovery of noise
corruption improves generalization for supervised learning tasks. To complete per class properties, a softmax layer such as DBN can be added on top of it. Now, SVM, that is support vector machine, is a supervised machine learning algorithm used both classification and regression. Support vector machines, some of the simplest and arguably the most elegant method for classification. The objective of SVM is to find a hyperline in an n-dimension space that distinctly classifies the data points. The dimension of the hyperplane depends on the number of features. If the number of the input is 2, then the hyperplane is just 9, and the number of the input is 3, then the hyperplane becomes a 2D plane. After comparing all these algorithms, we found out that SVM provides the best result volcanic eruption with the accuracy of 92.2% accuracy. Despite an increase in the amount of data and quality of the data recorded over the past few decades, attempts at accurately predicting volcanoes release aren't very accurate. So after comparing, we just figured out that SVM is the highest accurate among all these 4 algorithms with 92.2% accuracy. And the reference.
The prediction of volcanoes that you are doing here, what is that model you are using? Regression model or classification model? Am I audible, Gayatri?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat, sir?
Asking, you are predicting volcanoes. For this, you are using a regression model or classification model?
Sir, it's just a comparison of an algorithm, sir. So
No, those
they
algorithms.
are not yet implemented. So
No, those algorithms that you have compared, those are regression models or classification models? Regression algorithms or classification algorithms?
So classification.
Because you told SBM is both regression and classification. So,
Yes, sir.
so that is why I'm asking which
Okay,
type
sir.
of SBM or a regression SBM or classification SBM you have taken under your study.
So both are the same in SPM. Classification models.
What is your finding? What is your finding in this literature review?
So we are finding in SVM both are there, classification and regression.
No, volcano prediction. What is your finding?
Gayatri, sir is asking what findings have you done through your research?
So we have just compared the models, so we haven't yet implemented that. So I
No,
don't
I'm
know.
not asking implementation. When you compare, you have a finding, you have a conclusion. When you are comparing,
That sorry.
We compared all the algorithms that is used, and then we found out that SPM is showing us accurate results. That's the result we got from comparing.
Okay, how you can say that SVM is generating better results without your own evaluation?
Sir, we found it after reviewing many papers. So that's so.
Okay, fine. Okay, Gayatri.
Okay.
Okay, Gayatri, you may leave now.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Gayatri. Next up, we have Vindhya Mudgal, 2149.
2149.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
I'll share my screen. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. I am India Mudgal, and the title of the paper is Prediction of Earthquakes Using Machine Learning Algorithm. It's a survey paper, and our paper ID is 2149.
Yes, Vindhya, please go ahead.
Yes, sir.
You can continue now.
Yes, sir. My laptop got stuck. I'm sorry. So these are the contents of the presentation. I'll start off with the abstract. So earthquakes are by far the most severe natural disaster because they can hit without notice, leaving little time for adaptation. As a result, the topic of earthquake prediction is critical for human safety. Despite the scientific community's ongoing interest in this issue, there is no agreement on whether or not it is feasible to provide a solution with sufficient precision. However, the successful application of machine learning approaches to other fields of research demonstrates that they may be used to make more exact short-term projections. So this study examines recent research that investigated the use of several machine learning-based methods to earthquake predictions. So introduction. An earthquake is described as ground movement and shaking that causes energy to be released from rocks. Earthquakes, like many other natural disasters, produce widespread destruction, financial loss, and human harm. An oncoming threat cannot be stopped by humans, but precautions and timely response are available to lessen economic problems and human losses. So our goal is to study the existing approaches for earthquake predictions using machine learning algorithms, which will allow us to determine which algorithm has the highest accuracy by comparing the algorithms. And now, starting off with the literature review, we have reviewed 12 machine learning algorithms, and the first one is logistic regression. A logic model, often known as logistic regression, evaluates the connection between one dependent variable and several independent factors. It uses a logic function to forecast the likelihood of an occurrence. This experiment gave an accuracy between 61.54% and 66.9%. And our second algorithm is MapReduce model. So currently, big data analytics is amongst the fastest growing industries. The MapReduce model addresses a large number of issues at the same time. Data analysis using Apache Hadoop is a simple and efficient method. This system performs data analysis on earthquake data by year and location. The data is utilized to determine the most shaking area, the location closest to the line that is incorrect and shaking per minute at the moment. So next algorithm that we have reviewed is Naives-Bayes algorithm. So according to Thomas Bayes' work, the Naives-Bayes method is drastically oversimplified model that is probabilistic, quantifies counting probabilities and permutations. The classification based on Bayes' theory method supposes the data belongs to a specific class, then calculates the likelihood that hypothesis is correct. The Bayesian Naive model is built on strong assumptions of freedom, which states that changing the conditional distribution of one attribute does not impact the likelihood of the other. And Naives-Bayes algorithm gave an accuracy of 66.9% when it was used for predicting algorithms. The next algorithm that we reviewed is KNN. KNN is K nearest neighbors. This approach can be used for both classification and regression problems. However, it is most commonly employed to forecast classification challenges. KNN is founded on the idea that cases with similar feature occur frequently. By looking at the class of its closest neighbors, the unclassified instances class value can be expected. The KNN technique locates the query instances, K nearest neighbors, which is the only variable in this algorithm, then classifies it by selecting the most common class label. K can be changed to make the model more or less flexible. And this results was between 75.53% and 76.92%. And next is support vector machine, which is a regression well-known deep learning approach and relies on kernel algorithms to provide accurate predictions. SVM is a machine learning technique that was created to prevent ANN deficits. SVM provides optimum, and it's approached by employing nonlinear functions. the sample space is transformed into a high dimensional in space. Because seismic occurrences are non-linear, SVM aids in precise predictions. And this was 74.82% accurate. Next one is shallow machine learning. Shallow machine learning is a type of machine learning where we learn from data described by predefined features. But while in deep learning, the feature extraction is algorithmically computed without manual human interventions. There are three types of shallow ML approaches: classical ML, NN-based techniques, and clustering approaches. For earthquake predictions, traditional machines like learning, SVM, KNN, RF, that is random forest, are examples of other algorithms. Next six algorithms that we reviewed are, first one is, the sixth one is decision tree. The decision trees are non-parametric supervised learning method used for classification. And the goal is to create a model that predicts the value of a target variable by learning simple decision rules derived by the data feature. And when authors tried this decision tree, they got 70.5% accuracy. And deep learning algorithms does not need handcrafted features and can generate thousands of very sophisticated features that are difficult to find by hand. The DL-based models use multiple hidden layers that can be time-consuming, and because of sophisticated features, these models can face overfitting problems. Artificial neural networks come under DL, and results where it had only an accuracy of 58.02%, which was the least. Next comes random forest. Random forest is a supervised machine learning algorithm that is used widely in classification and regression problems. And now, what's the difference between random forest and decision tree is that in decision tree, all graphs are, all the possible outcomes of a decision is used in a branching approach. In contrast, the random forest algorithm output as a set of decision trees that work according to the output. And random forest performs the best in terms of accuracy with 76.97%. And when combined with SVM, the stacking model was highest with 83%. Next comes PNN model. PNN is a probabilistic neural network. PNN is based on Parsons-Meadows classifier principle and its application to Bayesian statistics. PNN differs from traditional neural networks. Training or learning rules are used in traditional neural networks to acquire the weights of the connections connecting the different layers and to train the network. But PNN, on the other hand, requires no learning algorithm, no weighting of the connections linking the layers, and no predefined convergence conditions. And when they tried PNN model, it gave high prediction accuracies for earthquakes with magnitude between only 4.0 and 5.5, but failed to get satisfactory conclusions for earthquakes with magnitude greater than 5.5. And our last second algorithm was AdaBoost. AdaBoost stands for adaptive boosting. The term boosting in a broad sense refers to methods based on the principle of a serial assembly of weak learners. In AdaBoost, the classifier first classifies the data and then searches for the misclassified data points. And this classifier is given weighted based on its performance.
Vindhya?
Yes?
Your time is up. Can we move to Q&A session?
Yes, I'll
conclude and we shall move.
The conclusion for AdaBoost was it performed between 72.6% and 74.8%. And in hybrid, multiple machine learning techniques were combined. And it gave that the SVM along with LS gave a better results. And this is the results in table format, which I told. And to conclude, we cannot predict earthquakes 100% because it's a natural calamity. And the highest percent was for AdaBoost with 99.49, followed by support vector machine, stacking model, which was 83%. Thank you, sir. These are the references.
So, Vindhya, when you presented, you also talked about map reduce. Is map reduce a machine learning algorithm?
No, sir.
Because you told that you have also taken that algorithm for your study along with other machine learning algorithms.
Yes, sir. It was considered in the study, but
again, let me repeat the same question what I asked earlier also to earlier presenter.
Yes,
in the prediction of prediction, what you are predicting is a regression model prediction or a classification model prediction?
Sir, it is a combination.
Combination?
Yes, it
what does
is
it mean?
a classification and regression, the CART models.
Huh?
Few models come under classification. Most of the models come under classification.
What is your objective of study?
Our objective is to predict earthquakes in the future based on the previous records.
Now, what is that record? Occurrence of particular
earthquake
in a particular place, whether it will occur or not occur. That you are predicting?
Yes, sir.
Then this is not a regression model.
So few are. There are also regression models, but we are using classification because classification is highly used for predicting.
Your objective is not clear.
Vidya,
yes, sir.
Vidya, you must clear with classification and regression models. Have you, okay, how many classification models you are reviewed in your literature review? What are the classification models have you reviewed?
So we have used random forest decision tree.
Okay, you must clear with all classification and regression models.
See,
okay,
if you are predicting how many earthquakes will happen in India this year, then that prediction is a regression. If you are predicting whether in Bangalore earthquake will occur or not occur, that is your classification prediction. You should be very clear on this objective and you do your literature review or research. Okay, next, let us proceed to next paper.
Yeah. Next up, we have Kiran Kumar, 2887. Kiran Kumar, are you there? Kiran Kumar?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, you can start with your presentation.
Good afternoon, all. Present here. Myself, Kiran, and I am presenting on traffic management system using image processing. Sorry. So one second, sorry, I am unable to change the slides. Yeah. So, introduction. So as we all know that traffic management system is one of the major concern in majority of the cities. So as the number of vehicles are increasing day by day, we require a proper traffic management system. So we require a proper traffic management system to overcome this situation. So when it comes to the recognizing of the vehicles, image processing is critical. So by using image processing, we can keep the track of the vehicles that are commuting in the lanes, and we can also raise alarms in any necessary unexpected conditions or emergency conditions. Problem statement. The fact which encouraged us to work on this project is, like in majority of the cities, the traffic control system is based on timers, due to which the commuters face lots of time loss. So like suppose if lane 1 has used traffic in it, and the opposite lane which has no traffic, but the lane 1 which has a high traffic has a red in signal. So the commuters must wait until the opposite signal turn green. So there is a huge time loss in it. So to overcome this, we have came up with our project scope. As I said, our project will help us to manage the time loss that the commuters are facing by being idle in the signals. So our system, like it will skip the signal, it will skip the lanes in which there is no traffic, and it focuses on the signal in which there is a high traffic. Like suppose if signal 1 and 3 has traffic in it, and signal 2 and 4 has no traffic in it, no vehicles in it, then our system will focus on the signal 1 and 3 depending upon the density, and then it skips the signal 2 and 4. Like the objectives of our project. Our proposed system aims to maintain the free flow of the traffic and to extract the traffic surveillances video from the cameras that are installed, reduce the congestion within the cities, to maintain the road infrastructure, and to monitor the local incidents. Like if any emergency case or any unexpected situations occurs, we can monitor using image processing. So implementation. So this is the circuit diagram of a system. Like basically here we are using 4 sensors for the detection of the vehicles, and the Arduino Mega, which controls the functioning of the sensors and the LEDs. So like if the vehicles are present in lane, suppose if vehicles are present in lane 1 and there is no vehicles in lane 3, then the sensors detect the presence of the vehicle in which lane the vehicles are present. Depending upon that, the signal switches to green. If signal 1 has a vehicle in it, then the traffic light will switch to green and the commuters can move on. Then if there is no vehicles in the signal 4, the light remains red. So if there is equal number of traffic in all the signal lanes, then our system works based on the timer. So future scope, like in future, we are going to add on this project, add on some extra components to this project. Like if any commuters try to jump the signal or anything like that, then the camera will capture the images and capture the license plate of the vehicle and send it to the traffic control system with the photo. So then the traffic control system can take their necessary actions depending on them. So like I'll show implementation videos. This is one of the implementation photo.
Is simply checking the vehicle or counting the vehicles also?
Sir, like actually it will count the vehicles also, but we must add on that like for the image processing thing. Like I'll show you, I'll play this one
Your
video.
present implementation, it is simply looking at a vehicle. If the vehicle is there, then it is switching on the green light.
Sir, like no sir, like it detects, or it also detects the vehicles, but it not count the vehicles. Like I'll show you once again. So I'll show the video. So see, like you can see the rectangular boxes there on the video. Like it detects the vehicles also.
Kiran, how many lanes have you?
Sir, we tried on implementing 4 lanes, sir. 4 lanes.
4 lanes in one way or 4 lanes in two way?
Single way, sir.
Single way, but 4 ways in single lane. may it will conflict, right? It will not work your system, right? Because there's some left direction vehicles are there. May there is straight vehicles are there. How you can able to classify it?
Sir, like
It will work for 2-lane.
Sir, like on each lane we have placed the ultrasonic sensors. Like on each direction we have placed the ultrasonic sensors on 4 sides also.
Okay, have you taken the support of any vehicle device, means vehicle lights? Vehicle lights means if they are having left light, means left direction light from the
No, sir.
vehicle, then according
No,
to
sir.
that whether your sensor is work.
No,
Okay.
sir, like we didn't try that.
Okay, so you are only considering number of vehicles, right?
Yes, sir.
Kiran, better you can able to incorporate some other parameters also.
Yes, sir. We'll try implementing it.
Okay, fine. Okay, Kiran. Sir, that's all from my side, sir. If
Yeah.
you can continue, sir.
Okay. Thank you. No problem. Okay, we can proceed for the next.
Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Soumya Srivatsa, 2234. Soumya, are you present?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Yeah, you can continue with your presentation.
Actually, full Vaitala.
Is my presentation visible? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Soumya. You can open your PPT.
You
You present your PPT.
Desktop
Okay.
is visible. You open your PPT.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to showcase my work in front of you. I have worked on kinematics analysis and control of prosthetic robotic arm using machine learning algorithm under the guidance of my guides, Sukant sir. So these are the outlines. This is the index of my presentation. All these topics have been covered up in the upcoming slides.
I think.
Soumya, you,
yes.
You shared your. Okay,
You
you are
shared
not
your
shared your entire screen.
Yours.
Sir, I have shared.
You're not.
No. What you do, you again share that one. Stop sharing and share it again. Your desktop. You can share your desktop so that everything will be shared. Yes. Now it's open. Now it's open.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the topics which are being covered in the further slides. Introduction. Human arm is a major part of a body that is used in daily living activities like picking, placing, or grasping any object. Without arm, human body is 85% disabled. To accommodate that filling, robotic industry has developed a device which can take place of human arm and work accordingly with accurate productivity, minimal cost, and effectiveness. Some hardware and software components used to design robot are manipulators, sensors, actuators, controllers, processors, and end effector. After fixing the hardware components, robot needs some algorithm to run. Hence, we have used agglomerative hierarchical clustering to merge such similar data set. Here in this model, refer to the motions to group same activities and provide the stability to each motion with zero strain. Degree of freedom. The degree of freedom in robotics can be defined as the number of movable joints of robot. It requires three-dimensional space to work as human arm. 3 coordinates x, y, z along with 3 vectors I cap, j cap, k cap composite 6 degrees of freedom. Literature review. Many studies have been done to expand customization in robots. Following are some of the portions. One of the model proposed pick and click operations of robot with inverted pendulum concept, but it lacks in time effectiveness. Another model proposed pick and place operation for trash picking, but it lacks in weight accuracy. Some model proposed with jaw grippers, but were costly and energy deficient. Some gripper model some gripper models were proposed where robots worked smoothly using aqueous solution, but had weight issues. One of the model was developed for library use to stack the books, but restricted to that purpose only. Next, kinematics of robot manipulator. Kinematics is the study of relationship between the robot joint coordinates and is fundamental part of robotics. Manipulator is the device used to manipulate material without direct physical contact by operator. We have chosen a method of pick and place task for robot. In order to reach the desired location, one must need its coordinates. Two major factors associated with the location of objects are position and orientation that are calculated with respect to frame. Here x is the if x be a position, then the speed to be attained with respect to t is dx by dt, and acceleration is d squared x by dt square. To calculate the position and orientation of the body, we need to calculate its distance and angular angles. In this paper, we have calculated angular angles referred to as alpha and beta. L1 is the length of the first arm, and L2 is the length of second arm. Alpha is the angle made by L1 and beta is the angle made by L2. X dash and Y dash are the elbow joints coordinates, and we have to find out X and Y, that is the target coordinate. We have calculated alpha and beta from random number selection. The alpha and beta angles are calculated in such a way that angle range will fall in the actual human arm range. That is, alpha ranges from 30 to 120 and beta ranges from 0 to 90. And using trigonometry, we have done these calculations. This is the proposed method architecture flowchart. We have started our process. We have collected the real-time data using random number selection, calculated alpha and beta. If the angles are calculated, proceed further. Otherwise, again, calculate the angles. Once the target coordinates are being calculated, the signals will be sent to the motor, and in return, arm will make the movement. This is another process of calculating, but here instead of calculating the coordinates, we are calculating the angles by the given coordinates. This is a code to represent the pick and place task given to the robot using AML language. Proposed methodology. After calculating the positional coordinates, we need to group same kind of motions to construct the robot for particular task. To solve that problem, a machine learning algorithm, that is algorithmic hierarchical clustering, have been used, where data have been collected and clusters similar motions like picking, placing, moving, and grasping. Real-time data set is obtained from the random number selection using robots and RAND function, and position coordinates are obtained using segmentation into sequence of submotions. Average of submotions is done to remove the outliers, that is coordinates obtained in the fourth quadrant. Average is done using divergence measure that will find similarity in motions and discard the outliers which are noisy and redundant data. Then this is my machine learning code. Different libraries have been used. The CSV file has been imported. This is the array of the positional coordinates obtained. Next is the dendrogram, which represents the cluster of 3 different types of data, 0, 1, and 2. Next is the clusters of array. This is a scatter plot. It represents the value for different numeric variable. Position of each dot on the horizontal or vertical axis indicate value for individual data point. They can observe the relationship between the variable. They also indicate how closely set of points cluster together. Aim of our work is to find out how different human arm activities can emerge from joint angle trajectories if enacted by robot. Submotions of each activity was averaged to remove outliers. Divergence measure is done to obtain similarity between motions. Each motion will have different impact on degree of freedom. Cluster groups are acquired by dendrogram. Obtaining unrelated motions in dendrogram can be done due to minimal hand movements. Cluster mutability include that the closest pair of the motion, different activities were taken into correspondence, and divergence measure focuses on interactivity motion. Hence, we conclude that novelty of this work is proposed in human life with machinery approach. Euclidean distance is used to calculate similarity measure along with hierarchical clustering using Watt's distance to cluster the data, and different degree of freedom motions are expressed in different tasks. Future work can be exceeded by concentrated on minimal degree of freedom of wrist or elbow motions. These are some of the references that I have taken. Thank you.
So, which clustering algorithm you have used?
Sir, agglomerative hierarchical clustering.
Is it density-based clustering or?
It is unsupervised learning algorithm.
No, clustering is itself unsupervised. No,
Yes,
asking is it a density-based clustering or hierarchical clustering?
Hierarchical clustering.
What is the nature of your data set? How many instances you have? What are the attributes?
Sorry, sir, I didn't get your question.
You took a data set and applied the clustering algorithm. Is it
Yes,
so?
sir. Yes,
so
sir.
I'm asking you, what is the nature of your data set? How many instances are there? What are the attributes?
Yes, sir. Actually, I have generated this data set from random number selection using the RAND function. I have calculated alpha and beta angles.
So
Alpha and beta.
You took a synthesized data.
Yes, sir. Using Python language, I have synthesized these alpha and beta angles. Alpha is the angle which is made by the first part of our arm with the base, and beta is the angle which is made by the elbow to the first arm. And these are the alpha and the beta angles which I have collected using random number selection. And from these alpha and beta, I have calculated the target position on which the robot will move. That is X and Y coordinates.
Okay. Okay, Santosh sir, anything
Soumya?
from? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Soumya, how many clusters have you created in your
3.
research?
3.
3 clusters is more sufficient for you to complete the task?
No, how do you decide that 3?
Sir, it is calculated using dendrogram.
Oh, dendrogram.
Then
Yes, sir.
what?
Elbow. Okay, dendrogram you have taken.
Yes, in the dendrogram, actually, we need to calculate the highest distance, which does not clash with any other cluster. So my highest distance, and then we calculate the box, and then we draw a box from highest to the lowest extremity, and the number of lines which are coming in that box, those are the number of clusters that we have to take. Like, we can't choose it ourselves. We have to calculate from the dendrogram. Like, I have done this research till now, all the theoretical part has been done, and the designing of the robot and working is my next research. So this is just my sample data of 500 to 800 data set, like data points, sorry. And then I'll be doing my practical research. The large amount, like 50,000, 60,000 data will be collected. And according to that, more number of clusters will be made automatically.
Thank you, Soumya. Next up, we have 7587, Real Chandrakar. Real, are you there?
Not real. Actually, I'm Haripriya.
Okay, you can continue.
Yeah.
Paper number 7587.
Yes, sir.
Okay, continue.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Haripriya. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present our research in the conference. My team members are Riyal Chandrakar, Ishika, and Kritika Ranjan. I'm here to present on behalf of my team. The research we have done is on automatic vehicle detection and counting system. This is the outline of this presentation. In this paper, we detected and classified vehicles on the road and count the number of vehicles traveling through two-lane roads. We created a vehicle.py program that contains all the user-defined function that will be imported in main.py program to detect and classify vehicles. We have used a background subtractor emoji to algorithm, which works on Gaussian mixer and help in the background or foreground segmentation. We also used OpenCV, which is a real-time computer vision library of Python. For example, there is an image of the road with just a minute. For example, there is a static camera which takes the number of vehicles entering or leaving the road. In this case, first we need to extract the vehicles alone. Technically, we need to extract the moving foreground from static background. If you have an image of background alone, like an image of the road without vehicles, etc., it is an easy job. Just subtract the new image from the background. You'll get the foreground objects alone. But in most of the cases, you may not have such an image, so we need to extract the background from whatever images we have. It becomes more complicated when there are shadows of the vehicles. Since shadows also move, simple subtraction will mark that also as foreground. It complicates things. This is the literature review. Vehicle detection and tracking is a common problem. For this problem, many have created projects and prototypes. Few of them are traditionally identification and tracking has been carried out manually. Few of them have used a hard cascade algorithm, which uses lines and edges to detect the vehicles. And we have used YOLO 3, YOLO V3 algorithms, which were not capable to work for real-time applications. And then this is the implementation, where first we're going to take a video and as an input, and then frames are extracted from it, from which the average of these frames is registered as a background. Then from the registered background, the other moving frames are subtracted, which gives the moving object. We have used some morphological operations to smooth out the objects to detect and classify vehicles based on their shaped features. And we extract the centroid of the vehicles on the basis of the X and Y axis of the bounding boxes. And we store the vehicles images and classify them as car or truck. And we have drawn vehicles are classified by the ratios of height and width as the area, as the height and width differ in car and truck. And first of all, a line is drawn as a region of interest inside the frame. After detecting the moving vehicles, their position and centroid are detected. Whenever the centroid is crossed the line at the region of interest, counter is incremented by 1. And then we are detecting this for both the up and down vehicles. This is the original video, and this is the result of after applying background subtractor and removing the noises. This is the output that we get. This is the detection of the vehicles and classifying them as car or truck, and then counting the vehicles down and up. Vehicle detection and counting is implemented on Python using OpenCV. It is used to improve the quality of intelligent transportation systems. A simple interface is developed for the user to select the region of interest to be analyzed, and then image processing techniques are applied to calculate vehicle count and classify the vehicles. This solution can be used in traffic monitoring, parking area allocation, etc. The method used is easy to implement at very low expenses. One of the limitations of the system is that it is not efficient to detect occlusion of the vehicles, which affects the accuracy of the counting as well as classification. The user has to define an imaginary line where the centroid of the contours intersect for the counting of vehicles. Hence, the accuracy is dependent on the judgment of the supervisor. Furthermore, the camera angle also affects the system, hence camera calibration techniques could be used for the detection of the lane for the better view of the road and increasing the efficiency. The system is not capable of detection of vehicles in the night as it needs the foreground objects to be visible for extraction of contour. The system could be improved for better accuracy using artificial intelligence operations. These are some of the references. Thank you.
How we use machine learning here? No.
No, sir.
Okay, so that's why you're telling it can be improved using artificial intelligence.
Yes, sir.
Then how do you classify the vehicles? Taking that size, you are computing the size of that, you are detecting, you are taking some rectangle, no?
Yes, sir. We are actually detecting them as rectangles.
Okay.
So that with the ratio of the height and width, we are classifying them as car or truck.
Okay, car or truck. So you have some threshold, and based on that, you are classifying as a car or truck.
Yes, sir.
So it is only limited to car and truck.
Yeah. Later we can improve it.
Okay. Okay. Santosh sir.
Aji sir. Haripriya.
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you recognized up and down vehicles, because there are two different movement of vehicles, right? How you can able to classify? Whether have you used any technique?
No, sir, not any technique. We have
Then
just
how you state? Yeah, how you stated in your figure up and down, up
Yes,
vehicles
sir.
and down vehicles.
We have just seen how the cars are moving towards.
I think in your research you are gone through many assumptions, right?
Yes, sir. Many,
Only
sir.
for the other assumptions, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Haripriya. Then what findings have you done through your research?
Findings are that, sir, we were able to detect the vehicles and trucks. These can be applied for future, sir, like for traffic control and all, or for allocating parking areas also.
See, real world application is a very complex. This particular application, real world application, is a complex problem. You have, as I told, you have taken so many assumptions. You have assumed a lot of things, and thereby the problem is very much simplified. And you have taken only two types of vehicles, and that too again on day. Okay. And it is classifying, detecting, and that too is not an up and down vehicle, only one way. So like this, no, okay. Anyway. Yes, sir. Santosh sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Should we proceed? Or you have some
yes,
questions?
yes, sir. We can.
You have some
Sir,
questions?
are
sir,
there
no,
any questions?
No, Haripriya is fine. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Next paper.
Next up, we have 7047, Mohammad Sher Ali Khan.
Okay, 7047. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon, one and all present here. I'm Mohammad Sher Ali Khan, pursuing my PhD from Lovely Professional University. My guide is Dr. Ajay Shriram Kushwa and Dr. Trandeep Singh Wale. The topic is adoption of blockchain in education evaluation system. As we know that blockchain has made a huge impact in different applications, in different fields. That is why blockchain has led to the development of decentralized applications. We people have also started using in educational environment. So assessment is being done using peer evaluation through blockchain. Papers are being shared to the peers for evaluation. From technical point of view, if we consider we have decentralization, traceability, immutability features of blockchain. Reliability decentralization basically refers to the process of data verification, data storage, maintenance, and transmission of data. Traceability basically reveals how the data has to be presented in chronological order, so that two adjacent blocks can be connected through hash functions. Immutability is a feature which stops tampering of data. Tampering cannot be done. If in case tampering is done with any transaction, it will change the hash value that will be detected by all other nodes connected in the blockchain. This was the introduction part. So when we talk about outline of blockchain technology and literature view, distributed database, it means that blockchain technology actually is related to distributed database. That is, computers are connected in distributed network. Blocks of chains are there that are connected in distributed environment where authentic and protected environment is created for the nodes, so that unauthorized, unauthenticated user cannot enter the environment. Reliability, security, trust, improved traceability and efficiency. These are the important features of blockchain. Reliability has helped in developing trustworthiness by transforming centralized ledger to distributed ledger, where each nodes have the complete information of the database. Security, as we know, we are using hash function. So it makes the database secure because hash function accepts inputs of different length and transform it into a binary values or series of data with fixed length. That too in compressed form. That helps in developing security. Blockchain uses consensus algorithm that is being used to share with different nodes involved, resulting in the reliability of the information in the blockchain. Traceability, just now we discussed. Traceability allows us to present the data in chronological order. The systems are efficient because it allows us to build a system which is reliable, secure, trustworthy, and traceable. While going through the literature review, I found that a lot of authors have given preference to block maturity level consensus protocol so that mass attack can be tackled effectively at block level. Blockchain has already been used to provide digital certificates. Apart from that, it is also used to share records of strengths, which creates reliability in the environment. Basic objective of my study is to develop an algorithm that will help in developing an evaluation system that is more efficient than the current evaluation system that is being used. And blockchain will be implemented with smart contract to develop the evaluation system. While developing the evaluation system, following attributes will be taken into consideration, that is assignment submitted, unit test or term and exam performance. Extracurricular activities will also be given priority, class presentation, attendance, and discipline. All these 6 attributes will be taken into consideration while preparing the progress report of the student. In the next slide, we have architecture of a student evaluation system. It is basically divided into 3 different layers: teacher or faculty layer, blockchain based layer, and student layer. In faculty layer, basically the teacher or faculty has to get registered first, and their data entered will be stored in IPFS environment that ensures optimum data storage solution. Blockchain based layer, in that section, it is actually the middle layer of the environment where examination and post registration will be managed by faculty. Response registration will be done by the student, and assessment details will be tackled by the faculty through blockchain and a smart contract. The student layer, students have to register themselves and they have to submit the responses as per the information received through the blocks. This is the diagrammatic representation of architecture of a student evaluation system, which comprises of 3 layers: faculty, blockchain, student layer. This is the registration procedure where the faculty or student, they will enter their data, and if they enter some wrong data, then it will be taken back to the initial screen where they will be given 2 more chances to re-enter the details. Otherwise, the registration will be blocked. Then the student will be given option to submit their procedure. So this is the response submission procedure where the student will enter the ID. After that, they will enter the subject and then they will select the option assignment, term paper, or unit test. After submitting the respective documents, they will exit. They will be delivered the message: paper submitted or assignment submitted successfully. And then the block will inform the respective faculty through smart contract कि XYZ student has submitted the documents. This is the proposed methodology that will be adopted for blockchain based evaluation system. Authentication will be done through asymmetric cryptography. The validation will be done by the miner. Digital signature will be used for authentication and validation. For that, we will take help of asymmetric cryptography as well as hash algorithm. Apart from that, we will use SIMRank algorithm for the clustering of data as per faculty and students. Once the transaction will be broadcasted, then evaluation will be performed, verification will be done from the side of the evaluator, and finally the report will be generated and submitted to the student. These are the pictures of the paper reviewed. And finally, I would like to conclude that blockchain technology, while going through the literature review as well as going through different aspects, I came to know that blockchain technology is on rise, and environment education has also started utilizing blockchain, and it has helped the education system in creating environment friendly for students and faculty. Apart from that, blockchain still is in its early stage in education system, and lot of research work is going all around the world. In our evaluation system, we will use smart contract and blockchain.
Sir, your time is up. Can we move to the Q&A session?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Mr. Ali,
yes, sir.
You see, you are addressing the problem of evaluation system. So
Yes.
evaluation system, what I mean is, a student will submit the, as per your slide, a student will submit his assignment, paper or document or whatever, or answer sheet. Then the faculty will evaluate that one. Is it that you are addressing?
No, sir. Actually, what happened? First of all, I have just given a brief summary, sir. First of all, once the student is registered for the examination, the faculty will be respective faculty, whoever is from that particular course, will be informed.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Let us forget about that. Come to the evaluation directly.
Yes, sir.
Student has registered, has appeared the exam, he has submitted his document, and that document has to be evaluated. Is it?
Yes,
is it that? Am I right?
So that will be done through smart contract.
I'm not talking about a smart contract. I'm talking about the system that you are trying to address. Evaluation system. The student submits a document and that document has to be evaluated by the faculty. Am I right?
No, sir, actually that is not the procedure.
Then what you are doing there?
Sir, actually that whenever the student will submit the assessment such as MCQ and all those things, it will be directly evaluated through the smart contract.
What is this smart contract you are talking about? I am not talking about that one. I am talking about your problem that you are addressing.
Okay, sir.
Evaluation system. The student will submit a document and that has to be evaluated by the faculty. Am I right or wrong?
Yes, sir. For subjective questions,
you are doing that one or something else? I'm not talking about the technology.
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about the technology. There are n number of technologies which can be used.
Yes,
what is right, what is wrong, that's the second thing. You are addressing the evaluation system, evaluation task.
Yes,
a document is submitted by a student and that document has to be evaluated by a faculty. Two actors.
Yes, sir.
Is it that you are addressing?
Yes, sir. Yes,
or something else?
No, sir.
Is it a centralized system or a decentralized system?
Decentralized system, sir.
This is decentralized system or centralized system?
Centralized, decentralized, sir.
Decentralized. How is it decentralized?
Sir, actually,
where is the document submitted?
Sir, the document will be submitted in the blockchain layer, sir.
I'm not talking about again blockchain. Forget about the blockchain or whatever. I'm talking about, is it a centralized system or decentralized system?
It's a decentralized system, sir.
How it is a decentralized system? You are submitting a document to a repository, to a server.
Ali, it must be centralized system. Dr. Ananta sir is trying to convince you, you must incorporate centralized system only.
And this is a typical task of centralized system. And when you have a centralized system, the application of blockchain is entirely faulty. Are you making it as decentralized? How do you make it as decentralized?
Sir, actually, I will be using.
No. I think your fascination is towards blockchain. You cannot apply blockchain in each and everything, everywhere.
Ali, I can advise you one thing. Wherever blockchain techniques are needed in your research, there only you can able to apply.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that it must be remembered. Wherever it is required, then only you can able to apply.
Okay, sir.
Yeah,
but your main concentration is centralized system.
Yes, that's the thing. The inherent nature of blockchain is the decentralization, and there's a security addressing the security concern.
Yes, sir.
For example, here I will give you whenever you analyzing student data, there you can able to apply one block in form of blockchain technology.
Okay.
Then whenever you are incorporating teacher related data, evaluating files, there you can able to apply. Then you can able to collaborate all together in centralized system. Okay, Ali, it's clear to you?
Yes, sir.
No.
Okay,
There are several tasks can be there. Think of a think of a suitable task to apply blockchain in education.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot to each and everyone.
Thank you to all the participants and session chair and co-chair for the valuable time and insights. Now I would like to call Dr. Ajay Kushwala to propose the vote of thanks to our session chair and co-chair.
Hello, I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are audible to us.
Okay, so it was really a tedious job when we are sitting here listening to almost more than 10 to 12 different participants, different nature, the way they present. So I really want to appreciate the tedious task completed by Dr. Santosh Kumar Henge sir. Associate Professor, lovely professional University Punjab. Thank you, Santosh sir, for accepting our invitation in a short time, giving your time for a valuable your comments and the feedback, which are very necessary for all the participants available over there. So it is very, very important that when we give it, it should be into a constructive form. And I hope everyone have got a lot of insights that what are the things that are coming when we are pursuing the research work in a different manner. In the same, I would like to thanks Dr. Anant Ojha sir, our beloved professor from Jain deemed to be University, for consistently monitoring entire sessions, giving a lot of valuable suggestions and the feedback, which are very, very essential for not only for the student, for all the people who are pursuing into the research. I would like to thank all of you for your patience listening and consistently being with us. Thank you. Over to Arpita.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call Dr. Sunita K, Professor, Department of BCA, School of CS and IT, to conclude the conference day 1.
Thank you, Arpita. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today, even if only virtually, and to close your deliberations of the first day of ICRD-STEM-2022 conference. I, Professor Sunita, will take this opportunity to conclude the sessions for the day 1. I would like to convey my deepest gratitude to all the delegates, distinguished guests, faculties, presenters, audience, and non-teaching staff who have been there supporting and encouraging all our endeavors throughout the day, and for helping us to arrange flags for today's event, a memorable one. It is very encouraging to see that so many of the participants are from different countries and backgrounds, have taken part in today's event, showing your willingness to continue this hard work and cooperation in the future. Thank you all for your efforts. It was truly treasured and appreciated. Looking forward to seeing you all the day 2 of the conference. Now, I would like to inform you that the award for best presentees for each session will be declared at the end of the day 2 session of the conference. And also, I would like to mention you that all the participants are requested to fill the feedback form that will be posted in the chat box and YouTube channel during the valedictory section only, that it is scheduled on 7th May 2022 at 4 p.m. Thank you all. Have a great evening. We'll be meeting tomorrow for day 2 conference sessions. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, sir. Thank you, Sunita ma'am, for inviting us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Santosh sir.
Thank you, Sarji. Thank you so much.
Now I request all the participants can exit this conference. Have a great day. Thank you one and all once again. We'll meet tomorrow, sharp 9:30 a.m.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.